Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the public forum. The Gary Sansing Public Forum is intended for matters not included on the agenda this evening. Citizens wishing to address items on the agenda should sign up to speak, such as items at the regular board meeting if they're on the meeting tonight. Speakers shall refrain from any abusive or profane remarks, disruptive outbursts, protests, or other conduct which interferes with the orderly conduct of the Gary Sansing Public Forum. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes unless otherwise determined by the chairperson to allow sufficient time for all speakers. At the chairperson's discretion, the Gary Sansing Public Forum may end 5 minutes prior to the scheduled upcoming Board of County Commissioners meeting. We will start with 3 minutes with the number of speakers we have right now. Jody Grenga, are you in the audience, Jody? I think I'm saying that right. Come on up. You got your time, and then Chris Kerb, you're on deck, okay?
Good afternoon, Jody Grenga, 10715 Beulah Road, Pensacola. Honorable Commissioners, County staff, John 11. Commissioner Strohberger, I trust you had the best of intentions in trying to arrange a meeting between me and Miranda Homes, who is developing the property immediately south of my home, but continuing the trend of past assurances and broken promises. Nothing has been resolved. I have lost my fencing, lost trees. I have lost the ability to let my dog out in our yard. Miranda trespassed me and deprived me of the full use of my own land. The county approved Miranda Homes to construct this public drainage easement on top of my property line, not offset from it, to avoid these problems. Last board meeting, 7 August, you, sir, Commissioner Strohberger, were lied to. You were told the fence and trees were on Miranda's land. The next day, my surveyor confirmed he had never discussed the fence with them, and that my survey clearly shows the trees and fencing torn down were on my land. Miranda's surveys confirm this, and you now have copies of these surveys proving this. This is contrary to what Horace Jones, head of County Development Services, told me, told you, sir, Commissioner Strohberger, and told who knows who else. This destruction happened 1 year ago. There's been no replacement, no payment for Miranda's damage. I only want to be made whole. While this has been going on, the board has not been respecting its responsibility to protect county residents. What will you do to ensure that developers do not trample on citizens, starting with Miranda Homes? When do you plan to do it? Or is the county going to continue to sit back and do nothing?
Are you done, Ms. Grenga? Because your time's about to expire.
Yes, sir, for now.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Strohberger, do you have a comment?
So we haven't stopped trying to get everybody to the table. We're missing 2 people, right? Is that right, son? We're trying to get everybody to the table, and we haven't got everybody to the table yet, but we are working on that. We're still working on it. Working on it again. We'll keep working on it. It's going to happen, Jody.
Okay, thank you. Chris Kerb, you're up, and Mike Hamlin, you're on deck.
Chris Kerr, Flood Defenders. Threw something together today to talk to y'all about. I probably talk to you about more times than you care to hear. But FDOT has been kicking the can down the road for 6 years. Of course, they changed how they're doing business. They reference NOAA Atlas or NOAA current rainfall data versus 1979 rainfall data. And in 2022, Florida statutes 339.157 The legislation basically required DOT to form a resilience action plan to use the most up-to-date precipitation frequency and sea level rise data from NOAA. In 2024, under that same statute, 339.157, DOT officially archived their 1979 rainfall data that you are using and allowing to be used in your code. Well, I was questioned up here, challenged by the liaison of the HBA, and said I can't name any developments where we've had failures of those subdivision ponds that were designed using old rainfall data. Well, I can name a bunch of them. I'll name one that's really got a lot of attention. Senator Don Gates and Representative Nathan Boyles held an August 4th town hall meeting in Holt. 600 acres of property was cleared for Kayak Solar Farm. And the ponds blew out. And there's tons and tons of dirt in the Wilkerson Creek and on people's properties. Their mitigation plan is to expand their pond. I went back and checked the drainage calculations. The local engineer that actually works here in Escambia County designed it. And he used archived rainfall data that says do not use in design. Oakville Acres, a project that is in District 3, you're building a pond and a drainage system down gradient of Monarch Place subdivision, a subdivision that was designed using old rainfall data, and you're putting drainage up gradient to accommodate water that was backed up by building up the subdivision to keep water going into it. That's 2 examples. I've got many more. Maybe I can email them to you. I'll talk about the rest of this later. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Mike Hamlin, you're up, and Ronald Ward, you're on deck.
Hi. Good evening, Commissioners and County staff. My name is Mike Hamlin, 4517 Waterwheel Turn. Wanted to speak tonight on the development under construction on Davis Highway, Wawa Development Convenience Store. I live in Cambridge Mills subdivision on Waterwheel Turn, cul-de-sac that backs up to the property, and I've been there for about 23 years. And at first, when I heard about Wawa, I was like, maybe we can be good neighbors. You know, the area could use it as long as it doesn't impact our subdivision or our area too intensely. And that's the concern that I have. I'm going to bring 2 things to light tonight just to kind of share with you my concerns. But I do want to say, first off, I understand when staff has to review these projects, they're doing so within the confines of the statutes and county rules and regulations and land development code, and that can be a challenge many times to get that just right. And I don't doubt that they did their best effort here, but I have a feeling there was a couple of items that may have just been overlooked, for lack of better words. The first I want to reference is the rear of the store. This store does not just simply face Davis Highway, it has a rear-facing component. On Davis Highway, there's Wawa in big red letters you can see on the front of the store. And on the rear of the store that faces our cul-de-sac, it has Wawa. So, and even though there may be a landscape buffer that's been required, who knows how many years that landscape buffer is going to take to grow? Who knows if it's substantial enough to truly separate a commercial development from impacting the use and enjoyment that we have of our subdivision. So that's one concern. The second concern is the Johnson Avenue entrance. When I first saw them constructing it, I thought, well, this is going to be a minor entrance for maybe a few local cars to access every day. But it's obvious, based on reviewing plans and everything, they intend to bring trucks in and out of that entrance, which that part of Johnson, trust me, is extremely highly trafficked right now, with cars coming out of the West Florida parking lot with a daycare right there at the entrance. Tons, if not hundreds, if not 200 or 300 new single-family home developments in the area. Amazon trucks coming out of Ellison Industrial Park and other traffic coming out of the park. So it's a very convoluted area, and to dump more traffic on it right now, including large trucks, just doesn't seem right to me. I don't know what happened, but they didn't put a turn lane on Davis Highway. They may have gotten a chance to do some interesting stuff with the numbers on the trip generation, but they must have tried to put a large percentage off on Johnson Avenue, which that should have never happened. Johnson Avenue has got its own problems. It's small. There should have been a turn lane on Davis Highway. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamlin. Ronald Ward, you're up, and then Matt Trenka, you're next. Is there Ronald Ward out there? Okay, come on up, sir.
Hi, I'm Ron Ward. I live at 4505 Waterwheel Turn, which is right behind Wawa. I have some packets here I would like for each commissioner to receive.
They'll grab it for you right there, sir. They're coming.
I think there's 5 of them here. Okay. And I'd also like to have one put in the public record. I have a number of subjects to cover, but I really don't have the time to do it, so I'm going to stay on 1 or 2. The main object that I'm concerned about is the traffic on Johnson Avenue. I got a set of plans off the internet, which apparently do not reflect what's actually being built there now. Initially, they showed the entrance to Wawa on the north end of their property, and now they've moved it to the south end. Those packets you have there have a drawing in there, C303, which shows specifically that they're routing 18-wheelers through Johnson Avenue, either entrance and exiting Johnson Avenue. At the entrance of Johnson Avenue, as you see in that packet, there's a large sign on each side of the road that says "No trucks." I don't know what you're going to do about that, but you either got no trucks or you're going to have the 18-wheelers turning. If you notice, the radius of their turns is 45 feet. They're not going to be able to make that turn. Johnson Avenue is 21 feet at that point wide, no curbs on either side. They're going to tear the road up if you allow that. The entrance going into Wawa there is, to me, is going to be the primary entrance. That's what it appears. 2 things need to be done. One is, if you move that entrance originally like those plans show it on the north end of the property, you can put a 180-foot turn lane in there. The traffic study says traffic lane is warranted. Then they say it's impossible to put it in. Well, that's not true. It is possible. You can put one in. And then they say they're not going to put one in. So you got a traffic study that conflicts itself. I want to know why that is, and I want to know, I've asked for these notes, but I haven't received them yet, about comments from the county. Who looked at the traffic study that okayed 18-wheelers going in and out on Johnson Avenue with a sign up there that says "No trucks"? Obviously, nobody has looked at that approved these drawings. So I don't know how that happened, but it's not right. There's 7% of the traffic has been diverted to Johnson Avenue. 3% goes back to Davis. That's in the traffic study. If you look at all those things, and I've got a copy of the traffic study, you can get it as well.
Thank you,
I've
Mr.
got
Ward. I
some-
appreciate your comments.
I've
Matt,
got 2 solutions, if you allow me one more second.
You got to wrap up because I got several speakers that
Okay.
want to speak.
If you move the entrance back to the north side, you can put the 180-foot turn lane in, and then on Johnson Avenue, you can put those bollards down the middle of the road, which means that coming out of Wawa will have to be a right turn only, and they can't make a left turn going in there. That'll stop the truck problem.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Matt Trenka, you're up, and Debbie Rudabush, I think is next. I think I'm saying that right. Hi, Matt.
Hey, good afternoon, Commissioners. I wanted to bring up Blue Angel Highway. I really like to see some improvements there, specifically seeing about getting that to be a 4-lane. I do understand that's a state road, and that the county does not directly control that. That is a state function, but I'd like to see it raised in priority. I'd also like to see the commissioners help advocate with the state on that. Commissioner Stroberger had a great town hall, I think it was about a month ago, went through a lot of these figures. There is a priority. Money's a finite resource, I get it. But I think in the case of Blue Angel Highway, it's really worth putting the effort in to try to get this upped in priority for a number of reasons, all of which I can't explain in 3 minutes here. But the Blue Angels themselves servicing that west gate, and also being parallel to I-10, really kind of, I think with improvements on Blue Angel Highway, it would really help other areas in the county, not just District 1 and District 2 that are kind of close to that. I did send an email, I think a couple weeks ago, with some specifics on this subject. I only received 2 responses out of the 5 commissioners, so I'd love to hear the rest of the commissioners' thoughts about where they think a project like this might lie, if there's some other project, maybe a higher priority. So I'd like to hopefully get a response by email, or maybe when we get to the commissioners' comments portion of the meeting, to voice in the public forum here, so we can kind of see where you guys are at. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, man. If we have a little time after this, I'll talk to you about that whole project. I think it's number 3 on the CIS, isn't it? I believe it is. Isn't it, Steve? It's pretty high. So, but the TPO, the way we have to go through the roads is a lengthy process. So I'll spend a little time with you. Okay. Debbie Rudebush, are you out there? Okay, thank you. And Albert Jackson, you're on deck.
Hey, good evening. I'm Debbie Raudebush. I'm at 4505 Waterwheel Turn, and I'm here to talk about that Wawa station as well. My problem with this started way back in March when the gopher turtles started exiting, under the fence and coming down through our yard. And so I felt like that was offensive at that time, but now we're looking at the signage that is, to me, the signage on Johnson Avenue, the signage on the back of the store, obviously, I know Ashley, she has a business. She doesn't probably have a big sign on the back of her door with lights on, in her back store with all the lights on it and everything. And these people have made that, the back of their business also has gas filling stations in it, it's electric, stations, but still. So they're going to use both sides of that property, and that's why they need that huge entrance going out onto Johnson Avenue. This morning when I left for work at 7:30, there was one truck turning in across Johnson Avenue into the Wawa at that huge driveway going in on Johnson Avenue, and the traffic was already backed up into Davis Highway this morning. So, and there's a daycare center right there and also a fire station. So with Johnson Avenue has no shoulders on it. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that road. There's no shoulders on either side. So if a fire truck comes out and everybody's sitting there, waiting for people to turn in and out of this Wawa, there's going to be no place for anybody to go. There's going to be panic, and the fire trucks are not going to have the response time that they normally would. There's one other thing that I'd like to bring up is the signage on Johnson Avenue is as large as any of these signs that you would see. I mean, they're larger than probably what you see on I-10, but the signage on Johnson Avenue is the same size as it is on Davis Highway, which is almost 4 times the size of West Florida Hospital's emergency sign, which is right there at that intersection, which is 200 or 300 yards away from the Wawa entrance on Johnson. So if you're there and you see that and you say, well, why would Wawa get a much larger sign than the emergency room or the hospital or the church or the daycare or anybody else on that road? There's a sign that I believe should not be on that road, and I don't know how it got approved, but apparently it did, or I guess they went to build it. We met with the builders before we complained when this turtle started coming out, and he came out and he said he was going to do a fence, a big fence, and there's no fence. He put fence on some of it, but not towards us, and he said there was going to be extra vegetation planted, like large trees and stuff, and there's none of that there also. I went over the other day when I saw somebody pumping something over the fence that doesn't belong to them. He was pumping stuff out.
Ma'am, please finalize your thoughts.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
All right, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Albert Jackson, and then Joshua Robertson, you're up after Albert. Like the shirt.
Hello, how's everyone doing this evening? You may remember I spoke at the July 10th, 2025 meeting regarding the assault and abuse of me and my 14-year-old son and the violation of our constitutional rights by the Escambia County Sheriff's Department. Your deputies accused us of being a 6-foot-tall, 200-plus pound Hispanic man. Can you imagine another person forcing their beliefs on you and your family? I left early from that meeting, but after watching the meeting online, I should have stayed. One issue that was talked about at the meeting is the cooperation agreement with the Escambia County Sheriff's Office and ICE, an agreement where ECSO deputies would identify possible illegals. Would you trust a group of individuals who lack the investigative skills to differentiate a 5-foot-tall, 130-pound kid or a 5'8" African-American from a 200-pound, 6-foot Hispanic man? In 2019, the Escambia County Sheriff's Office raided George Stone Technical College, permanently injuring a teacher and a student. Neither of these two people were the 17-year-old Caucasian person who they were looking for, and they knew that before they went to the school. The reason why I brought that incident up because it involves the same piss-poor leadership and the actions and inaction of a particular deputy. They call him sergeant now, but he was once a lieutenant and demoted to deputy first class. In my opinion, the next step should be out on the street, not a leadership position. Did you know that there are several deputies that are called sergeant that have injured law-abiding citizens of our community and have cost us taxpayers lots of money? The raid on George Stone is in District 3, I believe. That's Commissioner May's district. Would you think that would be a satisfactory outcome in that situation? Is it commonplace for innocent members of the public to pay for some other person's wrongdoings? What happened to due process? I'm going to end with this. A conviction was recently overturned because your sheriff and his subordinates don't know our United States Constitution. The right to counsel is one of the most important rights we have. It's also shared in other constitutions of other countries. Someone that has 40 years of law enforcement should know that. The community is livid about it, as they should be. Who's going to pay for this new trial? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. And I'll reach out and ask the sheriff what happened on his side.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, he mentioned my name, my district. I mean, obviously, we have no jurisdiction over a sheriff.
Yeah.
It's a constitutional office, but certainly, Mr. Jackson, I'd be happy to reach out to the sheriff and help facilitate a meeting if the chairman doesn't do it.
Thank you, Commissioner May. Joshua Robertson, you're up, and then Eric Sharplin, you're on deck. Oh, there, you changed chairs on me. Okay.
Well, good evening. Commissioners, how's everybody doing? All right, I just have numbers. Just want to share numbers. I'm not, maybe somebody's a number person, I don't know. All right, National Institute on Minority Health and Health Disparities is where I got this information from. Families below poverty here in Escambia County, 10.6%. Florida's 8.9%, while US is 8.7%. So that means Florida ranks 33 out of 52 states, and Escambia County ranks 1,933 out of 3,143 cities in the U.S. Persons below 150% of poverty, 23.9% in Escambia County. Florida is 21.3%. The U.S. is 20.2%. I know it's pretty funny. So Florida ranks 38 out of 52 states, and Escambia County ranks 1,753 out of 3,143 U.S. cities. Vast majority of income in Escambia County is $21,445. The state of Florida is $23,262. And in the U.S., it's $24,633. Florida is ranked 34 out of 52 states. Our county is 1,397 out of 3,143 cities. throw some more numbers. I'm going to just make this quick. Waffle House, this is a barometer check. In 2020, their all-star breakfast was $7.30. Today, 2025, $13.98. Large cheese Papa John's pizza, $12. Today, it is $17.81. Dozen eggs, $1.51 in 2020. I use 2024 numbers, just letting you know, not 2025 because of the issues. Today, 2024, $4.15. I'll skip the rest of it. Minimum wage, okay, I'll go back. $8.56. September today, right, $13, but as we all know, 30th of September it goes to 14. Since this is a military town, E3s with less than 2 years, $2,042. Today, $2,733. I'm not going to go to the officers. County commissioners, $83,846. Today, sorry, last year, because I couldn't find today's salary within about 5 clicks. Last year's, which by the way, you were paid less than everybody else, $101,136. Escambia County population in 2020, 321,905, 2020 census. Estimated from World Population Review today, 2025, 333,064. Not a lot of growth. However, our budget in 2020 was $229,173. Today, with a 6.6165 millage rate. Last year's budget,
you gotta wrap up.
that's fine, $798.6 million with the same millage rate. I'm going to close with this,
I need you to wrap up your
$569 million jump in 4 years. If a millage
appreciate
rate
your
higher than the
comments.
rollback rate is
Joshua,
adopted,
your time's up, sir.
is
Eric Sharpman, please come on. I got to respect everyone with the time. I appreciate your comments. Eric, you're next. Tamla Ramos, you're on deck.
Somebody leave their thing. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to come down. Wes, you may have to ration the coffee because I saw the other day, can of Folgers was $13, now it's $22, and people in the stores who voted for Trump, this is what you get when you put a 50% tariff on Brazil. And the funny part is, the big beautiful bill, the Republicans won't talk about it. They are locked in their cages, and I'm a Republican, but they don't even want to tell you what is in there. And I just think that, you know, there needs to be a little more accountability with our congressmen. Tell us what's going on, because we may find out this big beautiful bill is not so beautiful, Mike, because no one knows really what's in it because it don't take effect till 2027. But I saw where it looks like that, you know, Happy China has been torn down. I'm not sure. Mr. Barry, do you know what they're building there? Where the Happy China restaurant was at? Yeah, beside Mobile Highway, the Dollar General. But, you know, and everything there's going good. I asked the code officer the other day about 220 Garfield. They have put up a fence, Mike, and you know what they're using in their front yard? Dog wire fence to keep their animals in it. It looks just so tacky. This is the same house that is constantly getting 911 calls. I walk into my carport, I see cars pulling in and out of there at 1, 2, 3 a.m. in the morning, and you gotta wonder what is going on here. But I just
Don't intervene.
Do I now?
Don't intervene.
I don't get involved because I don't want to get shot and killed.
Yeah.
I know. But anyway, I just wanted this to come down. I want to congratulate you, Lumen, on your library. You seem like you're doing a good job. And I wanted to say one other thing about the EMS race. I did a search on West Marino, and Mr. Hoffberger seems to think that it's his fault. I asked a city commissioner. He said, Eric, Wes is doing exactly what we told him to do on it. So it's not Wes's fault. The commission has to approve all this stuff. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, I do thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eric. Tamara Ramos, you're up, and then Laura Mitchell's on after Tamara. Hi, Tamara.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Commissioners, for your service to the Escambia County citizens, and me as well. I'm also here to speak about the Wawa on Davis Highway, as I am an owner there in Cambridge Mills. I am concerned, and I believe you received in your packet some pictures, audio maybe, that I've actually taken. They're on Johnson Highway, or Johnson Street Avenue. Basically, people are already breaking the rules, not Wawa, but our citizens as well. It says no trucks. There's double lines there indicating no passing, so there is no shoulder. People can't go around. So when those trucks stop, people go around. They try to go around. That's an accident waiting to happen. It could cost somebody their life. These are residential homes that back up to that establishment, to that store. So I asked the county to look at that again, because it's not about just, I'm not against development, but I am about preserving human life. And when you don't take the time to look at that very closely, then we're all in danger. We can't sacrifice safety for development in Escambia County. And so I don't need to say more than that. You know your roles, we know ours. I ask you to look at that again closely, see where the gaps are, and protect the citizens of Escambia County. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Laura Mitchell, are you out there? Okay, Laura, you're up, and then George Levy, you're next. Hey.
Yes, I'm Laura Mitchell, 198 East 9 Mile Road, and I am here to let you know up front, I'm very well, fear I'm not as informed as I should be or inexperienced to make a presentation like this. But I would like to say I attended my first Planning and Zone Committee meeting on August the 5th. And I learned so much and did not realize how much we, the public, need to step up to the plate to let our commissioners and planning people know how we feel as a society. I was very, very disappointed, and I guess my complaint, I told you I had a complaint about the Planning and Zone Committee. So I'm just going to tell you why I'm here. I stayed for the entire meeting, even though my part wasn't in there, in order to have a conversation with someone from the Planning and Zone Committee. And as I approached the young lady there, Mr. Jones heard me, because I asked to make a formal complaint against the Planning and Zone Committee's meeting times. And Mr. Jones referred to me, said, well, it's always been done that way. And I have to tell you, that blew me away. I mean, you people, as the commissioners here, you meet with people outside of 8 to 5. And I'm just totally disappointed. I had a lot of people that wanted to be there at that meeting, but they're John Q. Public. They work from 8 to 5. They can't just take off and have a meeting with you at, during the week at 8:30 in the morning. I just ask that you do something to help with the idea that we help service the people who can't be there during these working hours. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your comments. George Levy, please come up, and then Larry, you're on deck.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm George Levy. I have 2 copies. There are many concerns. There were concerns many of the District 1 voters had regarding the previous District 1 commissioner, and there is a major part of why we have a new one. One major concern is taxes and how they're being spent. With a new presidential administration, it has come to the light that a lot of government money went to people in places the public would not have approved of if the public was informed. And it appears that the larger the money amount, the greater the misuse. In light of that, for the fire tax, I request a delay until a detailed spending plan is developed and made public for at least 1 month for public comment and review. I've been playing email tag with Mr. Hall, I think, today. For the flooded houses that county's going to buy out, I request that this be delayed until the county does a root cause of why and how this happens. Include what developers were involved and what county departments reviewed and approved of this, including their names and title. For Pensacola Beach parking thing, there's been some movements for a parking garage and a sign. You might want to consider a parking garage which is partially funded by the bed tax. In addition, maybe consider the proposed new Pensacola Beach sign that be mounted on the side of the parking structure instead of waving in the storm winds over the main access road. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Larry Downs, you're up, and Colby Nellums is on deck. Wait a minute. Is this on the agenda? Okay.
I'm gonna need some extra time, please.
I'm deducting 30 seconds because you're
All right,
lollygagging.
hold on, don't interrupt me. Larry Downs Jr. Plumbing LLC, because fecal matters. You know it does, Lumen. All right, I hope, especially Lumen, I hope he watched our Dr. Joseph Latipole yesterday, our Florida Surgeon General. Oh, he gave a lot better advice than you did, Lumen. He told his people, don't be taking those shots, especially those mRNA shots. We got to do that meeting soon. Nothing in the paper today. It was all over the news. It was all over the country. Oh, Florida, they're just going to bring back polio. The ridiculousness of it. Nobody's even studied any of it. They have no clue of nothing. And the Florida Surgeon General has. He's been on it since before he became Surgeon General in 2020. He didn't become Surgeon General until 2021 or 2022. So anyways, he said about the, let me just read what he said, because I want everybody to know exactly what he said, because it's pretty cool. Kind of what I've been saying, actually, word for word. Some people even thought that I channeled myself through him. The Surgeon General of Florida just announced all vaccine mandates in Florida will be ended, and the room erupted. They loved it, because that's freedom, land of the free, home of the brave. All, not just COVID, exclamation point. Joseph Latipole, quote, every last one is wrong and drips with disdain and slavery, exclamation point. Who am I or anyone else to tell you what you should put in your body, question mark. Who am I to tell you what your child should put in their body, question mark. I don't have that right. Your body is a gift from God. What you put into your body, is because of your relationship with your body and God. Pretty much every state has them. It's wrong, meaning the mandates. For little children to go to school that we pay for, we're forced to pay for it, Lumen. Public schools. And they don't allow you to come in there with your children unless you go get an exemption for freedom. Now, shouldn't the freedom be the default setting? Shouldn't it? I mean, can you imagine have to get an exemption for your freedom? I thought we lived in the free state of Florida. Oh, we do. We do. It's on every sign when you enter the state. It's beautiful. Best slogan I've ever seen. Makes the welcome to the Sunshine State look like some rainbow warriors wrote that crap, doesn't it? This looks like some warriors wrote it. The free state of Florida. That's beautiful.
All right,
I can't wait to see you, Lumen. Me and you,
Larry,
one-on-one in the podcast.
Appreciate it. Colby Nellums.
And you too,
Andrea
Mike.
Nemo. Come on up, Colby.
And the room erupted. Medical freedom. Yay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here about a cross lien placed on 3310 North 6th Avenue. Original lien was placed on 3530 Perdido Lake. My client, we're trying to sell the property right now, and they need to close out the estate to be able to close the debts that are attached to 3310 North 6th. And the cross lien was attached because the original lien holder that had the code enforcement violation on Perdido Lake inherited a portion of the property at 3310 from her mother that passed. So because of that, a cross lien was placed on that property. Unfortunately, we've gone through all the steps to try to see if we could help to rectify the code enforcement issues at the Perdido Lake Road property, but that's been problematic because that's part of the family that the executor doesn't really speak to because they're drug addicts and have arrest warrants, and she is a doctor in Atlanta, and she's the one trying to handle the estate for the family. So that's made it quite challenging for us to fix that. So what we're trying to do is to get the cross lien removed on the 3310 North 6th Avenue, because that house has also been sitting for 5 or 6 years and is in bad shape. So my buyer that's purchasing that house is trying to remodel it and fix it up, but we're unable to do anything because we can't actually close on the property because of the cross lien. So what we're trying to do is see if we can get the cross lien removed from 3310 North 6th Avenue, that the one originally started with 3530 Perdido Lake Road. We went through with code enforcement and tried to see if we could fix it. They told us that we put up a fence out of the Perdido Lake property, blocking the stuff in the backyard, that would cure that. We went out there with quotes because we were willing to do that. That was something we could get done. But once we went out there, code enforcement said that wouldn't be sufficient, and a shed would have to be erected. All the stuff in the back would have to be put in there. And unfortunately, that's more than we can actually do to get that done. So what we're trying to do is get the cross lien removed from 3310 North 6th Avenue. There is a small portion of proceeds that Jasmine Bry, who is the one that has the original lien at the Perdido Lake property, is going to be receiving from that sale. I've already spoken with the executor. She's fine with all of that being used to pay whatever the county needs to cover, if that's what we have to do to get the cross lien removed. But right now, since it's not rectified, it's still incurring daily fines, so that's part of the problem. If it would have been rectified, we'd have funds where we could just close out the actual code enforcement, but there's no dollar amount on it yet, because since it's not been rectified, it's still incurring daily fines every day at $20 a day. So that's what we're trying to do, is see if that's something that we can get done, because if not, the property at 3310 North 6th Avenue won't be able to be sold because of that cross lien, because there's no way to get that fixed. And then now that property is going to be sitting derelict, and it's been sitting for about 5 years since the owner passed, and her daughter at this point is just trying to get it done because they're now being pressed by their attorney and the judge that signed off on all the probate, because what has happened now is there's a bunch of other debts that are tied to it, and the money from the sale of that house is going to close out all those debts, which will then allow them to close out the entire estate. So it's just kind of hanging up everything, and we're kind of at an impasse on what we can do without that cross lien being removed.
Thank you, Mr. Nelms. I know this property is not on the agenda tonight. Chips, do you know when it will be? Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. If we could have Andrea Nemo come up.
This
And
is also.
and Arnitha, welcome, you're next. Yes.
This is also regarding the same property, and I do have before and after pictures if you guys would like to look at them. So my client, Cynthia Ann Spreeman, came to me about 4 months ago. She told me that she had experience with rehabbing distressed properties, and this client, we went under contract to purchase this property at 3010 North 6th Avenue, and she plans on giving it to her grandson someday. After she can rehab it. Well, the process has been delayed 4 times because of this cross lien attached to it, to this property in Perdido Lake. And so we are requesting that that lien please be released. My client's money for the property has been sitting at the title company, just waiting for this lien to be released, and then she can continue with the rehab. She's already put a lot of her own money into the property. She has had permission to go in and clean it out. She has purchased 2 separate dumpsters, filled them, and removed them. And that's what I have pictures of before and after of when the property was first under contract as to what it looks like right now, and it's already night and day. And then I have before and after pictures of the lien, which is attached to the 3530 Perdido Lake Road. So the first code enforcement lien was against that property in 2023, and there was all this trash in the front yard. Well, they have since cleaned all that up, and it's all in the backyard now, and there's pictures of that in here if you guys want to look at it. I don't know how to get it to you, but so they thought that they were under compliance, these people in Cantonment. Well, We were told that they're not under compliance because, thank you, because all of these items are in the backyard. And I said, well, they're in the backyard, nobody else can see them. But he said, well, now that I've seen it, they are not in compliance. They can't have their backyard a mess. So as he said, we tried to put a fence up. Code enforcement said, nope, that's not going to do it. So just, my client would like to continue with rehabbing this property. There's a leak in the roof. She's already done so much work, which you can see in those pictures, but the roof has a leak. She doesn't want to put a roof on it without it being hers. Obviously, that's very expensive. And it's just anytime it rains, I mean, I have a video where you can just hear the rain pouring in through all of this work that she's done. So she's just begging to please drop this lien so that she can continue rehabbing this property, and it can be a property that somebody is proud of and not an eyesore. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mike, if you don't mind. So, ma'am, there's not any action that the board could take tonight. I'm not familiar with the issues that you've had, but there's a specific, defined, formal process to ask for something to be forgiven or to something to be, for a lien to be released against a property where there's a cross lien that's been attached. And I believe if someone will get with Chips tomorrow, that's Mr. Kirshenfeld on the front row, if someone will get with him, he can outline that process and what would happen there. It's called written communication. You'll make a request on a, kind of a specific form to have a lien waived or released, and then it would come to the board as written communication on a board meeting. But we can't just, I'm very familiar with the area, but in anything on, Perdita Lake or 6th, I mean, I would like those areas to, to be healthier. So that's great, but there's a process we have to go through to be able to take that action.
I was told to come here by Code Enforcement Manager Terrence Davis. He said we were originally on the ticket at 5:30, and then at the last minute, he said, no, come at 4:30. So that's why I'm here,
Okay.
because that's what he told me to do.
So maybe the request has been made, because if he had told you originally to be here at 5:30, that would imply maybe he thought you were on the agenda, but it's not. It's not on the agenda. So
It was removed? Why?
They said that the case was not ready.
Oh.
I said what, Jose? I'm sorry.
They said the case was not ready yet, so they had to remove it.
Oh, okay. So the case was not ready. So hopefully it sounds like it's in process, and maybe we'll be able to take it up at the next board meeting.
Okay. Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Ray. Arnitha, welcome, you're up. And then Brian Wire, you're after Arnitha. Huh? Oh, do you want the book back, ma'am?
Miss Nima. Ma'am, you sure? Okay. Yeah.
You need it? Oh, okay.
You're fine.
Arnitha, I missed you on Tuesday.
I missed you too, and I heard you asked about me. Good evening, commissioners. I got the word. Oh, yes, I got the word.
Yeah.
My name is Arnitha. Welcome. I'm the Gulf Coast Veterans Public Affairs Coordinator, and just want to bring to your attention that the Veterans Homeless Stand Down is coming up on the 26th of September. And just because it says homeless veterans, it's to all the veterans that are in need or just want to come out and learn some information on your benefits, the changes that are going on with the government. And I personally want to say thank you, Wes, commissioners, for a job well done. You guys take out your time to make sure that you guys are making the right decisions for the community. And sometimes they're not in your favor, but I'm sure it's for the best for the community. So I personally want to thank you, because I'm retired and it feels good. And with you all having to work and continue to service the community, it's not easy. So I just want to thank you. But I wanted to bring to your attention, I can email this flyer to you, but I want to personally thank you all for all that you do for the community. And also I want to share that we lost a valuable veteran, civil rights activist, Reverend Dr. H.K. Matthew. He goes way back. I mean, this guy has done so much for the community, and I know his name is not a stranger, shouldn't be a stranger to the community, but he was 97 years old, and his funeral was Friday. And we understand that, 97 years old is not an easy task, and he made it that far. I mean, he outlived the civil rights activists or the leaders that walked beside him to try and bring justice to the area, to make sure that everybody was treated fairly. And like I said, he passed away, funeral was Friday, and he will be certainly missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnie.
Chairman,
Thank you for
Nita-
the nice comments. Oh, I'm
Nita,
sorry,
Nita, I
Commissioner
want to thank you, H.K. Matthew, and I'll talk about this in our public forum. A living legend.
Yes.
Who gave so much. I probably wouldn't be sitting here right now without H.K. And so all the work that you did through the memorial, through the funeral, and throughout the week with Ms. Matthews, thank you.
You're welcome.
Recognizing him as a veteran. I thought that the veterans being there was critical, and I was
yes.
glad to be a part of all the things that you guys did last week. What a great tribute to a great man, and thank you and thank your brother. I mean, most of y'all are part of the Brownsville
Yes.
Neighborhood Association, but your leadership was commendable in the last week, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, for allowing us to have the memorial at the Brownsville Community Center. And he often talked about my brother. My brother's name happened to be Michael Jackson, but he always remind people that he's the poor Michael Jackson. But he walked the side of Reverend H.K. Matthew during that time of turmoil and just so much going on. But I want to thank you for your help. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you so
Okay.
much. Always good to see you. Brian, you're up.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. I just wanted to give you an update about our event we had last week. That was the 2025 Supplier Development Exchange on August 28th. We had over 200 plus attendees at the event, over 25 different agency tables from the state, the city, the county, and the region. We had 5 food trucks outside that made about $3,000 in an hour and a half of serving food. We gave away $2,000 in food vouchers to help the attendees with their lunch for the day. And I personally talked to some folks that flew in from North Carolina, Kansas City. They drove in from Lakeland, Miami, Louisiana, Mississippi to come to the event and be there for the day with us. I personally also want to thank Lindsay Stevenson, the purchasing department. I know Lindsay did an amazing job. I don't like to be biased or anything, but you guys had the best table that was there. I mean, you had goodies on it. You had wonderful items to give to the attendees. They love coming by and visiting them. Tina and Tammy and Lindsay did an amazing job talking to the people that came to find out more about the county. They made some great connections, and I got great feedback from your county's involvement, being involved to help businesses know how to do work with the government and work with the agencies involved there. So thank you so much for your support. We appreciate it. Looking forward to next year's event, and have a great night.
Thanks, Brian. All right, Board, that concludes public forum. We'll adjourn and meet back at 5:30 for the regular meeting. All right. Good evening, everyone. All right, we got a full house tonight, folks. All right, thank you for showing up. I don't know. It's on. Testing.
Testing, testing.
You want to borrow mine?
Test. Okay, there it goes. They turned on. All right, good evening, everyone. The Board of County Commissioners, welcome to the BCC regular meeting. The Board of County Commissioners allows any person to speak regarding an item on the agenda. The speaker is limited to 3 minutes unless otherwise determined by the chair to allow sufficient time for all the speakers. Speakers shall refrain from abuse or profane remarks, disruptive outbursts, protests, or other conduct which interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Upon completion of the public comment period, discussion is limited to board members and questions raised by the board. Commissioner Stroberg, you have the invocation tonight?
Tom Collins. Father Tom. Thank you, Commissioner. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Lord God, thank you so much for this beautiful part of the world in which we find ourselves. Thank you for the rich history and diversity of peoples who have lived here. Thank you for our system of government that allows us to decide our future. And thank you, Lord, for these commissioners elected by the people of Escambia County. Lord, I ask you to bless their business this evening. May all their decisions be thoughtful, wise, prudent, and just. Give them the courage to do the right thing, even when it is difficult, and may their decisions give you glory. As this week we have celebrated Labor Day, I ask that you bless all those who labor here in Escambia County, that each person's work enhances their human dignity and draws them closer to one another in their service to each other. Through Christ our Lord, amen. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, amen.
Thank you. Thank you, Father Tom. Commissioner Fair, will you lead us in the pledge?
Absolutely. Please join me as we do the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. All right. Are there any items to add to the agenda, Commissioner Berry?
No, sir.
Commissioner May?
I think I discussed it this morning. I would assume that it's there because it was published.
Is it a discussion item
Yes.
to put it on the schedule?
Yeah,
I heard
I mean-
from Allison, you changed it, you want to put
So,
it on
I mean, obviously, Mr. Chairman, I've talked to council, and I think that you've talked to council, and although it's nothing unethical, illegal by adding a item, I think, we would like to continue to add this for a discussion to give direction, and I'll be bringing that motion forward.
I have no problem putting it in the 16th. I do think there's a problem, though. You get
Well, I
a
mean,
second
I
to do
understand
this?
that you think it's a problem,
Yeah.
and that's your opinion, and that's fine. But, I mean, I'm not going to have that
But
debate.
you're okay with that?
But, I mean, we're going to bring it forward. It has to end by the 29th, and for the record, it has been discussed multiple times, 4 times for the record. And so regardless of what the Ethics Commission says or what anyone says, this is not something that was just thought of yesterday. So I'm happy to have that discussion when we have that discussion.
Okay.
So, I mean, we'll bring it forward and happily have that discussion at the end of the evening.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner May. Commissioner Stroberger?
Nothing.
Commissioner Hofberger?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't have anything to add either. You're signed up to talk about what now?
About the items being added to the agenda, the topic of items being added to the agenda.
Did she sign up?
Kevin, too.
Okay, I'm sorry. I hadn't got the list yet, Mel. I apologize. I just.
Thank you.
hadn't got
I
it.
know
We
it's
normally don't
weird.
have someone speak on this item. so-
Of course, 10 years I've never seen it, and it's weird that I'm doing it, and it's weird that there's a reason for it. So, Melissa Pino, 413 Southeast Boblets. Chairman Kohler, when you became commissioner, you made a lot of promises, and you've delivered on a ton of them. And one of the things I think we saw today was the importance of you bringing back a cow. That was really good today, and I'll be coming back to advocate for all that money for the animal shelter, and I hope a lot of other people will be at another time. But one of the things that has not gotten straightened out yet is all of the last-minute agenda chaos, right? That we were going to get back to, you know, something's going to get a week before, that there was going to be some type of a deadline, and et cetera. But I don't know what all was going on this morning, but what I can read between the lines is that it got left off the agenda after a request to put it on the agenda. It is so easy once you learn the rules of the game in Escambia County and you're willing to play them to cut corners. Let the public hear if Commissioner May has made a negotiation and there's something that, you know, he wants to discuss, or if any one commissioner wants to do something, let there be a public airing. You guys have precious little meeting and time, and for the people that are really invested in Baptist, and there are a lot, they do want to see you guys put it to a vote, but I'd like to know what got negotiated, because I've been firmly against not one hot cent for this demo. Until now, I'm understanding there may have been a negotiation for some health care in that neighborhood that sorely needs it. So that's just all I wanted to say, is it's a thank you, but can you please continue to remember why you came and the things that you wanted to fix, because all of us who know how the game is played could get a whole lot more done if we were willing to cut corners, but there's got to be some people that aren't willing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mel. Okay, that was definitely something non-traditional. Do we have a motion to adopt the agenda tonight?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all right, and we're at Commissioners Forum, so I think Commissioner Berry, you're up.
You want to do a tally of the agenda?
Well, there was a motion and a second.
Oh, I'm sorry, motion and second, I'm sorry.
Vote.
Please vote. Sorry about that. Motion
worries.
passes 5-0. Got.
All right.
All right,
Thank you,
now
Mr.
we're going
Chairman.
to Commissioner
Yep.
Forum.
First, I want to send our thoughts and prayers out to the family of Jerry Etheridge. He's a friend my entire life, he and his family. Out to his surviving widow, Valerie, and their children, Brian, Brent, and Tamara. And all the grandchildren. He passed away a couple years ago, a roofing contractor from Cantonment in the Gonzales area for 50 years. I was very sad to hear that, as well as a friend of probably a number of ours on the board. Passed away suddenly a couple of weeks ago, Gary Watson. He was a realtor here for many decades, and I had just seen Gary less than a week or 10 days before he passed, and he seemed to be doing very well, and just passed away suddenly. Thoughts and prayers go out to his family. It's just tragic. I want to also congratulate University of West Florida football. College football started again, and they had a home game this past weekend and played very well. Beat another top 25 team, and excited about the Argo season. So hopefully maybe everybody can get out there, especially since we are equity partners in the project that's happening on campus now. So maybe everybody can get out there sometime and take part. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Berry. Commissioner May?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to congratulate Hassan on a great speech on Saturday. It was great to be there, and you have perfected the art of speaking because you were very short, and so I do appreciate it, but it was very effective and it was very passionate, and so it was just great to be there with Commissioner Kohler and Commissioner Strohberger. Hassan, you did a great job, so thank you, and Trina, for your leadership for our community. Certainly want to thank Michael Rose for his leadership in recognizing the increased violence that's happening in youth sports and making sure that people are out of all of our parks by dark. The unfortunate outcome of parents and non-parents that have caused a great commotion of violence through social media, that our parks are certainly unsafe for young children to participate in sports, whether it's baseball, whether it's football. It's unfortunate that the majority of the cost is law enforcement and security. So, Mike, thank you. I met with the league this week, and they've been informed, and I just hope you and your staff will monitor that to make sure that people are out of the parks by dark. Finally, Commissioner Berry. Like you, I'm an Argo from the beginning to the end, and it's great to welcome our interim president, Manny, that's here. Had the opportunity to speak with him and to look at the great things that are happening with UWF football. I'm very happy that I have two young men who played for me since they were Mighty Mites at the age of 5 who are now playing at UWF. And so we've contributed, and hopefully they've gotten the message that recruiting local is a benefit. And so we certainly appreciate that. But on a sadder note, I want to recognize a couple families. The last 2 weeks have been very difficult for me in terms of funerals and people that I respect and love. And Frank Kidd, who worked for this county for many years, was at his homegoing celebration this past Saturday, who worked in our road department and was a great public servant. And Cyrus Stanton, a young man who played for me, who lost his life at a very young age, and had the opportunity to be a part of the funeral of Truth for Youth. Pastor John Powell, just a great Pensacolian, a great Floridian, and a great advocate for children. Pastor John Powell of the Truth for Youth, and then Coach Wimp Lewis, the head basketball coach of Washington High School for many years, and head basketball coach at Ferry Pass Middle School, and a great basketball advocate to Wimp Lewis and to his family. And finally, this past week, we lost an international, not just a national in the United States, but across this world, a person who was in our presence that's been recognized by leaders across the world, Reverend H.K. Matthews, through Bloody Sunday, through the Edmund Pettus, through marches down Palafox, someone who marched that we might have majority districts. Reverend H.K. Matthews, we laid him to rest this past Thursday and this past Friday, and so to his family, Nelson Bennett, and all of those, our prayers and condolences continue to go out to the family of the late, great Reverend H.K. Matthews. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner May. Commissioner Stroberger?
Evening, everybody. I want to also thank Hassan for his service to the community. There's a lot more to come from Hassan, let's just put it that way. But I went to the community gala with some my fellow commissioners, and I enjoyed myself. Surprisingly, I enjoy myself when I go out. Yeah,
I had a blast.
But we did have a really good time. Hassan's video got cut short, but you can watch it in full, and we'll make sure everyone gets to see it. You can go to my Facebook page. We'll post it there so everyone can take a look at it. Walton and Santa Rosa County both had Lincoln Day dinners. I think they were Lincoln Day dinners, even though it's a little past Lincoln Day. Those were good. I enjoyed those. I've been there with a couple of commissioners too. I didn't thank Tony Tampery for taking me around Perdido Key, showing me some of the issues, things that he thought were important for me to know about, showing me what a good roundabout looks like, and some other things. We talked about traffic and Galvez Landing. So I want to thank Tony for doing that with me. Well, one other thing I want to talk, well, there's actually a couple more things. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of emails, and a lot of phone calls coming to our office about property taxes. We got the Children's Trust. They want a bigger cut of the pie. School board tax is going up. We got the fire MSBU, which is about $101, I think, per household more. The millage rate remains the same, but of course, property values are going up, so it's a tax increase. And the state legislature has been busy. They've been proposing eliminating property taxes. I think that's a bad idea. Tourism will suffer. Hotel stays will go up, the price of it. Restaurant bills will be higher. Everything that tourists do will cost more when they come to the Gulf Coast. In Orange Beach, they come to shop in Escambia because our property tax is lower. They'll stop doing that. I think by eliminating the property tax, they're proposing somewhere, what I've seen is estimates between 11 and 15% sales tax to replace the property tax. And that's why hotel stays and everything's going to go up. And Baldwin County will be less than us. I think we, somewhere in the neighborhood, I talked with Bubba a few weeks ago about this, Bubba Peters. And he was doing some quick math in his head while I was driving home and he was driving home. And he said it was somewhere in the neighborhood of $254 million is what we get in property tax. And that amounts to about $20 billion statewide if you include all the other taxes that come out of to the property appraiser's office, or the tax collector, I mean. It's about 45 million. That includes school board and stuff like that. But our budget comes out of that. About a third of our budget comes out of that property tax, which is about $254 million. That's what we would have to replace. Our local services depend on property taxes. They are law enforcement, fire rescue, EMS, schools, parks, roads, of course. And Escambia, like I said, gets about a third of its budget from that. Stability, I think, is important. This is why I'm so against eliminating them, is property taxes stable even during recessions? It's much more stable than sales tax it would be. When sales tax and fees drop, they drop when the economy slows, which would hurt our ability to keep deputies on the streets and fire stations open. I think they're doing a study to try to figure out if they can carve something out for public safety, but we do everything. I feel like everything we do here in Escambia is public safety. It's roads. It's all the other things we talked about. It's the correctional facility that we have. Like I said, they're going to have to raise the property tax or the sales tax to replace that. It's not stable. I think it's just a political stunt. And the bottom line is, it's the ultimate way to defund the police if there's no carve-out for public safety and fire and EMS. And it's a political stunt, no serious replacement plan yet. And it's a power grab. It gives control to Tallahassee, so they'll launder our money and we'll see what we get back. And then we have to figure out how to make this work. So I think a responsible alternative is to adjust the millage rate to provide some relief. And I'm also in favor of putting the Children's Trust back on the ballot next year to see if we really want that. But I just think that we need to be more thoughtful about how we do this. It just sounds like foolishness to me. And like I said, it's a political stunt. Everyone's trying to out-Trump Trump or something, I guess. Because everything is we're not going to tax anything these days, it sounds like. But we do need to have property tax, but it needs to be reasonable. It needs to be reasonable. I know that we haven't had a rollback in a while, and we might have to think about that. We might have to think about that. The last thing I have is I want to say a couple happy birthdays. The Stroberger family welcomed a new baby boy to our family. His name is Jack Stroberger on August 27th. Today is my granddaughter's birthday. She's 7, Ivy. Happy birthday to Ivy. And the final happy birthday is to Commissioner Hoffberger. Happy birthday. Yeah.
You want to give a speech? Or no?
I am not going to get a speech, nor am I going to wear the tiara that Melanie got me. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that.
I feel bad I didn't get you a cupcake.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you. Or a shirt. Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for being here tonight. As we close out summer, I want to take time to celebrate all the amazing things that have happened in our community this season. Dave Merzen was hired as the town administrator for the town of Century, which is a huge win for the north end of our community. In August, we added 12 new correction officers to provide better service and more oversight at our jail. And we had an epic economic impact from Blue Angels Weekend, infusing our community with over $31 million in money. We also filled open positions within EMS with an all-time low for open positions. And that's a lot of wonderful things in just a short period of time. There's also some items on tonight's agenda that I look forward to celebrating. We are voting to spend $500,000 to improve stormwater infrastructure. We are approving upgrades on our 911 system. A very special thank you to Ms. Edith Fox for her donation to the animal shelter that we will be voting to approve tonight. And we will vote to accept the deed to the Myrtle Grove Volunteer Fire Station, which will allow us to put a new and upgraded facility in that area to better serve our community. And we're voting to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on sidewalks for our community to make them more walkable and safer for everyone. With all that, we still have 4 months left in the year, and I would like to set the goals of continuing to improve public safety, providing more automation to improve efficiency, and more transparency on how your dollars are spent. So thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for your participation in our meeting, and I look forward to a lively and collaborative meeting with everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffberger. Couple things, I'll start with what Commissioner Stroberger talked about, property tax. I'm on the committee for the Florida Associations of Counties. It's not an elimination, it's a transfer tax. So we need to realize that it'll be a transfer tax, it's not going to be eliminated, and it will go against what most Republicans support with home rule. And so I don't think there's one county in the state of Florida that is in support of this at this point. But what I'd like to share with you, the Florida Association of Counties have put together some very good documents on their website where you can look at the millage throughout every single county in the state. One of ours is, Escambia is one of the lowest in the state. I know we feel like it's too high, but it's one of the lowest millages in the state. And so we're going to have to look at, and I hear what Commissioner Stroberger, we need to look at it because I hear the pain from the citizens too. They're feeling it from the school board, from ECUA, from the gas company, from the MSBU. It's a lot. It's a lot for people that are on fixed incomes. And so we need to look at ways that we can make sure that we use every dollar we get from you all responsibly, and I'm committed to that. I know two of the commissioners already talked about Hassan, but I just want to highlight something. Hassan got an award for all the great things he does with his Youth Left Behind. But if you don't know the man's story, it's an inspirational story that shows the difference in a person's life that can be changed and how humble. And Hassan, you've just been, you motivate me with your speaking, but also your life story. I think your life story with what is more impressive than all the other things you've done to recover from what you've been through and what you do for children. I've been with you in several different places doing backpacks and hot dogs, and I love doing that with you, man. And we've been in some rough places, but I know his heart's right. And so I just want to say thank you very much for that. Max Rogers, last Thursday we had our second meeting on South Navy Boulevard, and that went great. We had about 60 people there. I was out of town, but Dorothy represented. Was a good meeting from when I was debriefed. But what I would like to share with you is we're losing Max Rogers, and for the people that are in the CRAs, he's been a huge asset to all the CRAs in the neighborhood services community. And I just want to thank him for all the work he's done in the CRAs and for the county. Is Max here? He may not be here tonight, but I know he's only got a few more days with us, but I want to thank you, Max, for your service to us. And then, of course, happy birthday again. All right, that's all I have, and push on.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
I forgot something that was very important, and certainly to comment, because you and Commissioner Stroberger said it. What I do value, and you say Republican, and I'm a Democrat, and a proud Democrat, but since we've been on this board, we've never increased the millage. Quite frankly, we've rolled back the millage since Commissioner Berry and I have been there, and although we saw the escalation of property value, we have rolled back the millage rate. And Commissioner Stroberger, you said, obviously we got to be prepared for what we know is going to happen in Tallahassee. We've not had our final budget hearings. I'd be interested in whatever you brought, because I'm supportive of rolling back millage rates. And so if you brought something before the final budget and we don't get a chance to talk, it'd be something that I probably could find myself supportive of. If you brought that forward. But, Mr. Chairman, I did forget, and I should not have forgotten, that after 100 years, the most historic neighborhood in Pensacola, Brownsville, opened up a library. I want to thank Rob Hogan, Ms. Revere, Certainly, I want to thank Todd Humbles, although he's no longer with us, because he put his blood, sweat. I want to thank Clara Long for making it a campus. And so there were a lot of people, and there were a lot of people honored. Hollis T. Williams, the first African-American city councilman, Mr. Joel Knight from the Ebenwood neighborhood, Elmer Jenkins, the first African-American school board member, Alice Williams, First Library Georgia Blackman, my father, who I will always recognize, Theopolis May, and B.J. Brooks, Cecil Hanna, who's a Cecil Hanna Pool, is named after, and to all of our staff, from the top to the bottom. Many people said that it couldn't be done. Sheriff Chip Simmons hosted a roundtable and said, how can we transform and eliminate crime in Brownsville? And I said, we cannot do it with law enforcement. We can't do it with arresting people. We can do it by investing in human capital. So to our staff, Clara Long, to our library staff, Ms. Rivera, they have invested. I appreciate you being there, Mr. Stroberger. I appreciate you being there. That was historic for what has happened to a old Masonic lodge. That quite frankly, the recipients or the users who will be going there probably were not welcome there 30, 40, 50 years ago, but today the windows have been open, the doors have been open, and it's something that your constituents can enjoy and my constituents can enjoy. So we appreciate the staff and all those who showed up. And Wes Marino, thank you for your leadership. Would not have happened, Wes, had we not had your leadership as the administrator. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Mann, I love all those elephants you put everywhere, man. They're beautiful, you know.
But you like that I put them in blue shirts, right? Yeah. There's a reason why you wore that blue shirt tonight. You're probably going to convert over before it's over.
Actually, it's a really beautiful library, it really is. All right, folks. Do I have a motion to adopt and ratify the proclamation?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second? Second. Please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Kristen Riviera, can you come on up and give Paul Hammond an award for Employee of the Month, right?
Whereas Escambia County has established an Employee of the Month program to recognize one employee to represent various departments. And whereas Paula Hammond, STEAM instructor of the Library Services Department, began her employment with the county on October the 1st, 2013, and is selected as Employee of the Month for September 2025 for the standards of excellence she displays in the performance of her duties. And whereas in her role as a STEAM instructor, she develops public programs for the Century and Molino libraries geared towards science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. The tie-dye program has been hailed as the most popular program, and whereas Paula has led local outreach efforts for the Head Start Center, curating books for teachers to share with their students, and the Senior Care Center, developing interactive crafts. And whereas her greatest strength has been her ability to serve in both supervisory and non-supervisory capacities for almost 14 years, including serving as the acting branch manager at the Century Library. And whereas Paula is beloved by library patrons and her coworkers, people in Century think about Paula when they think about the Century Library. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Escambia County, Florida, hereby commends and congratulates Ms. Paula Hammond in her selection as Employee of the Month for September 2025. Board of County Commissioners, Escambia County, Florida. Michael Kohler, Chair, District 2. Ashley Hoffberger, Vice Chair, District 4. Steve Stroberger, District 1. Newman May, District 3. And Stephen Berry, District 5. Congratulations, Ms. Paula. Thank you. Did you want to say something? Do you may?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you. I would just like to say thank you to everyone. It's truly a joy working with the library system. I love all the people there and all the patrons in Century. Century is home, it always has been. And I look forward to what the future holds. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Mike, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Paula.
Go ahead.
Paula, I just want to say congratulations and thank you for what you do in Century. I don't know that we've interacted a whole lot, but I have with your family. Y'all have a big family in Century, and over the last 20 years, I have interacted with a lot of the family. And thank you. And I'm excited for you to be able to work with my friends Ben Boutwell and Dave Merzen up there. I think that they're very excited, and they're excited about the county asset being the library in the town limits right there by City Hall. And we are in the Molino Library every couple of weeks, and I see the product, and I've heard the staff talk about the programs that you put on in the evenings, and we're normally Saturday daytime visitors. We don't get out in the evening very often, but I know you get a lot of participation from the community, and I appreciate that. That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Berry, and thank you, Commissioner Hoffberger. Will you meet Dr. Ogleski at the podium? How you doing, Doc, and your staff, whoever's going to be with you? Oh, wow.
Whereas the practice of forensic science is a vital public service that plays a critical role in the investigation of the crimes, the exoneration of the innocent, and the administration of justice. And whereas forensic science professionals, including those working in the medical examiner's office, provide essential expertise in postmortem examinations, forensic pathology, toxology, and anthropology, and other specialized disciplines that contribute to public health and safety. And whereas the dedicated employees of the District 1 Medical Examiner's Office work tirelessly, often under difficult and emotional challenging conditions, to ensure the accurate, timely, and compassionate investigation of deaths occurring under unusual, suspicious, or violent circumstances. And whereas their commitment to scientific integrity, objectivity, and excellence helps support law enforcement agencies, the legal system, and the grieving families while upholding the highest standards of professionalism. And whereas the National Forensic Science Week observation from September 14th through September 20th, 2025 provides an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the contributions of forensic science practitioners and to raise public awareness about the importance of their work. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Escambia County, Florida, hereby declare the week of September 14th through September 20th, 2025 as National Forensic Science Week. Signed, the Board of County Commissioners, Escambia County, Florida. Chairman, Commissioner Mike Kohler. Vice Chair, Ashley Hoffberger. Commissioner Stephen Stroberger. Commissioner Lumen May. And Commissioner Stephen Berry. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Everybody smush it.
All right, Savannah, you're smaller. Come here. Jade, you too.
Yeah, if you're under 5 foot, get in front of somebody.
Yeah. There you are.
Perfect. Are we good?
All right. 1, 2, 3. Don't move.
It's growing.
Thank you. You know me.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Dr. Ogleski, or did you want to say anything, or anyone on the staff?
We really appreciate the recognition. Most often, the medical examiner's office is forgotten, and we don't do this to be recognized, obviously. But we're excited that y'all have honored such incredible people that work so hard for the people of Escambia County and District 1. And we're really excited to say that we're going to have the statewide Florida Association of Medical Examiners Conference in the Panhandle for the first time in over 25 years next week in Fort
awesome.
Walton Beach.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you. Congratulations, y'all do a lot of great work. If I could have Haley Brown and the Raleigh kids meet me at the podium. Okay, well, congratulations. Thank you. This is a nice proclamation, serious issue, though. Whereas children are Escambia County's most valuable resource and their health is crucial to our county's economic development, continued success, and well-being as a whole. Whereas the Northwest Florida reports an average of 50 local children are newly diagnosed with cancer each year. Whereas cancer is the #1 disease killer of children in the United States, yet childhood cancer research is severely underfunded, where less than 10% of the National Institute of Health allocates cancer research funding to children. And whereas research in the field of childhood cancer will allow for better treatment options, safe, quality therapies, and ultimately a cure for the deadly disease. And whereas Raleigh Foundation for Childhood Cancer Research has provided a valuable resource to children and families who are afflicted with a horrendous disease. Now therefore be it resolved that Escambia County does hereby recognize the month of September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month and encourages others to participate in efforts throughout the year to raise awareness and funding for childhood cancer research in Raleigh Gulf Coast while supporting families who face devastating effects and costs. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread upon the minutes of the regular meeting board and that a copy be tendered to the Raleigh Gulf Coast. Board of County Commissioners, Escambia County, Florida. Michael S. Kohler, Chair, District 2. Ashley Hoffberger, Vice Chair, District 4. Steve Stroberger, District 1. Lumen May, District 3. And Stephen Berry, District 5. Congratulations. Thank you for what you do. Very awesome.
I do have a
Oh,
little
yeah,
thank
go,
you
yeah,
as
please,
well.
go ahead. It's your-
So my name is Haley Brown, and I'm the Rally Kid and Program Manager for Raleigh Gulf Coast. I want to say a huge thank you to the Escambia County Board of Commissioners, not only for the recognition tonight, but also Lumen May, who also hosts our largest fundraising event at Brownsville Community Center in the spring. This past year, we raised almost $900,000 here in the Pensacola community for critical childhood cancer research. 93 cents of every single dollar raised for Raleigh Foundation goes directly towards supporting the mission of funding the critical research that's needed for these kids. And for those of you that don't know, 47 kids in America every single day will be diagnosed with cancer. And like Mr. Kohler said, less than 10% of federal cancer research funding is directed towards children, and they have different cancers than adults do, but they're receiving the same treatment options that are outdated by 30, 40 plus years. And so this recognition means the world to us, and throughout the month of September, we have many events within the community and the Panhandle. With this coming Monday, we have a candlelight vigil at 6:30 p.m. held right outside of the Studer Family Children's Hospital. And that candlelight vigil is honoring those that have lost their battle, that are currently fighting, and that are also beating childhood cancer. So thank you again, and we appreciate all that you do for our community and for Raleigh Gulf Coast. Thank you.
EMS board staff, who's all coming up? All right, come on, y'all. All right, I'll go ahead and read this and then we'll take a photo. All right, folks, whereas the State CORE program, or Coordinated Opioid Recovery Effort Program, expanded to Escambia County in 2020 to help combat the opioid crisis by providing comprehensive care to individuals battling opioid addiction. And whereas the CORE program is facilitated by Escambia County Emergency Medical Service with first CORE patients accepted in February 23, and whereas the CORE program combines EMS response with community resources, including addiction counseling, mental health support, recovery services, to give patients the tools and services they need to overcome addiction. And whereas since the very first core patient, the Escambia County EMS core team has remained dedicated to providing personalized, non-judgmental support to individuals struggling with opioid addiction, working countless hours to ensure no one in need of support is left behind. And whereas the EMS core program was demonstrated measurable success in integrity recovery, specialists into EMS response, rapidly connecting individuals to treatment and improving outcomes. And whereas in 2022, Escambia County led the state in per capita in opioid overdose deaths with 62.3 per 100,000. That's terrible. And alarming statistics that promotes Escambia County to join the state core rollout. And whereas opioid overdose deaths in Escambia County were reduced to 47 per 100,000 in 2023, with recent EMS data showing a continued downward trend of 30 overdose deaths per 100,000 in 2024, and 21 overdose deaths per 100,000 in 2025, further demonstrating the incredible success of the core program. Whereas the Escambia County core program has now successfully assisted more than 400 patients, marking a major milestone in the program mission to break the cycle of addiction and offer a pathway to recovery. And whereas the Escambia County core program remains committed to continuing its growth to meet the evolving needs of the community, now therefore it be claimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Escambia County, Florida is proud to recognize the Escambia County EMS core program for reaching the 400 patient count milestone. And we commend the dedicated team members who provide compassionate care for the brave core patients who are seeking to break the cycle of addiction in our community. Board of County Commissioners, Escambia County, Florida, Michael S. Kohler, Chair, District 2, Ashley Hoffberger, Vice Chair, District 4, Steve Stroberger, District 1, Lumen May, District 3, and Steve Berry, District 5. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I was with a lady the other night at Mayfair that was doing some training with you. She's not here tonight, but she was out there. I was out there. Yeah. All right, no free Narcan?
We always
No,
have
yeah.
that. We always have that.
We can run to the truck.
Yeah, do you want to say something?
We have plenty, yeah, absolutely. It's been the honor of my life to help lead this team who has taken this mission personal, hit the streets, and saved countless lives. It is my true honor to recognize them tonight. I'm just a conduit for the work that they do, day in and day out. And it's even more proud moment for me because even with us, we have someone who is now 2 years sober, who has continued that path to help others break that cycle of addiction and help make sure that people can reclaim their lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, board, we're at written communication on 8-1, and I've got two speakers. Is Kervonda Mars here? Are you in the audience? How about Ricardo Mars? Is Ricardo Mars in the audience? Where are you? Oh, okay, come on up. Well, Kervonda, you can go first, and then Ricardo can go after you. Or whatever, if you want him to go first, I don't care. Okay, well, come on.
I've never done this before, so I'm a little nervous being up here, but I'm just going to read our letter. This is concerning 603 Edison Drive. Me and my husband purchased the property at 603 Edison Drive on March 10th, 25, unaware of the liens fees attached to the property. We are requesting a release of lien to move forward with a potential sale of the property to Pensacola Habitat for Humanity so they can provide affordable housing in improved neighborhoods through their home buying process. We are currently under contract with Habitat for Humanity and delighted to sell the property to benefit not only the family acquiring but also our community and the city of Pensacola. From information gathered by the title company, the lien was originally placed in 2009 and filed with the county in 2012. We are not investors requesting a lien release for our own wealth and greed. We are a working class couple wanting to give back to our community so we can continue to revamp, rehash old homes in our area so low-income families can have a place to call home. Additionally, this just had to do with some other things that we had to comply with prior to, and we've done everything that we had to do with our other properties as well, which wasn't nothing serious. We didn't have any violations or anything, but it was a request that we made sure that all of our other properties were maintained. But the lien is, the total from the information that I have, 6,000 of it is interest from the county, and the other 6,000 is, I have all my stuff here. Yeah, the other 6,000 and change is for the demolition costs back in 2009. There's been many parties involved prior to us receiving the property. My husband was doing a friend a favor when we purchased it, and he never told us about the liens. And normally we don't do anything like that without doing a title search prior. But we were trusting someone and thought that everything was good with the property.
Okay. Do we, Madam Attorney, we talked yesterday. Do you have any additional information?
Based on my research, and I don't see Mr. Day sitting over there, but based on our research, number one, the property 603 Edison Drive has a tax certificate outstanding on it, which to me is problematic. That's obviously a board decision, but there appears to be a tax certificate that's issued for that property. In addition, this couple appears to have approximately 10 other pieces of real estate in Escambia County, and at least 2 other properties also have outstanding tax certificates.
They're all paid. The one on this one is in someone else, in the guy's name prior. So that was part of when we had talked to Mr. Kane about the sale with Habitat. I mean, I was just listening to him advise me to not worry about it for now because they would just take it out the proceeds. But all of ours are paid, and I can show you receipts.
The tax collector's website as of this afternoon did still show that 603 Edison Drive does still have an outstanding tax certificate that's issued.
Right.
There is $6,600 worth of hard costs because
Yeah.
there was a county abatement. And in fairness, these folks were not the owner violators, but there is still an outstanding hard cost of $6,600. There is also $6,652.08 by our calculations of interest that has accumulated on that. So it is board
So with
discretion,
the-
but generally with an outstanding tax certificate, I would say it's premature.
Commissioner
Allison,
Berry, you have a,
I just had a note. Is it not 60/50 when you half the court cost? Or is it
But it's
60?
yeah, she said it wrong. It's 60/50.
Well, okay, the 60/50 is the abatement.
But it was also
Okay.
$550 for court
Right,
costs,
that's-
so
6,050 is the
$6,600.
abatement and the court cost.
Okay, my notes had the abatement at 5,550. Okay, the abatement was 60/50? Okay, all right.
So I have a, so, and I don't know this. Have we ever done this before? Now, you could prove that the taxes are paid?
Yeah, ours are. All of ours are. Only
Can someone-
one is Edison.
Can you grab that
Can
or
I?
something?
Edison is, I think, still. with an
Edison
out-
is in Mr. Walker's name, so it's not even attached to us yet, but, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but this is the last 2 that we needed to take care of, and they're paid. So all of ours, if you look on the property tax, you can see that all of ours are paid now.
So what relief are you requesting?
The release of the lien itself, it's a $12,000
Yeah, we
lien on the
can't.
property.
So you're saying the abatement costs, explain the abatement costs again?
What's the abatement cost? I don't even know.
So the cost of,
The abatement was $66,050, and there was a $550 court cost. There were no fines. But interest has accumulated on the unpaid abatement in the amount of $6,652.08. Their request is for all of it to be forgiven in order for there to be a transaction to Habitat. That's
Did you
their
pay this
request.
today?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
how much did she pay today?
Oh, they
That-
paid
that
it
was only-
today.
It was only.
Well, how much did she pay today?
1650 in taxes. So my recommendation on this would be,
Can
since you did,
Go ahead.
would to pay the court costs and abatement and the interest accrued
So what was the abatement?
They, from my understanding, I have all the paperwork here, but
And it's your district, Mike. So what was the abatement? Chips, can someone tell me what the abatement is? So they demoed your house.
6,000 was the
yeah, we,
demolition, and then the other 6,000 is for the
Interest.
interest.
I think we should do what we normally.
Yeah, I mean, if they abated it, it's gonna be a challenge to, not charge the abatement if that's what, they tore it down and it cost $6,000.
Yeah,
Y'all could-
we didn't know.
Yeah, if we had known that
We
it
didn't
had
know.
a $12,000 lien, I mean,
We didn't know anything about it, so
You didn't know that it was being,
we just purchased it in March of '25.
oh.
So this
you're-
been going on for years, and I have like all the, like, this is like all
They have a
the
quick claim deed in here.
stuff pertaining to.
Which happens at tax deed sales and all that. I mean,
So,
that's all we should, I mean, we had this conversation at the last meeting, and we got to properly educate people because they are stuck in a tough situation that they bought something, and I concur that we probably can't waive the abatement, but we got to educate people more. Now, if they go to a tax certificate sale, it says buyer beware, I mean, in red writing, but most people don't read it.
Well,
So-
I think we should, my recommendation to the board would be that we do what we normally do. We split the difference because the taxpayers did have to abate the property, so it's not fair that they should be on the hook for that. And the court costs. So
Because you bought, excuse me, Mike, so you bought it after the abatement. You quit claimed
It's
it.
been since 2009, from my understanding. We just purchased it.
yeah, we just purchased it.
Oh, y'all didn't do a warranty deed, y'all.
Yeah, we didn't know.
Did all
And,
the rest of them, but
and we were approached by Habitat. We didn't have any for sale out there or anything. I mean, we purchased it. My husband, he does it all the time, just looking for stuff and helping somebody out, so.
So, and probably, I mean, here's the reality, because obviously, I know the great work y'all do in the community. I would love to help you. But there's probably, I would have to support the chairman, there's probably no way that you can waive the abatement costs with precedent.
we're here to just ask what you all can do.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
I think we're going to give you
I think
more than half.
what he's doing is fair. I think that if y'all will listen to his motion, it will be fair. Yeah.
Thank you, Lou.
So normally the board has to recover the hard costs. It doesn't, I don't think we ever have gotten rid of that. So if someone would make the motion for the abatement and the court cost, I'm fine with it.
I would do that, Mr. Chairman. I'd move that we waive the court cost and abatement costs. I mean, not the abate.
No, we
No,
keep
not
those.
waiving it.
We would waive
The interest.
The interest, okay.
You would still collect the $550 in court costs and the $6,050 in abatement for $6,600. But there's $6,652.08 in interest that's accumulated. That would be waived in exchange for the release.
So we would waive $6,652.
That's
And
correct.
8 cents.
That's correct.
Is that what you want, Mike?
Yeah, and then we just do the abatement court cost, which is
Okay.
$6,050.
I'd move that, Mr. Chairman, that we waive the $6,652.08 and collect the court costs and abatement costs.
Is there a second?
Totaling 6,600, I second that.
Okay, please vote. Motion passes 5-0. It's not the perfect situation, but it's better than nothing. I'm sorry you got in this situation,
That was
but.
good, thank you so
All
much.
We
right,
appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, do you want the receipt back, or do you want me to keep it? Okay, did the clerk's office receive the proof of publication for public hearings on the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, the clerk's office has received all proofs.
Okay.
Move to waive the reading.
Thank you. Okay, please vote. Motion passes 5-0. We're at public hearing 5.34, and I got two speakers. Kevin Wade, you're up. This is Warrington redevelopment, 534. You guys signed up for the, this is the Warrington, we're bringing it back. It was an administrative. Are you guys going to speak or no?
Yeah, we're just waving in support on the other one for you, on the Myrtle Grove. I got them screwed up. So, yes, thank you, Melissa Pino, 413 Southeast Boblets. I just am really using this item to thank Max. Thank you, Max. Is he here? Or he's
so.
okay? So, but he'll be watching, and I don't think people understand really how much. A lot of people understand how much work he did on getting our CRA re-upped. in Warrington, and the mess that we would have been left with in Navy Point, I don't even know legally how it all would have gotten straightened out because of FPL not allowing us to pay forward on, the lights that we got through the TIF. So he was just so great. I can't ever remember a time that I called Max that he didn't pick up or call me back. And I know that's nothing special. That's just the way he operated. So wish him well over there, but wish he wasn't leaving. Thanks.
I agree. Kevin, you want to make a comment?
I've heard Max speak for many, many hours, and always amazing information, and the depth that he knew about and knows about the CRAs, and I'm hoping that Santa Rosa bungles it and lets him go soon so that he can come back, honestly. But maybe it's better pastures. And hopefully all your appointments are voting yeses on these sort of things, please. If your appointments are not voting for CRAs, run on that.
Thank you, Kevin. There's no further speakers, board, so do we have a motion to move?
So moved.
Second. Okay, please vote. Motion passes 5-0. We're at the clerk and comptroller's report.
Yes, sir, in quick fashion. We have 3 items on the consent agenda. It will be the June investment report as well as the July, just timing of meetings, 2 months there, and minutes from reports. Thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion to move the clerk and?
Move the clerk's report. Second.
Please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Horace, we're up on GMR.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just before you do the growth management, I had a young intern, a young lady who wanted to learn civics government, and to our open forum, I did not recognize her. You know her because her dad is Pastor Marcel Davis. Carice Davis is here, and Carice, thank you for coming to learn more about government. I know you're here with your dad, so we really appreciate you and your father being here. So I thought, I think they're in the back. Carice, stand up real quick so we can see you. Is she still here? She walked out. Oh, okay. I missed her. All right. Well, she walked out. Thanks, Haley. Well, she's not here. I missed her.
Well, it was a good try. Thanks. All right, we're at GMR. GMR 11, Horace, we have 2 speakers. Would you like to have them come before we go?
Yes, so let me just identify for the record, please.
Okay.
We have rezoning case Z 2025-05 from commercial zoning, from high-density mixed-use zoning, and heavy commercial light industrial zoning to a zoning category, one zoning category of commercial. The planning board made a recommendation for approval.
Okay, thank you, Horace. Chris Kirby, our first speaker. Is Chris still here? And then Laura Mitchell, you're after Chris.
I'm just going to kind of repeat what I said at the rezoning meeting. And it's kind of continuation of what I said at public forum. But your rezoning criteria, E, it says you're appropriate with changed or changing conditions. Keep reading. It says the changes are to such a degree and character that it is in the public interest to allow new uses, density, or intensity in an area through rezoning. Well, flooding is not in the public's best interest. And it doesn't matter which rezoning you're doing if you're increasing your density. And you're using archived rainfall data that DOT has marked do not use for design, you're not meeting your own code requirements that says you're satisfying a 100-year storm as specified in the code. Legally, you can't claim act of God or, in legal terms, force majeure because you're using data that has been marked by DOT and it says do not use in design. That's a lawsuit waiting to happen. This area on 9 Mile Road with the rezoning, it drains to the Holsbury area, Sprague area. In April 2014, I believe there were about 35 to 40 homes that flooded in that area. I think they flooded again in Hurricane Sally. You got the Chandler Drainage Project that's in that area too. All this site drains over to that area where you already have existing flooding. And you're using data that is not up to par. That's not in the public's best interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Laura Mitchell, are you there? Oh, hi, Laura.
As I said, the reason I'm here tonight is I was the only one that showed up for the planning and zoning meeting that was held on August 5th. I am here to reiterate the flooding area that we are having on Holsbury Lane. And I have been there on that corner for 36 years, and I've seen it. I cannot go home by Holsbury if we have a large rain. If I do, we have to we have to stop and let the other person come down the middle, because you cannot go. Two cars cannot pass when it is flooded, when we have heavy rains. You just cannot do it. I have to go all the way around, which is fine. But the thing about it is, and I am talking about north of, between 9 Mile Road going north, and it's about halfway down. They have put in 2 new developments there. I know I missed the one where they were trying to put homing development there, and we fought that one. But there wasn't a lot of people that could show up because they couldn't get here or to the meetings in time because they have to work. And my biggest issue is I'm not against what they're wanting to do with that. I am more concerned about the traffic that is going to create on that small little road. Y'all, there are trees that coming down there, and God knows I don't want the trees cut down. You cannot, 2 people, a dump truck and another truck cannot pass. They have to wait. It is that narrow because it is so flooded on that area. The 2 subdivisions that were there, I watched them being done because I go by that place every day. And the holding pond collapsed twice on where they put in the new homes. On the other side, they couldn't even build. They had to stop because the foundation was constantly being depleted by the water. I'm just concerned for the traffic that this is going to create by that another entrance through there. And we're having so many wrecks there on 9 Mile Road. So, and that is a very, very small area. I'll plead my case. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Board, there's no further speakers on GMR 1-1. Is there a second?
Second, move to approve
Approve, please vote.
Yep.
Motion passes
Thank you.
5-0. Okay, Horsford, number 2. 545.
The 545 is amending the official zoning map for the previous case.
So moved.
Please vote. Motion passes 5-0.
And, Mr. Chairman, just before we move on too far, the rezoning that we approved is related to improvements and an expansion of the campus for Gulf Winds Federal Credit Union. And, I think it's a very good thing. There's going to be, they're going to kind of reformat the way their campus is. It's, increase brick and mortar. I mean, credit unions don't pay income tax, but they do pay property tax. And that's a good thing. One thing that I think that they also did, this is, has been an ongoing process. Their board, has had to work through this large of a capital expansion, those kind of things. They also made the decision to buy. There was a 7-acre parcel that's just north of Gulf Winds on the west side of Kimstrand, and on the Gulf Wind side. And there was a 7-acre parcel that was zoned and permitted for apartment complex. That was, it was for sale for a number of years for apartments, and it was fully permitted. It would have taken no action by the board to end up with a multi-hundred unit apartment complex on that 7 acres. Gulf Winds purchased that. They paid multifamily price per acre for it, but they purchased it, and it's not part of the redevelopment program. It's just kind of as a buffer to the community. So while, I do understand the concerns, I think in this instance, Gulf Winds is being a good community partner, and, I'm excited about the expansion of the campus there. But it also, they're currently leasing some space across the street in what we refer to as the old Kmart shopping center, which they'll be having to vacate shortly for, the Costco development that, I think everyone is very excited about. So this is also tied to that redevelopment. Thank you.
The old blue light special.
I remember those. I'm old enough for that.
That was one of my
And
playgrounds as a
and
kid,
I could
Kmart.
almost ride my bike to that Kmart, so.
Yes, sir.
All right, Horace, we're at 1.3. We do have two speakers, but
Yes,
go ahead.
sir. The next item for identification is rezoning case Z 2025-06 from commercial to, from low-density mixed use to commercial. The planning board made a recommendation for approval.
Okay, Chris Kerb, you're up, and then Alessandra Palmer, I think, also after you, if she's in the audience.
This is about the same thing. Matter of fact, Pop's Attic, which is where the site's located, I believe I reviewed the stormwater for that in 1996. Of course, it was, back then we used a 25-year design storm, which is a 4% chance of flooding and having a rainfall intensity of certain magnitude, intensity, or duration. This site is located in the 8 Mile Creek Basin. County spent millions of dollars in the 8 Mile Creek Basin starting in 1994 when they did a basin study. I believe 8 Mile Creek Basin has probably been, more projects have come out of that basin study than any other basin study. Goes back to the same thing. You're using archived rainfall data, and you're allowing engineers to design stormwater systems that doesn't include the last 45 years of rainfall, statistical rainfall data. That is a losing lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Alessandra Palmer, are you in the audience? Okay, come on up, ma'am. Okay.
Good evening, Alessandria Palmer with Kimley Horn. I'm here on behalf of the property owner just to answer any questions if there were to be any this evening.
I don't see anyone on the board, so board, that concludes all of our speakers for 1-3.
Mr. Chairman, I move the item in the affirmative to approve the planning board recommendation.
Okay, all right, there's a motion, a second, please vote. Okay, motion passes 5-0, thank you. Okay, Horace, we're up to 4 and 5, and we have no speakers.
Yes, the next item is 546. It's the adoption of the official zoning map.
Move the 546.
Please vote. Motion passes 5-0.
Then we have a 547, cancellation of the public hearing concerning review and adopt the Murder Grove redevelopment plan. This is for a cancellation.
Yeah, I know what we're doing here. I talked to Wes. There's no speakers. I know this is moving forward, so
Yes,
I'm fine with this.
Move to approve the cancellation.
Okay, please vote. Motion passes 5-0. All right.
Then we do have our consent agenda.
There's no speakers.
Move the consent agenda.
Okay, please vote. Or is there a second? Second. Please vote. Okay, motion passes 5-0. All right, County Administrator, we're at the car.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are 25 items on the technical public service consent agenda. There are no changes. Please hold item 1-2, 1-3, 1-15, and 1-21 for speakers.
Okay. All right, our first speaker is Robin May. Oh, can we move the balance?
Move the balance.
Sorry. Is there a second? Okay, please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Okay. Now we're at car 1-2. Robin May, you're up. Oh, You're already here.
Okay. Hi, I'm Robin May. I'm a member of St. Christopher's Episcopal Church and a member of Just Pensacola. And I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of Just Pensacola, which is a faith-based advocacy group with 17 different congregations from all over Escambia County. Just Pensacola is here today to support the Board of County Commissioners' efforts to vote for 2025-1460, the resolution for inventory list of county-owned real estate properties appropriate for affordable housing. Also, we're here to applaud Commissioner Stroberger, Commissioner Kohler, and Commissioner May, who met with us earlier in this year as we were working on our issues to be presented at our Nehemiah Action. We held that meeting in May, and there were over 715 members of our community there in support of affordable housing. We're aware that at least 23,000 people in Escambia County cannot find a place to live under 30% of their income. So we know that everybody knows that this is a big problem in our community. We want to thank all of our commissioners for all of the efforts that you guys have done to obtain affordable housing in our community. And we especially want to remind Commissioner Stroberger and Kohler that those 715 people heard you agree to help us by identifying appropriate parcels of land that can, land that the county owns that can be given to the Northwest Community Land Trust, which is managed by Habitat for Humanity. They have promised that when they are able to receive that land, that they will continue to build permanent, affordable housing, homes, and rental housing in our community. I just wanted to thank you guys and encourage you to continue and vote those parcels where we'd like to have them working for us.
Ms. May, I don't know about the rest of the board, but I know I don't know what parcels the other commissioners had, if they'd given up any, but I had worked with Neighborhood Services on at least 4, and we made the deadline by September. So
Right.
we did what we said we're going to do. So.
Okay, great. So this list and the resolution, let's see, the proclamation that you'll be voting on, is that to be voted on tonight?
Well, we're going to vote to approve the list tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you all. All right, there's no further speakers.
Mike, and that's fine, and I've been a supporter of the land trust, but I'm also a fan of what Wes and Claire and we did for SHIP and homeownership. Who cares? We should all care if a family can build a house and buy it and pass on generational wealth to their families. And quite frankly, when people do it in a land trust, they don't own the house. That is a product, just like rental is a product, but it's not the cure-all. And so for the record, we've given the city, and I'm sure the mayor's listening, we gave 14 lots for the land trust. We just put more lots out, and it took a challenge for us to get to where we are to provide home ownership. But if you would have been with a young lady who lives in Marina Court that was homeless, 6 months ago, now owns a home with 2 children, or a young lady that was living in a trailer park in your district who now owns a home, that's important. Amen. And so, I mean, I'm supportive of a land trust, but it's not the all-in-all and cure-all for everyone. And so there's nothing wrong with us giving someone a hand up, a help up, and that they get an opportunity to own their house. And when people when you talk about socialism and all the other things, when you start to try to control capitalism and saying that if people get appreciation in the property values, that we're going to take the value of their homes, well, that's un-American and unconstitutional. So I am going to continue to push for our homeowner program, and I hope that Claire and her staff clearly understands that. And we've talked a lot about land trust, and I'll support that, but I'm certainly going to trust that people can own a home. I own property today because my father sacrificed for it. That's probably going to make my kids probably better off than they could ever imagine. So there's nothing wrong with letting people own their homes. There's nothing wrong with people enjoying the appreciation, because this is what they don't recognize. They inherit the depreciation of a recession, a depression in your home values. So when you participate in a capitalistic society, you enjoy the highs and the lows. And so I support this wholeheartedly. And we have given, West, what we give 14 lots, West, to the city. So we've given 14 lots to the city that they can put in their land trust. And we have these other lots that are going forward, and I'll continue to support it. But in no way, particularly in my district, are we going to put all of my properties into a land trust.
No, I think those are good points. It's such a crisis. All these programs are good. I've been to Ship Homes with Neighborhood Services. I've been at Habitat for Humanity. All the stories are touching. I mean, it's.
Absolutely. We went to, I think maybe Ashley was there. We were on 6th Avenue at a Habitat project. I think that all of them are good. And I want to thank Jess Pensacola, because they have been true advocates for advocating for the least of them. And I think that that's just, it's faith-based. I mean, leave the 99 and, go get the one. And I think that's what Jess has done, and I'm very supportive of what they're doing and very appreciative of what they're doing.
So just Pensacola, I need you to fight for CRAs, okay? That helps poor communities. And they're under attack.
Yeah, literally, yeah. You can build all the houses you want, but if you don't have infrastructure and sidewalks, it's not going to work. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. Do we have a motion? So moved.
Second.
Okay, please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, guys. Okay. We're at car 1-3, and we have two speakers, Mel and Kevin. Who wants to go first? Yeah. Well, you don't want to speak, or?
Thank you, Melissa Pino, 413 Southeast Boblis. We were just going to waive in support, but since Kevin did bring it up, I just want to quickly say, very respectfully to you, Commissioner Strohberger, because you didn't make the vote, but it absolutely astonishes me that Jonathan Owens voted against this on the planning. And then not only did he vote against it, he didn't even offer any reason for it. So I hope that you differ in that, Commissioner Strohberger. This is long overdue, and quite frankly, I am so glad that you have, that it's a different commissioner down in Perdido Key, because now we can finally get some stuff done on the west side. And that is why I lobbied for it, because I wanted money and things on the west side, and it was always getting sucked down to Perdido. That's the honest to God's truth. Thank you for bringing this. They need it. And we've been really successful with ours in Navy Point, so I hope that continues for them.
Yeah, thank you. Kevin, are you good? I'm good. Okay. Yeah, I would have to agree. The mean income in that area that Max did the majority of work in neighborhood services is 10,000 below the normal income in Escambia County. There's a lot of issues there, so hopefully we can make it a little better. All right, team, there's no further speakers. Do I have a motion to move one to six? Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, we're up 115 now, right, Wes? Is that the next one? Okay, we got several speakers on 1-15. This has got to do with ITL. Patrick Reed, you're up first.
I just wanted to sort of thank you for allowing us to speak this evening, Commissioners. I'm Lori Kane. I'm the Senior Director of Governmental Affairs for Global Connections to Employment. A lot of you know it's GCE. We are the largest employer of people with disabilities in Northwest Florida. We're one of the largest employers of people with disabilities in the U.S. Through the Ability One program. I have with me Patrick Reed, who is a wonderful team member at GCE, and he is directly impacted, and he's here to speak on behalf of a lot of the individuals that work at GCE that are directly impacted by this change with the transit situation. So Patrick? Okay. Right here, come right up here, yeah, right there, go ahead. Ooh, right there you go.
Thank you, esteemed panel and commissioner. My name is Patrick Reed. I'm on behalf of people that's vision impaired and hearing impaired, and we actually need it bad, because like I said, we we have special needs, then the drivers give us what we need. And I'm a vouch for that because I once drove with Z-Truck. They left me on the corner because they can't require to see. So I'm 5 o'clock in the morning, standing on the corner, cannot see. Because I was trying to get to work and they didn't have community transit when I was starting it. Now we deserve and need this community transit. It helps us for stability, our well-being, and get around. And without community transit, I don't know, someone maybe commit suicide because there's a lot of stress. We can't afford Z-Trip or Uber. It's $3 a trip and we can't afford that. We on a fixed income. I showed the compassion with y'all, and I just like to give my congratulations of community transit, how well they treated us. And we go door-to-door service. We doubt the problem. They come, they with hearts open-minded and to see our needs. And with y'all county commission and your panel, can you please reconsider? Let us enjoy this transportation that we actually really need, because some of us really need the transportation, or without transportation, some of it will commit suicide, and we try not to avoid that opportunity. And I thank you.
Patrick, you work on the base?
Yes, sir.
Where you work?
Corey Station.
Okay. Thank you for what you do. I worked with a lot of GC employees. You guys are very valued. The bases would not be able to do their mission without you. And I've been to several functions over the years out there, so I know how important your jobs are to maintain just the daily functions of operations on the base. So thank you again. All
Mr.
right.
Chairman, Patrick, thank you. Rusty Branch brought me out probably a while ago, so thank you for the work that you do on the base, and I had the opportunity to go through and have lunch there. So Patrick, thank you, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure that you continue to get to your job and provide a service to not only our civilians, but our military. So thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, sir. Thank y'all,
Carolyn-
senior panel, and
Oh,
congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Graw, you're up next. We good? All right. Hi, Carolyn.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm here tonight. I'm here very stressed out. I just got back from vacation, but prior to vacation, I was injured in a flex vehicle. While on vacation, I was contacted multiple times by folks from here about problems with Flex Transit. While I'm in Greece, people are getting a hold of me. As you know, there were things that were on WAR. I had information that was coming to me from different organizations, from different people. We need to be thinking about the fact that we have a program that works right now with our paratransit services as they are. Our services that we get through paratransit are more expensive than what happens through a microtransit program. Our paratransit services that we have are more expensive than our local counties near us because we have services that happen through every part of our county that happen 24/6. What we really need is 24/7 because all of you like to go to your families on Sundays. All of you like to go to holidays. All of you like to do things with your families and recreation. Well, so do people with disabilities. People with disabilities need to be able to do the things that they need to do. We need to be able to get to our doctors, get to our places of work, be able to know that when we go places that we can get picked up and go to where we want to go when we need to go there. The door-to-door services that are needed, not to be dropped off someplace where you're not going to be picked up. We just had a family that was here to speak and had to leave. Because why? Because the mom has to be home to make sure she can get her son, because her son was the son that was left at Walmart instead of being dropped off from the base at her house. He wasn't delivered home. He doesn't speak. He couldn't direct it to be different. The police had to call the base to get him to be delivered. They had to call then to the GCE to get to the person, so somebody could get him a ride home, to even know who he was. He was not taken to where he needed to be. They were going to tell you their story themselves, but now they had to leave. They can't speak here today because this is how long sometimes our meetings take here. I know there's a lot of people who need to speak on different things, but paratransit is very necessary for people with multiple types of disabilities to be able to get from A to B, to be where they need to be with the supports that they need. Our training and our services for people that need to happen specific to the paratransit program. Flex Transit is not paratransit services, period. We need paratransit services.
Thank you, Carolyn. I appreciate your comments. Carolyn Hudson, if you're out there, please come up. And then Braxton Griffith is next. Braxton, come on up, because we got several speakers, and you can just sit on the front bench, and then, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
My name is Carolyn Hudson, and I live on University Parkway. I'm here to speak on behalf of ITL. I have a 35-year-old grandson that's on dialysis 3 times a week for 4 hours each day. And I would like for ITL to continue to pick us up because it's like 6.5 hours, 6.5 miles from where we live over to the facilities over on Corporate Wood Drive. The drivers have been very nice. They help us to get on and off the car and on the bus. And he also had surgery, and he rides the scooter on his knee, which is going to be from 6 to 12 months before he'll be able to get off that scooter. And I would appreciate if you would let ITL continue to pick up the passengers, because it has been a big help to me and my grandson. I want to say thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Braxton, come on up, and Andy Prescott, if I got that right, you're next.
Greetings, Commissioners, and happy birthday, Commissioner Hoffberger. I have a printout from ECAT's website. I don't know if you guys want to look. It's about Flex Transit. They did a cooperative study on it to say what it's about and what is it supposed to do. If you can just read the first paragraph, it'll tell you what it's supposed to do. When Flex Transit was first introduced to the board, when the board voted yes to move forward with it, it was sold as something for the general public and also to get big empty bus routes and bus ridership routes taken care of. Citizens that live in low ridership bus routes can use microtransit to be moved to routes and activity centers. Flex Transit currently is not serving that purpose. As you know, they are running a duplicate service, picking up paratransit clients. One may ask is, what is this for? Is it to fluff up the transit numbers, Flex Transit numbers, or to deceive the board? I don't have that answer. What I would like to bring to your attention, that ECAT did pay a consulting firm to come out. That's what the comprehensive analysis that I just gave you guys, to tell them how to run and implement Flex Transit. So far, they have not doing that. They have not started doing that. I'm not sure why. I'm requesting the commissioner instruct the county staff to negotiate with the local company to come to agreement that will help both parties in this situation. Right now, ECAT management is utilizing Flex Transit to move around paratransit riders. The comprehensive analysis I gave you guys was paid out by tax dollars to tell them how to run it, and so far it's not doing that. Another agenda item I wanted to mention that they had on there, they was mentioning different things about receivables. I've met with Mr. Marino and the transit director about different things about some of the invoices they have sent over that were a little abusive. They charged us 10 hours worth of labor just to change our windshield wipers. We brought it to their attention. We had a meeting with Mr. Reno. He agreed. We brought the box there. After the meeting, the box was left. Nobody, Mr. Thaddeus Davenport didn't take the box, didn't even read it. After that, I did look through it. They also charged us for putting the county decals on the vehicle. We do preventive maintenance, but the guy that gets the vehicles, they put their decals on it, put the cameras in it, they give it to us, and then we use them, and then we do the maintenance. They've been charging us for hours for that. Also, if a vehicle is going to, let's say the ECAT can't get the job done, they'll take it to Pete Moore to get the job done. So far, they'll charge us for that. We told them don't do that. They charge us for hours. Like if the mechanic, they'll charge us labor hours if the mechanic gets in the vehicle and take it to Pete Moore for the work. We told them we have staff, they could take our own vehicles, but they still charge us labor hours just for the mechanic to get in the vehicle and take it there, even though we say we can do that. Also, one of the things that's kind of gets out of hand, and Mr. Hoffberg, I don't know you understand this because you're a business owner.
Mr. Griffith, I need you to wrap up. Your 3 minutes is up.
Yes, sir.
So
Sorry.
just finish your thoughts.
Yes, sir. The preventive maintenance is just an oil change. And so sometimes we'll get an invoice, same vehicle, same day. Let's say they'll take them 2 hours to get it done. Next month, next day, they'll take 5 hours. Then the next month, it'll be 6 hours. Then it'll be 8 hours. Then they'll go back to 1 hour. Then they'll go to 2 hours. And so that's what we was telling them is like, how can you do the same thing to the same vehicle? One day it takes you 2 hours, then it'll take you 8 hours, then it'll take you 5 hours, then it'll go back to 1 hour. And so I'm not trying to hold you up.
No,
but that
it
was just hard to do.
We got
stuff like
probably 10 more speakers on the topic,
Yes,
but I
yes,
just want to be fair with everyone. But I appreciate your comments.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for
Thank you.
showing up. Andy Presick, if you could come up, and then Harold Griffith is after Andy.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Andy Prasick. I am a commercial insurance agent for a company named Brown & Brown Insurance. I am the commercial agent for ITL Solutions. I'm here to speak from a business-to-business perspective on their behalf in a favorable light. I have been working directly with ITL Solutions for 6 years now as their commercial agent. I've been with Brown & Brown for 11 years. We are the largest insurance agent in the state of Florida, the 5th largest in the country, and 6th largest in the world. I say that because we have from our size, experience, and market clout, I can confidently say that ITL Solutions is a best-in-class performing business in their industry segment. They act professionally and treat everyone equally and at a high level from a business-to-business perspective. We have never had either my office collecting money from an insurance payment perspective or the actual insurance carriers on their behalf an issue from a payment perspective. As you might imagine, commercial insurance for a business like ITL Solution is a major line item, is a major expense. We've never had an issue from that standpoint in any capacity. More importantly, though, I want to speak to how they actually manage their fleet of vehicles and run their operations. Since 2020, their ITL Solutions has only experienced 12 total claims. That equates to 2.4 claims per year. That is massively below the industry average for fleets of that size. Additionally, 5 of those 12 claims were incident only, meaning that they were just purely incidents, nothing was paid out. So now all of a sudden we're looking at 7 total claims in 5 years. That's 1.4 claims per year. As a result of this best-in-class incident ratio, the rates have only increased for ITL Solutions on average 7% per year over the 5 years. As you may or may not be aware, the auto insurance rates in the state of Florida are the highest in the entire nation. From a commercial insurance perspective for transportation businesses, 15 to 20% is something that you're thankful for. ITL Solutions has been at 7%. That is in direct correlation of the performance of ITL Solutions from a claim perspective. I make this point because if an unexperienced business is involved in handling this from a transportation perspective and incidents start happening, things can get sideways from a pricing and coverage perspective of what's available in the marketplace like that, very, very fast. And so that can go from prices doubling, tripling, and if we're talking, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars to a business of a company of this size, of fleets, or potentially not even be able to get coverage. Last but not least, the point to make is whenever we've had conversations with various insurance carriers, none of them have ever had any sort of subjectivities or prerequisites that they need to implement in order to provide the insurance coverage. That's rare.
All right, Andy, we got to wrap up. Thank you for your comments. Harold Griffith, you're up, and then Harold Griffith.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Andy.
I apologize.
That's why.
Oh,
turn my
sorry
light
about
on.
that,
Yeah.
Steve.
Andy, I've got a question for you, not related to your comments.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate your comments, but related to the limits that we required.
Yeah.
Okay, do you remember a conversation a couple years ago, not with you, but
Yeah.
were we able to lower the limits? Didn't we go in and change the requirements on the limits?
I think it was actually the opposite. No.
You think the county increased the limits that were required?
Yes. When I had originally started working with ITL Solutions, there was not an umbrella requirement, and there was not what's known as a sexual abuse and molestation liability policy requirement. That was a couple years ago, and that's a substantial cost. An umbrella policy to sit over auto liability for a transportation company is not a couple $1,000s.
All right, but the basic limits haven't been lowered?
No.
Because I know that was a conversation that I had with.
No, they're the standard $1 million per occurrence commercial auto liability limit with an umbrella sitting on top of it.
Okay, all right. And you think the umbrella's only, you've been the agent the whole time since they've been doing business with the county?
Yes,
more
sir.
or less? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, super, thank you.
And Steve, and that's a question for me.
Yep.
So, in casual conversations, we were overinsured, in your opinion? I mean, because I know the insurance coverage was quite expensive.
And Commissioner Knight, what I was told and did look at a couple other municipalities in the Panhandle, we had higher insurance limits than other places did.
That's what I-
And Wes, I know you remember me speaking with you about this, I don't know, a year and a half, 2 years ago. And I thought the conversation at that time was we were going to back the requirements off. Yeah, I thought we were going to back the requirements off out of risk management to, we had a real issue with insurance.
Yeah.
I don't remember if it was 2 or 3 years ago, but maybe 2 years ago, a
Yeah,
little while, but not that long ago.
That
But-
sounds about right.
Okay.
Relative to the other limits that may be around the Panhandle, and I would say even Escambia counties, they're probably still low compared to other peer counties around the state.
Okay.
We're in a different sort of environment than South Florida in Miami-Dade or Tampa or Orlando from a liability perspective, but it's still extremely high compared to other parts of the country.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again. Mr. Griffith, you're up, and then Harold Griffith Jr. is on deck.
Thank you. That's Griffin. G-R-I-F-F-I-N.
Oh, I apologize. Sorry, sir.
Yes, sir. To Clerk of the Court, Ms. Childers, to County Administrator Marino, and to you, the Commissioners of Escambia County. My name is Harold Griffin Sr., born and raised here in Pensacola, Florida, all of my life, and glad to serve. 2017, the commissioners on board gave us the opportunity as a small business to become the paratransit provider for Escambia County. And we're grateful for that. We took that very seriously, and we still take it very seriously because those are vulnerable people. We know this community. This community knows us. We never had a trouble, not one single incident about paratransit since we've gotten on board. We've improved it, and improving it, we've grown it. Why? Because people know now that when they go out, they're going to be returned home. Not so before we came aboard. Why? Because we take it serious, commissioners, clerk of the court, county commissioner. We take it seriously. That's one of the things we talk to our drivers who come into our organization. If you don't have a heart to serve people, then you're with the wrong organization, because these people are vulnerable. There's nothing wrong with paratransit in Escambia County. It's not bent, broke, nor cracked. We have an issue here with finance, which we're more than willing to work out. I'm so glad I came behind Andy because he showed that we believe in paying our bills. And there's an issue before us that we do need to talk about and straighten out. And we're willing to do that. We had to submit that termination because of the new Flex Transit rollout. Instead of it targeting the fixed route, it targeted paratransit. We are a fee-for-service provider, right? Which means your county don't give us a budget to work with. As we pick up, we get paid. Flex Transit come in and got a large portion of that clientele, which decreased our financial cash flow. That's how we pay our bills. That's how we stay afloat. We're willing to work with the county. We don't want to terminate. We enjoy serving this community. We're from here. If you give us the opportunity to reconcile and come together, and that we can have some county commissioner and county administrator, that we all can come together to come to a reasonable solution that can fit both parties, because we're about service. It's not about ITL solutions, as it's more about the vulnerable people of this community, because that's who's going to suffer. That's who's going to suffer if we don't come to a good, positive solution. Thank you for your time. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Griffin Jr., come on up. And then Thea Odom's on deck.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Vice Chair, and the Clerk of Court. There's a number of factors that have brought us here today. As Senior spoke, we had to serve notice just based on how our agreement is. There are a number of issues that have been affecting this system. While some of them are naturally occurring, many of them are self-inflicted increases brought on by unintentional specific actions taken by staff over the last couple of years. Over the last couple of years, I've given several options that the county could do to try to reduce the budget. I know budget's a hot topic for everyone. We've presented a number of options. One of those options is to reduce service hours. I saw that in your report. I've been recommending that for a while. For a system our size and for this area. Now, some of the citizens, don't get me. They don't want to hear that. But that is one of the things that we could do to reduce the budget. Most counties our size do not operate 24 hours a day. The hours are much less. Even Atlanta, for MARTA, which is a huge system, they shut down at 1:30. Escambia County has been operating for 24 hours, 6 days a week, since it's, for a while. I know since before 2017, as far back as 2014. I have a couple other thoughts that I would like to read to you guys as well. Paratransit is a shared ride public service intended to serve as a safety net for individuals who, because of their disabilities, aren't able to ride the ADA compliant fixed route bus or for some or all of their travel. Paratransit and microtransit are not the same and should not be compared or evaluated against one another when public officials and administrators are making decisions about transportation options for citizens. In fact, both services should be working together in unison and not against one another, which is how every other mass transit department in the country who has both operates. Riders should not be coerced to choose one over the other, but instead given the option. If each program is truly presented as an option, then users will choose the service that best fits their need. Paratransit is meant to serve those who need additional assistance and attention. Microtransit is not. And in fact, microtransit is usually used mainly by individuals who are able to access the fixed route and those who routinely use ride-sharing services. Your typical paratransit user needs dedicated representatives who they can rely on and reach by phone and who are providing door-to-door assistance. Many of them do not want to go through the hassle of using mobile app or to book trips. There are a few key features that make microtransit cheaper on the surface compared to paratransit, but they're still not interchangeable or comparable. One is what I just mentioned, the mobile app. The mobile app can reduce the need for as many customer service reps, but the app must be reliable, meaning it's not crashing or having errors when users are trying to access it. The other is that microtransit is supposed to operate in key defined zones, which means they're typically not driving as far of a distance. No one in the industry would ever recommend microtransit as a replacement for paratransit. It defeats the purpose and the benefits of microtransit when you're operating throughout a large area. They are both different modes of transportation within themselves, and by trying to compare them, you lose the benefits that microtransit has to offer to the entire system.
Will you wrap your thoughts up for me?
I think I wrapped it up, Commissioner. I had a chance to meet with some of you guys over the last couple of weeks to kind of express our concerns. We're willing to work together to try to come up with a solution that fits both parties. We do feel this is in the best need of the citizens of Escambia County, and I'm available to meet with anyone if you have any questions at all.
Thank you for your comments. Thea Odom, if you would, are you out there, Thea?
So Thea is the mother of the person who...
So she's not here? Thank you, Carolyn. So Robert Lauer, is that correct? Robert Lauer? Okay, come on up, Robert. And then Cynthia Barnes is after Robert.
Good evening. Okay, can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Good evening, commissioners and chairman. I just wanting to let y'all know how vital paratransit really is. We are in dire need of a 24-hour a day paratransit system like we've been having, and for so many reasons, for people going to work, going to doctor's appointments, going to going to school, going out to get a bite to eat in the evening, go out and hang out with friends, going bowling, just countless things that the disabled community they need to do every day. I mean, it's just it is vital that we have a paratransit system that is accessible by phone 24/7, 24 hours a day, and that way we can call and ask any kind of question like what's the expected time of arrival for my ride, or maybe have to cancel a ride for any reason or whatever. Different things that we need concerns to call, and we need to be able to have someone there that would answer those calls, and that way we can, and we need this paratransit system so we can function and so we can live our lives, like I said, it's 24 hours a day. Really 7 days a week would be great too, and to add Sunday, so if we could go see friends or family on Sunday evening, but just it's been great, and I just want this paratransit system to continue, and door-to-door service, absolutely door-to-door service is very, very much needed. So just please reconsider, and we need to keep this paratransit system going. And I thank you.
Okay, thank you, Robert. I appreciate your comments. Cynthia Barnes, you're next, and then we'll have Teresa Barnes after Mrs. Barnes.
Good evening
Hi.
to the county commissioners. Some I know and some I don't know faces. But I started with Commissioner Loomis Mays. He got me to volunteer as a senior companion. And now I am 82 years old, and I am still with community service under Mr. Griffin. We really need this. I don't know how you all feel with your families, which is your grand and your great-grand. But Mr. Griffin has been an awesome when it comes to seniors. His staff, you cannot even imagine what they have done. I have never been turned down for a ride. There has been some slack, and that was because of the weather, and that's God's doing. They have always picked me up on time. They have always called back to make sure I was where I need to be. I've had some major health problems, but I can truly say, please, whatever you vote for, please let us keep this. We're seniors, we need it. And whether you realize it or not, even though I'm in my 80s, you got some that's in their 20s and 30s. They don't know what it's like to be a handicap. But we don't consider ourselves being a handicap because they see to us going to a lot of activities here in Pensacola. Commissioner Mays, I have to thank you for it. He knows me real well. I'm a member of Zion Hope Primitive Baptist Church. And there's one thing that I can say. Between him and Mr. Hal Griffins, we thank them. We honor them. God bless you all.
Thank you for your comments. I'm sure Commissioner May appreciates that. Teresa Barnes, are you there? Teresa, are you? Okay, come on up, Teresa. And Jay Smith will be after Teresa. Yeah, it's fine, take your time. We don't want you to fall, ma'am.
It's a Burns, a B as in boy, O-U-R-N-S. It's a silent
Burns,
O. I
okay.
don't know why. I have a brief message. I've never been disappointed with ITL or the service they provide. You really feel safe with them. They get you there and they get you back. They know all their clients' names and make sure they are always well taken care of. Those who are in wheelchairs or on dialysis are always treated with respect and taken good care of. They help clients with their shopping trips, which are welcomed and needed. If they can't locate their clients right away, they look until they find them. They get us to and from our doctor's appointments. They leave no stone unturned and are a benefit to all. Teresa.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate that, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, you're next, and then Mel, you're on deck.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Jay Smith. I have a company here that does technology services for other small businesses called Data Revolution. I first met ITL Solutions in Harold about 6 years ago. I'm here to speak favorably of him and his character and what they do as a company. We're a small business, they're a small business. One of the things I really appreciate is they're never on my AR report. They're never late on their bill, which helps us a lot. I have 7 families that depend on me, so we depend on our clients to pay their bill. Never had an issue. The other thing is we're in technology, so we're protecting data and keeping systems up. And that's one of the first things that I noticed about Harold and the staff is that's what they're about. So I could tell quickly that they believe in their mission. They want to, there's a lot behind the scenes that keeps that system up and running, and protecting their data and their clients' data matters. And as a small business that talks to other small businesses about that all the time, it costs real money. And a lot of small businesses don't always take my advice. ITL does take our advice. And because of that, we see the uptime in the system in the last 6 years we've worked with them. And the proof's in the pudding. So I speak very favorably. I appreciate you giving me the time to tell you this. And have a good night.
Thank you, sir. Mel, you're up, and then Eric Mead is on deck.
So funny, that's, I can attest that he knows what he's talking about because we bought all of our home security system from Jay. He's really, really good. Has the best cameras in town well, I don't know anything about it, but Kevin does. Lisapino 413 Southeast Boblets. Everyone knows that I support Mr. Marino, but sometimes you're just going to disagree on stuff, even when you think, for the most part, things are going really well. And even before this ITL thing came up, I've been racking my brain trying to figure out which commissioners are trying to blow up ECAT this time. Because it's happening again. It's just perennial, you know. Hey, it's time to blow up ECAT again. And when the Terminator hits the scene, you know heads are going to roll and things are going to get nasty. Nasty. But I couldn't have dreamed it was going to be ITL. Can we do one thing really well in Escambia County that other counties don't do? What does Carolyn have to do? And for the new people on the board, you probably might not even be aware that Carolyn was walking home from a bike ped seminar at the city when she was on the corner of Palafox and Cervantes and stepped into the street with the crosswalk and got creamed by a truck. Coming from a seminar that was in part devoted to how we can help people with disabilities get around better. I cannot even dream why we are even having this conversation about ITL, except apparently people want to blow up ECAT again, because ECAT's a mess. Mr. Kimbrough finally was getting it all straightened out, and you could not have asked for a better, more professional, profoundly willing to be transformative if he just could have had a little bit more rope, in my estimation. And now it's a mess again. They can't handle this. Are you kidding me? I mean, first of all, the county can't even hire enough bus drivers. I don't know if the new EMS director has the medics position filled. So we're going to bring this in-house now too? They can't handle it. This is a very specialized thing, and we don't even have staffing to staff our buses. Never been a problem. This company has been held up as an emblem for how you do business for years in Escambia. Now all of a sudden we got all these problems, and there are so many things I love about being an MPA and not a Republican. But one of the things that I love the most is I don't have to try to close budgets by taking away transit for disabled people. You might want to take a rethink.
Thank you, Mel. Eric Mead, oh, you're right here. Arnitha, you're our last speaker on this topic, so you're next. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. County Attorney, I have introduced myself to her. I represent ITL. As she is now aware, we discussed briefly this matter. I want to say that the issue of ITL, I think, has been driven by a number of changes in administration in the Transit Department, and some of those have resulted in contract administration issues that have affected the need for my client to terminate because of the financial issues involved. I think those have been expanded between my client and various commissioners and with staff. I won't elaborate on those, but the bottom line is it comes down to the cost of fuel and some of the cannibalization of trips by the Flex Transit program, which does not appear from our perspective, although I'm still engaged in my examination of this, it doesn't appear to meet all of the necessary requirements, the funding obligations that are tacked on for those transit programs from the federal government or from the state, but we're continuing that examination. The circumstances of the fuel cost questions and the cannibalization are matters that are appropriate for change orders to the contract. And from my standpoint, having reviewed the contracts, the billings in question, a number of the communications, text messages, and including a sworn statement from key personnel involved in the transit contracting question, it does appear that an equitable adjustment under the contract would be required and was in fact contemplated at an early point when this fuel question became an issue. I'm sensitive. I've represented local governments in contract questions as well as suing them in various contexts, but the bottom line is I understand the funding constraints and trying to keep within the budgetary requirements of the state as well as fitting within the conditions of funding from other programs, including federal. In this instance, the balancing of those at an early stage was identified, and it appeared the then transit director was trying to work through those questions and had told our client not to worry about the fuel charges under the impression that a change order would be forthcoming. That was never consummated or concluded, but that directive did not change. And that has brought us, I think, to this point here today where the county, after that change of administration, has reasserted the contract on its face without addressing those needs for equitable adjustment in a change order, which my client, notwithstanding the termination, still is in a position to try to work out with the county and has proposed means to do that. I will say we will work with the county in trying to fit those services into the requirements. We think that it can be done. We don't think that it is something that will break the budget. There are a lot of different things that can help to constrain the cost in terms of schedule, in terms of ridership management, that can affect the underlying budgetary problems that seem to have driven this impasse that we've gotten to under this contract services. But we do think it is important to maintain the paratransit, to maintain the compliance with the funding vehicles that you have and the extrinsic legal requirements that the county has to comply with. So I'm open to any questions that the board may have.
I got one question. You
Yes,
said
sir.
there was a change order. There's a lot of things, I have mixed motions on several things here tonight. I do think contract should matter. Who gave the order to get the gas without it being in the contract? I mean, that's a problem for me.
Who what?
Who gave it on the county, said that the ITL could get the gas without paying for it?
Oh, we have in a sworn statement from Mr. Kimbrough that was not only a point that he was aware of, but had become
We
up
have
in
an
subsequent
email or
conversation.
something from that the county has? Because I have not yet to find out.
I just received a statement today from the gentleman. I know that there have been conflicts between the county staff and Mr. Kimbrough and the circumstances of his departure, and I don't mean to go into those questions. I'm simply saying I have a statement that indicates support for my client's position in that regard and as to other communications that were conducted with my client that led them to expect that there would be a change to the contract to address that question at a much earlier point during the course of these services, which simply never came to pass. Whether that got wrapped up in the disputes that were involved with his tenure. I don't know. It isn't a concern for my client, but that documentation has been obtained, and we can certainly share that through council or in any manner that the county wishes in the context of trying to work out these issues
Okay,
to keep the paratransit program going.
Wes, would a director have the authority to give free gas away?
No. An employee, not even a department head, has any lawful authority to amend the terms of a written agreement voted on by this
To be
board.
clear, we're not.
Oh, 1 second, sir. Let
Sure,
let
sure,
the
sure.
lawyer, our lawyer answer.
An employee, not even a department head, not even the county administrator, has the lawful authority to amend or change or disregard a contract term as already voted on and approved by this board.
Okay. And Wes, do you have any comment on that? Because I find that very
No,
problematic.
I agree 100% with what Madam
Mr.
Attorney
Chair,
said.
can I clarify? Because I think there's a misunderstanding of what the county attorney's taken from my statement. We're not saying that the contract was amended. The contract is very clear. It requires a written amendment. A change order, formal change order is required. What I'm saying is that terms of equitable adjustment, which is doctrine in public contracting, existed as of the time that those communications were ongoing, and my client was led to understand that a change order would be forthcoming and that the fuel costs would be put to the
Mr.
side.
Mead, you're an attorney. That's stealing in the real world. It's stealing.
No, it's not. It's
It is
equitable
without the
adjustment.
contract being modified and a change order by this board. I'm sorry. But I appreciate your comments. Commissioner Hoffberger?
I do have a question. So am I to understand that the person that was over the department before told your client that they could get the gas and not pay for it and that we would do a change order? However, that person did not have the authority to do that?
That's what we're being told.
I don't know what the person's authority is or is not. I don't have no reason to object to the county attorney's statement. I'm simply saying my client did not have any reason to understand what that authority was or was not. And in any event, a change order ordinarily, in the context of an equitable adjustment, would go through a process once it's identified in a prompt manner. That did not appear to happen, but the directives with regard to the fuel costs did not change. And they received positive directives. This was not on their part. And to be clear, it was only as to the county leased vehicles. They paid for the fuel for their own vehicles throughout the entirety of this contract. It was only a question as to the leased vehicles. And under the contract, actually, fuel is included in the definition of maintenance. So it was not, from my standpoint, entirely clear that there was not a basis to make that adjustment in the contract, even as it stood.
And was our previous employee, Mr. Kimbrough, was he your main point or your client's main point of contact, or did your client?
He was a point of contact. He was not the sole point of contact. They had other communications Mr. Kimbrough was aware of, but they also had communications with him and with other county staff. And we'll be happy to address those questions if the county staff wishes to do so.
Wonderful. Thank you for that
Okay,
information.
We're going to push
Certainly.
on, and then we'll have more further discussion. Arnitha, you're up next.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you say there was another? Oh, okay.
Hello, Commissioners, again. I just want to stress how important it is to have the paratransit available for the veterans. We have veterans that are suffering, and Mike, you know this, you guys know this. We have Vietnam veterans that are coming down with ailments that are totally, I wouldn't say unexpected, but it's happening sooner than they think. Vision, from that Agent Orange, their vision is going, their ability to walk, their muscles, they're suffering with a deterioration in the muscles. So I'm asking you all, and I'm all for doing right for people. That's why I'm here speaking. We have a veteran, Mr. Robert Hall, who handles the Memorial Day celebration every year. And last year, this year, this guy is bedridden. So paratransit, we got the chairperson, Mr. Joe Herron, called paratransit to ask them, would they go out and pick up Mr. Robert Hall to get him to the memorial services because he is so depressed, he wants to be there but can't. With no hesitation, they picked him up, picked his wife up, and made a day of Memorial Day at Barrancas National Cemetery. I called Paratransit Sunday to pick up a friend of mine who wanted to attend church demolition, Little Rock. And she's a valuable member for years at Little Rock Baptist Church. She's in a nursing home. Her husband is a career war veteran. He's deceased now. I called Saturday. They were willing to pick up Sunday to get her to the church. But she took sick Sunday morning, so they couldn't get her. They were willing to make that happen. So please, 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 do what you can for this group. Please do what you can. They take this job serious. Veterans, we can use it. And not only veterans, people that are handicapped or handicapable, I would not say handicapped, handicapable, that are willing to go on with life instead of sitting around feeling sorry for themselves. Please do what you can to keep this valuable company employed, please. I'm begging you.
Thank you, Arnie.
Thank you.
I always
Thank you.
appreciate your comments. Larry Downs, you're our last speaker on this topic.
Hello, Larry Downs Jr. This is, y'all are in a tough spot there, aren't y'all? In a tough spot. That's what happens when our government becomes unlimited and we outsource our responsibilities. Families, churches, everybody outsources their responsibilities to the government, and all of a sudden we have to provide everything for everybody. And that's, y'all know that's the case. It's the same here. And whatever the government provides, they just can't provide enough of it because it gives it a, it creates more outsourcing of responsibility. Even raising children, all of a sudden there's more outsourcing of your responsibilities for education and everything else. So I don't know what y'all gonna do here. I don't have an answer either. But maybe Lumen has the answer. More money. We need more money. More, maybe the real answer is that we need more responsibility placed upon the citizens to take care of their own families. I mean, you see, that's a crazy thing, isn't it? It's a crazy thing to even think of, that we shouldn't, that we should take care of our community ourselves without the government having to do it for us, or us begging the government to do it. But that's become the norm. Y'all know it. So anyways, I'm curious to see what you're going to do with this. Adios.
Okay, thank you, Larry. Board, that concludes all the speakers. Is there any discussion on this item by the board?
I have a few questions. Obviously, we want to make sure that people with disabilities are able to get to and from work, and we want to make sure that things are accessible to them. And I do think that that's our duty as local government, is to keep things equally accessible. So I can appreciate that. I also appreciate the effort that Wes has put in to make sure that we're doing that in the most responsible way possible with tax dollars. With that being said, Wes, are there needs that ITL meets that we're unable to meet with microtransit, or have we not grown into that, or where do we stand?
I feel like we can meet the needs. I will say this. I think the issue with ITL is not a issue of poor service. I'm not saying that at all. I think they do provide a good service. The issue with ITL is simply a contractual issue in the payment of the fuel. That's what the issue is. It's not that they provide a great service. I mean, we've heard tonight, and I've heard good feedback that they provide a great service. And I do believe they are invested in the community. However, it is a contractual issue, and they negotiated the contract, they signed the contract. I think for the first 4 to 5 months, they paid the fuel. I don't know what happened when after that. I will say this, that once I became aware, I immediately called my assistant county administrator and said, oh no, they have to pay the fuel. Not because we're trying to be mean, but because it's contractual. I mean, that's just where we're at. But yes, I do believe we can cover the responsibility.
Perfect. Thank you.
Commissioner Berry, you have a comment?
I'll yield to my colleague, but I do have comments after that, Mr. Chairman.
Who wants to go next? Commissioner Mayor?
Yeah,
Commissioner Stover?
thank, and I'll make a disclaimer later. I will say this, Commissioner Berry and I were on the board, and I serve as the chairman of the Transportation Disadvantaged Board, which provides transportation to citizens with disabilities. And before ITL, and in full disclosure, I know the family and very fond of the family. We had a lot of complaints, and we don't have those complaints. I think that, you know, it has to be renegotiated. I mean, obviously, there are cutbacks and there are costs that we need to look at it, but, I mean, without a doubt, whether it's providing services for people on the base or people with handicap or citizens with disabilities that can't see, people who have psychological issues, that takes one-on-one. I mean, the FT dollars of caring for someone who can't ride an Uber or a Lyft or a Flex or a mass transit is the reason why you get state funding, and is the reason why you have to provide these services. I would hope that we can work something out that's beneficial for our citizens with disabilities, as well as fits within our budget. I mean, that's my hope, that we can achieve that. So I'm familiar with, you know, the Flex Transit, with the mass transit, with ITL. Obviously, there are some citizens, rather they have anxieties or rather they have emotional distress, that they have to have the one-on-one, they have to have the counseling that they need to provide that transportation. I mean, I'm not going to get into cost analysis. I mean, I think that's something that can be negotiated, but I do know that it has been a needed and a provided service. Our staff as well, and I speak as not a county commissioner, but I speak as the chair of the Transportation Disadvantaged Board. Our board has been completely satisfied with the service that we've gotten from ITL. In conversation with our board, it was almost unanimous that those services for elderly citizens, disabled citizens, is something that needs to continue and needs to be provided to the citizens. And so I would probably never disagree, because I think Wes has done a great job and I always appreciate it. But I can say that with some of the people that I represent in my district, Flex Transit is not an option to those citizens who need someone to walk up to the door to help them into the car, to walk them into their place of work, to clock them into their place of work, and to help them. And so it's very beneficial to all of us, to our economy and to our community, to make sure that we have those. And so when they are going to the GCE is going to the base to provide our admirals and our captains and our officers their food, they wouldn't get into the galley unless someone walked them into the galley. And when someone's being picked up, when it's dark outside, it's not pulling up like an Uber and having them walk to the car. It's being able to walk them into a safe place and make sure that they're secure in their home. And so I hope that, you know, I was disappointed, candidly, in the termination in ITL, even submitting a termination, because it's my hope that we can work this out for the citizens, Mr. Chairman. And so before there's any vote, I would have to certainly acknowledge and disclose that Mr. Meade represents many issues with my family and I, and so if it comes to a vote, I would certainly have to disclose that and to look to the attorney for any voting conflict that I could have. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Whoever's next, Commissioner Berry, Commissioner Stroberger.
This is for you, Thaddeus, if you want to come up, Doc. And either you or Wes could probably answer these questions. I know the difference between Flex Transit and what Paratransit provides. They lease our vehicles, right?
That is correct.
And we're going to use those vehicles.
That is correct.
What is the specialization that they do that we can't do?
There is none. Our current operators are trained. I welcome any commissioner, county administrator to come over through the training. And currently, right now, our chief safety officer oversee ITL's training, drug and alcohol program. So the oversight is actually currently coming through ECAT.
Are these still going to be separate services, though, or is it
No,
just
they would
Flex
not
Serv-
be. They would not be separate services.
It's going to continue to be Flex Transit, but how do we know we're going to be able to accommodate a rider in the way we need to?
Okay, to accommodate the rider by mandate, FTA, ADA, and also how the TD program, we have already did a 6-month study. We will be able to accommodate the ridership. Prior to this rollout, Commissioner, I would like to say that we did a 6-month study, did a simulation. I can tell you right now, I know the number of vehicles that is needed, number of staff members that are needed, and if whatever the vote goes tonight, we will be able to accommodate the current demand of ADA and TD services that is being provided by ITL.
And this will be cost-effective for Escambia?
Yes, it
County
will be.
taxpayer?
It will be a cost-effective and a cost savings. And I definitely do not want to start throwing out numbers tonight, but I know that Ms. Amber Borden, our grant coordinator, and was our interim finance, provided that information. We did a cost study as well and provided that information. I can't say to the
Thaddeus,
TD board.
I'm interested. What are the numbers?
Yeah, you're gonna have to, if we're gonna vote on it, you're gonna have to throw out the numbers tonight.
Okay, so I'll welcome up Ms. Amber Borden because I do not want to misquote any numbers. So Ms. Amber.
Okay. Hey, Carolyn, please, on order.
So, as far as like the grants that we receive that would cover any ADA trips or any TD trips, the annual figures for the TD for this fiscal year was about $959,000. That has been utilized already. And then we also receive about $493,000 in ADA funding. So that actually goes towards paying ITL Solutions as well. ECAT, with our simulations that we ran, we can actually adjust these trips and make them more cost-effective and bring the costs down from $45.07 per trip, so round trip, $90.14. We can actually bring it down to about $28 per trip if we bring it in-house. Also, the funding that we get from the grants, we would be able to very cleanly provide the services, and none of our other funding from our other grants would have to be utilized. We could just use those two funding sources to cover this, and then along with any revenue that's brought in from the general public side of microtransit, that would be revenue to also go towards this.
Okay. Commissioner Stewart Green, other questions?
So, I'm sorry.
Everyone's got their lights on. I don't
go
know
ahead.
if you want to let
Gotcha.
Barry go now or.
So what do we reimburse from Medicaid for the trips? And what do we reimburse from the state? And what do they reimburse us per trip?
We do not provide Medicaid trips. ITL Solution does that. That is a contract that they hold on their own. But from the state, anything that comes from transportation disadvantaged, this fiscal year was about $959,000. Next year, or next fiscal year, it'll be up to $1,001,000. And then our ADA next year will go up to about $599,000.
So ADA is it based per trip, is our state funding based per trip, or how's the funding based?
It's based per trip.
And what's the
then
state fund us per trip
for TD.
for TD? And
So
for
how we do the calculation, there is a rate model that has to be turned in April of each year. Through those calculations, really, the county should only be paying about $33.94. And right now, we're paying $45.07. So when you do that math.
So how much of that is the county funding and how much of the state's funding?
The county has subsidized probably $1.7 million
No,
this
I'm
year.
saying per trip. The state funds 33, how much is it? If the state's funding 33, how much are we funding per trip from the county?
Right now, we're funding all the trips.
So, but if we're receiving $33 from the state through our Medicaid?
We would, yes, but
So
we-
if
we've
we
already
were funding
utilized
it,
that.
so their rate's 42 or whatever, so what will we be funding from the county?
The funding from the county, if their rate was $45.07, I know this year we have done $1.7 million of subsidy. I can't break it down in my head
Right,
by
but so
the
what
number
I'm
of
trying, what
trips.
I'm trying to get to is what are we funding per trip? If the rate is 45, which, I mean, obviously that could be adjusted. If the state's funding 33, what are we funding? What do we supplement that with?
Yeah, anything over the 33.94.
So, I mean, and to my point, it's per trip. I mean, so whether we at 1.7 or
Well,
20.7.
ADA also includes mileage and, revenue hours, things of that nature. There's a little bit more calculation on the ADA side.
Right, so, and not putting you on the spot at all, but just trying to get a clear understanding, because we're talking about a termination of the contract. And I know that oftentimes the state comes into our transportation use management meetings to talk to us about funding, whether it be Medicaid funding, whether it be state funding. And so even in a rural community, so versus if they didn't have a mass transportation in Santa Rosa, Okaloosa, or Walton, what's that funding that comes to them? And so, to my point,
So sorry.
Oh, well, it's a real number. I mean, so, and I know the real number. So it's a real number. And so in a negotiation, if the state was funding 33, I don't even know why we would negotiate with a private provider at 45. The number should really be 33.
33.
It's the real number. And then it's not a real cost. And then you cut the trips and you say that's what it is. And so, because that's what the state is funding for Okaloosa, Walton, Santa Rosa, that's what they're funding. And so we should not, so I agree with you, we shouldn't be funding it, but we should know those numbers. And now we're at a point of having this contract negotiation with not actually the numbers and talking about a global number of 1.7. That's not actually a real number if you put everything in place. But anyway,
To me,
thank you,
it's
Mr.
a real
Chairman.
number that's been deducted from our grant balance.
Well,
The
it's a
1.7 is?
it's a balanced number.
That utilized our ARPA funding and our CARES funding, which should have, and some of our fuel tax. And that fuel tax actually needs to be distributed to match the grants that we apply for each year. So
But if we're the CTC, we control the amount of trips. The provider doesn't provide the amount of trips. They call into us, and then we refer the trips. So we can control the amount of trips that we allow for them to do. So if they did an excess amount of trips, well, they didn't call into ITL, they called into us as CTC. We control the amount of trips that we can give to the provider. Would you concur with that?
Yes, we will concur with that, and I would say that currently, right now, we do not limit the trips, so.
And therein, you're doing a great job. Therein is the issue, why someone would come to me and say it's 1.7, because we control the amount of trips, because we're the CTC, and before ITL became the provider, we allowed for First Transit, or whoever it was, to be the CTC, and then they controlled the trips, and then it went over budget, so then we brought the trips in-house, so we could control the trips, and maybe say, you know what, in reading the clerks, Pam, we don't agree on much, but I agree on that. You can't allow for things to run 24 hours and let people run random with trips. You control the trips, so in order to control the trips, then you control the budget. And so, and if the cost is what the state is reimbursing is 33, the provider can do it for that amount and for the amount of trips that we allocate, or they can't. And then if they can't do it for the price that we've been allocated or for the amount of trips that we have, then you're absolutely right. Then, there we go. But we've kind of, not to you, you're new, Thaddeus. It's not even on you. We've let that just run rampant. And we've had this conversation when Stephen and I were on the board. The reason we took the CTC in is so we could control it, because we were allowing for the provider to be the CTC and determine how much money they wanted to make. The reason we became the CTC, so we can regulate how much money the provider makes. And so that's just so we have that conversation. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, thanks, Commissioner May. Commissioner Berry, you want to comment
so,
on Commissioner Hofferter?
All right, thank you. So set aside, I'm sorry, Thaddeus said, and if you don't mind.
Yeah, you may want to stay up here, because I can have some
if-
questions.
Yeah, please, you as well. So setting aside the fuel issue and just set that aside, prior to the fuel issue, I mean, we had had some issues with the annual expenses under the program, right? I mean, okay. So, I mean, it seems like the contract needed some more management from our side. I mean, and 10 years ago, we got our office, which is, not necessarily the, probably my constituents are not the primary user of the service, but they are, they're a substantial user, especially being a large geographical area. We would receive a complaint, either phone call or email, about once a week when First Transit or I don't know if they had a subsidiary that was doing it, but it was related to First Transit that was doing it before. And since we made the change to ITL, I can't remember three phone calls or emails in 8 years of complaints about the service itself. But if we're not limiting the amount of trips that they're taking, and then we've had to process change orders the last couple of years, related to services. We've set a budget for trips, and then we're exceeding those trips. I mean, that, I'll just say, that's not specifically any of y'all, but just cumulatively the bodies amongst this board, that's probably our problem if we're knowingly allowing the trips to exceed the number of trips. And maybe some of that intent is we don't want to tell anybody no. We don't want to set a limit. We don't want to have, the complaints begin again. Because then, when you have a set limit of trips, then someone's not going to be picked up and they're going to be upset. And then they're going to come to public forum and be mad. And then the board's going to say, well, we shouldn't limit trips at all. So then we're going to be right back here. So the per trip issues, I don't think fall on ITL. I think those fall on not you specifically, but just the other side of the counterparty to the contract. I think they fall on us. The gas issue probably falls on the other side. But were you saying that where we're paying just approximately $90 for a round trip, your impression is that we can do that for $28 or $30 a round trip?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, just in your opinion, how are we able to do that? What are just a couple of the drivers that would allow us to do something so much more efficiently than the private sector? And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just curious how we can get there.
Well, for one, the benefit would be the direct oversight. I did write this down because I kind of knew the question would come up. Would be
the what? I'm sorry.
The direct oversight, the performance monitoring, the personalized services, but the long-term savings would be the match for our grants. Also, the costs that will be eliminated for bringing it in-house. We'll be doing the work in-house, so it will eliminate
the costs for the grants. Are the grants not available when it's a private party?
The grants are available. The grants are available, but we would have the matching funds within versus paying a contractor or a vendor.
So there are matching funds available that we're not utilizing because we have a private contractor? There are grants available that we're not utilizing because we're using a private contractor?
No.
Okay, maybe I'm just dense then. I don't understand what you're saying then.
There's fuel tax funds.
I
that are
understand that.
distributed to the contractor rather than going towards the actual program.
Correct.
But what?
Yeah, I don't get it either.
So, but
So we would get the
they're
funds
going
for
to the fuel, if the proceeds are going to the private contractor, the private contractor is providing the service. They're not going to an imaginary, private contractor.
Correct.
They're going to provide the service and the only, if it was a 10% cost reduction or 20% cost reduction, I wouldn't even ask the question, but you're talking about a 70% cost reduction. It's such a huge figure that it warrants, well, how do we arrive at that? Historically, government is not known for efficiency. It's just broadly speaking. I'm not saying you or the county, but just broadly speaking. And, even if you extract what, profit model on a private side, just say it's 10 or 15% or 20% or whatever the number is, it still leaves us with such a gap. Can you go through those couple bullet items again? Personalized service, that's a pretty ambiguous term as to how that's going to be a cost savings.
I think what the difference is Flex Transit can provide shared ride services. Right now through ITL, when we're looking at that reporting, most of those trips have one single individual on them, and the cost savings and the efficiency come from us getting shared rides and having multiple.
That's what you're saying. Okay,
Yes.
so you're saying, okay, all right, well, Okay, I mean, that makes sense. Okay, so when you're doing a shared ride service, if you're scheduled to pick up Jack at 6 and John at 7, and you try to share, you try to have them share, well then Jack's not going to be on time or John's going to be early. How do you manage that? I mean, right now the people, our utilizers are used to, I presume, a very 6:15. That's what time I picked up, and I ride by myself probably. But how do you manage that?
So how we manage that, or our software that we use optimize those trips. For ADA, there is a 30-minute window. So if I were going to be requested as a noon, my window would be as early, my vehicle can arrive as early as 11:45 or 12:15. For TD, there is an hour window. Also, when we can negotiate times as well. So it comes down to the optimization of those two trips that you gave a perfect example of. So it will not, one may be early, but both of them will arrive to their destination on time.
All right, and when somebody did this study, I mean, I presume we paid somebody to do it. Okay, so they took the real. How many trips just did we do last year, not this year? How many trips did we do last year, give or take?
Give or take last year.
Oh, gosh,
30,000, 20,
more than that.
50,000?
It's actually,
Let me see this.
Just say it's 50,000 trips. Okay, it's a lot of trips. Okay, so the vendor extracted basically the trip data with, John being picked up at 6 and Joe being picked up at 7. They used our real trip data to spit out, these are the thousands of rides that could have been combined hypothetically, and this is how many fewer rides you would have. So this is how much you would have saved.
You are correct. RIDECO did a simulation.
Okay.
We spent 6 months on
Not a hypothetical simulation, but a simulation using our data.
Yes, you are
Okay.
correct. Yes, using our actual data
Okay.
that was utilized by ITL. So yes, so we uploaded or exported the data into their simulation. So it was real data.
Okay, and back to something that was said by one of the speakers earlier. When the Flex Transit program was rolled out, my impression was that it was going to try to get the 60-person or 80-person buses off the road. I thought that was the intent. Has that happened?
So yes, it has happened. I can't
To what degree?
speak on to the process that we are. And I'm glad you asked that, Commissioner Berry, because I definitely hear that we haven't taken those steps towards that, but
So we are actually in the middle of obtaining some requests for proposals for the route redesign for our fixed route. And included in that is also to recreate some of these zones so that we can make sure with the data that we have received from our trips, that way we know it's clean and it's thorough. We can then utilize that data and, I just forgot what I was saying. It's a lot, yeah.
so we have started the process on what your original question
Okay,
was.
so so are we going to get 20 of the big vehicles off the road? I mean, I don't think it's not worth hiring a contractor if they're going to come back and say, we'll get 3 off the
It won't be
road.
quite 20, because we got 20 off, it will only leave 2 on the road for
Okay,
our
so-
current service. So we would like to reduce that, or not to reduce, but increase the frequencies on our major corridors to ensure that passengers cut their wait time now. Currently, Davis Highway, a wait time for a bus now is 1 hour. If we increase the frequency to 4 buses, it can cut it down to about 30-minute wait time.
Okay, how close are we to getting that done? I thought we were doing that. I thought we were already in that process.
The board maybe was speaking of is the COA. The COA was completed, as they mentioned earlier. So the COA was completed. From the COA, we have taken the recommendations from the COA, which is the route redesign and the launch of the microtransit pilot program.
Okay, and again, back to what one of the speakers was saying, and I don't know if they used the word cannibalize or not, but I think there's a perception that the Flex Transit is taking the paratransit, from the inception of the Flex Transit program, that it's been intended or it has, if not intended, it's had the effect of taking rides from the paratransit side.
And I would not agree with that. Once again, it is public transportation. Once we rolled out the Flex Transit, every citizen in Escambia County had an option. It was an option. So as any rider can now, they can take the fixed route bus or they can utilize ITL. So when it was rolled out, they were given an option.
And to them, there's no difference to the utilizer.
That is
I mean,
correct.
they're not paying out of pocket regardless. Okay. Now, okay, so
When you say paying out of pocket, I just want to make sure they do pay $2.50. They do pay out of pocket $2.
I'm sorry. They're not paying a large portion of the
Correct,
expense.
yes.
Okay. So, all right. Now is a little bit of a hypothetical. So if I'm a utilizer of a paratransit, and I have a provider that's going to pick me up at 7:15 on the dot that I've worked with in the past, and I have a newer program that's and the one I've utilized in the past is going to pick me up at 7:15. I am relatively certain I'm going to be by myself. I'm going to get an individual ride there. And I have a different service through the Flex Transit, the new county service, that is going to be more of a shared model that might have a larger window for the pickup. Why would I select that? And we're saying that people are, but why would a person select that? I don't understand.
Why would a person select that? So it wouldn't be any change. I hear you say like a new service. Traditionally, there would be no interruption. There shouldn't be any change in their current service. Is there any change in their pickup? We would notify them. But when you say, why would I change? There shouldn't be any change.
So again, I'm dense in many of these matters. So if I need a ride and I call and say, hey, I've got a doctor's appointment and I need to be picked up at 11 o'clock. Am I then given the choice at that time to utilize the county flex service or ITL?
At the current moment, yes, you do. You have an option.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Yes, at the current moment, you do have that Flex Transit or ITL.
So like a dispatch person is going to say, would you like to utilize, Flex Transit or ITL?
Actually, that individual would have the right to call either ITL or Flex Transit, so they can speak to ITL or Flex Transit. There's two separate numbers.
Okay.
There's two separate numbers.
So we're not proactively steering them one way. They're making two. They're choosing on their end which phone call.
That is
That's what
correct.
you're saying.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. Let me think for a little bit, Mr. Chairman. I know we have other board members. I may have some more comments.
I'm going to let Commissioner Hopper go. Commissioner May, because she's been waiting.
No, I'll wait.
My concern is how are we going to fill the positions? Because I know last time we looked, we had like 500 open positions in the county. I know the school district's looking for bus drivers. How many people are we going to have to hire, and what is the?
So currently, our Flex Transit roster is 30 operators. We currently have 30. Our simulation went up to 42. So how we're going to recruit, we're just going to make sure that we're offering a competitive wage to make sure that we're recruiting. Currently, right now, we are using a staffing company to assist, and they have been great with recruiting qualified individuals.
Are we using that staffing company like we're leasing the employees, or they're just headhunting for us?
They are, I wouldn't say leasing, but they are temp employed contractors. They are temp.
Okay, so they're not county employees,
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
They're not county employees.
How much are we paying per hour for those employees?
$16.26 right now.
That's what we're paying the company, or that's what the employee's making?
That's what the employee is making.
Okay, so much like the issue we were having with the medical staff at the jail, my concern is we're going to be overpaying those employees, and it's going to make this a less profitable decision.
And I do want to bring to your attention, Commissioner, if and when, if the pilot program is ended, the employees will come over to county employees. They will come county employees, so they will have the benefits every county employee receives.
So we would hire away from ITL, and they would come to work for the county?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner May.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so when you bring those employees over, and if we're doing a cost analysis and leveling out the proposals or what it costs for the deliverables, that $16 an hour employee, which obviously is almost not livable wages, but what would that cost the county in terms of benefits, insurance, retirement, PTO days? I mean, what would be the real cost? Once we got out of this pilot and they're no longer temporary employees, they're permanent employees, what does that cost us per FTE?
I have to pull something together and give it to you in the morning.
Give me in the morning.
Yeah, because I would like to, I don't wanna have.
And we definitely not want to speak outside of budgeting office.
But but the goal's not to keep them contract, the goal's to put them under the Escambia County?
I don't know about that.
Okay.
So Do you have an estimate? I mean, and obviously, like you said, 30%, 33% for those of us that do our own FICA and SUDA and have to do our own payroll because we can't afford payroll companies. So we know it's about 33% of what we paid. So, I mean, is it fair to say 16%, $16, 33%, escalation of 3% a year, 4% a year? They've been in business, 7, 8, 9 years. Is it fair to say that employee probably would cost us about $35 to $40 an hour? Well, what would it be then if it's not 30?
Commissioner,
35?
probably about $33 an hour.
Thank you. I mean, I'm pretty close. I mean, I don't have a lot of employees, but I do have to do my own payroll, so I know what it costs, and I don't provide insurance. So, and I say that, Mr. Chairman, say that we have to do a cost analysis, say what the cost is, because so often we jump into things and it sounds great as a pilot, and we got a grant, and it goes, and then the taxpayers are stuck with that. So, I have a couple more questions. If the Medicaid ADA is still ITL, because we're not taking that into.
Correct.
So what happens, I mean, obviously, if we terminate this contract with them tonight, they're probably not going to continue that. How are we going to fill that gap for the most needy citizens if we say we're going to let ITL keep that? Because they're not going to keep it. I mean, that's the bottom line. So, and we're going to have to provide that service. I'm going to have to provide that service because citizens with disabilities I represent. And so what's our fill the gap plan to provide those services?
So right now, we are providing those services since ITL have reduced their hours, but if they end the contract tonight, we hope there will be a 30-day transition plan. So in that 30-day, we will work with ITL to transition all of the passengers.
But you say ITL is currently providing those trips.
ITL is currently providing services from 5 a.m. to 7 and 5 a.m. to 6 on Saturday.
For
anything after that, Flex Transit has picked up.
For ADA.
And TD.
And TD.
Yes.
So TD and we're CT. And so tell me again what the wait time is for me to get a ride from Flex Transit.
So when you say wait time as
Wait,
a
so
TD or-
if I go on right now and I want to schedule a ride home right
So
now,
if you would
what's my wait time?
So if you were going right now, you would not get a Flex Transit microtransit service. Microtransit hours are 5 a.m. to 8. So if you're going right now, you would not. An ADA or TD that is scheduled will get a ride. They will have a ride pre-scheduled. They will have a pre.
So what's the lead time for scheduling?
Isn't it?
What's the lead? And the only reason I ask is simply because
Sure.
I talked to, and she's gone now, I talked to a lady from GC. I mean, a lot of those guys, they're like servers and waitresses, that it's not a set time. So
So-
they have to require their schedule. They may call in and they may have 12 hours, they may have 24 hours to schedule their ride.
So if they are approved under ADA and TD, the lead time is 7 days. They can book. a
7
trip
days?
Up to 7 days. 7 days. If you are in microtransit, it will be on demand day of. So when we say the ADA, TDs, you can book your trip up to 7 days in advance.
7 days, okay. Okay, all right.
Stefan, Commissioner,
All right.
we have some more questions?
No, I mean, I do have more questions, but.
I was just going to answer Commissioner May's question. So a transit bus operator starts at $18.82 an hour, and the salary for that with benefits is about $62,000 a year.
Wow, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hofberger?
So you got an $18 an hour person that costs us $62,000. It's unbelievable.
So I know that someone mentioned that we need all of these items to make transit in our community function. And my godmother uses the ECAT option, and she says it's very easy. They're very accommodating, so I appreciate that. She's also not severely disabled. She can't walk long distances, so she can't get to the bus stop, so they pick her up at her door. We appreciate that. I've heard from tonight that there are people who are blind or that are on dialysis and in a wheelchair. Obviously, that's a more severe disability. Is this something where we need to look at incorporating all three options, the mass transit, the paratransit, and the microtransit? Is that going to be a better fit for our community? With that being said, I also feel like we need to push the people who are more able to use the microtransit. Is that something that we're open to doing?
Actually, I mean, I'll tell you, I concur with you. I think there's a need for GCE, there's a need for people that are going out to the base, but there's an efficiency thing too,
Right.
that people out need flex transit. So to me, that can be, I mean, it's a good negotiation. It's not going to make ITL completely happy. It's not going to be exactly what may be being proposed, but we should work out, to me, that's a real solution. Because my mother, who's 79, is not going to be able to get on an Uber versus my 20-year-old daughter can get on an Uber. So, I mean, there are people with severe handicaps that, you know, maybe can't ride, and there's people with other anxieties that can't get on the flex transit that need that one-on-one. But we need to bring about efficiency and keep it within budget. So,
And that would limit our rides as well.
yeah, I mean, well, we're the CT. We can limit the rides. I mean, it may
Well,
not
I
be
don't want somebody
3,000
to call
trips.
and say, oh, I'm sorry, we can't take you to work, like we've tapped out our rides, but if we could move them from
Right.
ITL to microtransit.
And that's why, and that's no, I mean, and I think Rodriguez did a great job with that, is that the problem was people were calling, and we don't want to deny a citizen with a disability. And so I think that's why we let all these trips just go. But, I mean, we only have so much money. I mean, we're tightening the budget.
So I guess educating people what mode of transportation is best for them.
Yes, and thanks, Commissioner May, for clarifying that. I also want to do, we can, by federal law, we cannot deny an ADA trip. We cannot deny ADA trip. We can limit the trips for TD. TD is a paratransit program, but ADA is federally mandated that we cannot deny a trip during the service hours of 5 a.m. and 8 p. We cannot deny a trip.
Commissioners, I would say, again, I think we can provide the services, the riders can choose which service they want to utilize. I think what's at question still again tonight is the outstanding contractual issue of the payment of the fuel. That's what's at the crux of the issue tonight. I mean, that's, you know, if the direction is for us to go back and try again, I'm happy to do that. But that's really, it's what the issue is this evening.
I'd like, is there any more comments? I have a couple things.
No,
I wanna ask. I've
and
been
Wes,
listening.
Wes, I hope we can resolve it. And, you know, I would go on record for me, whether it's ITL or whether it's the county. And actually, we talked about this. $16 is not a livable wage for anybody. I mean, you cannot survive off $16 an hour and take care of your children. So, I mean, you know, maybe you're right, Wes, maybe that's another conversation. But we can't be proud that we're paying people $16 an hour. And so, maybe, you know, we can go back to the drawing board and figure out something that works. I concur with you, Ashley. Maybe we can, but we have to figure it out. I mean, transportation is costly, but I mean, either, you know, there's a budget and a cost per trip that we pay, and either people can meet that cost or they can't. If they can't meet that cost, then, well, it's great. But we should at least recognize that when we have citizens with disabilities, their challenges are greater than those of us who've been blessed that don't have those challenges.
Thaddeus, I have just a couple questions, because the most important thing to me is that the people that need the service the most get it. And I also realize there's probably some people that can go on flex transit, and that's fine. We got to figure out an algorithm to make sure the right people get this service, because that's really important to me. Someone said, I think as a society, we have a responsibility sometimes to help some of these folks that need help. I do have a problem with the contract, because the contract with Flex Transit, both with what ITL wrote and also with our own county staff, this contract obviously needs to be renegotiated. It's not feasible with what's going on with Flex Transit. I have a question on GCE, and I don't know if I may have to call it to the base on this. Do they subsidize any of the money for the transportation for the people that use it to the county?
For GCE, no.
Really? Okay, that's something I'm going to bring up, because
They do not, Mr. Kohler, I sit on the GCE board, they do not.
well, maybe they should be pushed in that.
GC doesn't pay anything for this?
No, and they probably should. You know, a lot of these communities where they bring in service workers, they pay for transportation, lodging, and the base gets they've got an enormous contract out on the base, so I think they should have to.
But Mike, I will say this, and I may agree with the clerk on this. Those citizens right there, if they're not working, they're going to be getting disability checks. They're going to be at Council on Aging. They're going to be in daycare programs that we're funding. I mean, if we can get them to work, these are the children that have gone through our special education.
Oh, this ain't
schools.
against the workers, this
I
is
mean,
about the contractor.
Yeah, and they're
I
providing,
want them to go to work.
and they're probably providing, and I don't know, I mean, they're probably providing a labor, and I mean, Rodriguez here, he probably could speak on it. They're providing a labor that the base couldn't pay for. I mean, I don't know how many events you've been to on the base. I've been out there to GC when they're providing food and when they're catering. To me, I mean, that's a great program. And another thing, I mean, listen, those citizens face issues. I had a driver from ITL today talk to me about what she does, and I won't call her name. She says sometimes, Commish, they wet in their pants on the way, and I have to take care of them. Sometimes they have mistakes. I mean, and that's not something that we should expect for our bus drivers, our flex trans, and all those people. It takes one-on-one. I mean, if you go into any school and you have children with disabilities, it may be 3 kids in the classroom versus there's 30 kids over in this classroom. And so we have to be cognitive of that because that's where those children come from.
My wife teaches ESC now, so I'm
I don't know
very
what the
familiar with
solution, and I'm with, I mean, we have, the contract needs to get worked out, and I'm with you. I mean, the contract may not be a great contract, but I think that there's ways around it. But I believe that our number one priority should be finding the service for our citizens and working that within our budget, and to not, throw the baby out with the bathwater, to figure out how we can do it, because I can say that this company, and I'm going to advocate for them because I know them, that they've done a great job.
Well, if I can conclude with a couple other thoughts here, so obviously,
Can I add to your thought?
go ahead.
Well, I just-
Very patient chairman.
Well, it'll help. So when we were at the FDOT meeting and they were talking about reimbursements for using mass transit, if we're trying to get the company to chip in and help out with mass transit, they could use that and then we could get that reimbursement.
That's a good point. I forgot about that.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Well, it's your birthday. I'm going to be nice to everyone. Service is the most important thing to me. But as a taxpayer, cost matters too. And what I heard was, and I was like with Commissioner Berry, $90 to $28. That's crazy. I do think we should have a renegotiation, but they have to pay the fuel costs. That was a contract breach. And we got to have, contracts have to be honored, or the board in itself is, I mean, I don't know how we don't have a contract that we don't enforce. So I'm more than willing, I mean, obviously for ITL, the numbers would be drastically different because more people going to flex transit. But, Wes, I think if the ITL would pay the gas, and we could get to reasonable numbers in a new contract that augmented what you said and was fair, I'm open to that.
I do believe we can reprocure
Well,
and
and
renegotiate.
Mike, I kind of agree with what you're saying in that we've got somebody that's provided a service for, whether it's 7 or 8 years, whatever the exact number is, but it's a lengthy period of time. And, I don't think that I've missed a board meeting during that time. I don't recall, but I don't believe I missed a board meeting. I don't believe I missed a minute of public forum during that 8 years that they've provided the service for us. I do not believe we've had one instance of a person in public forum speak about an issue that they had with them. And that's over that period of time. I don't know the numbers, again, the gross rides per year, but just say it's 500,000 rides or whatever the number is. It's a large number. It's in the hundreds of thousands of rides that have been provided without problems. And that's a lot of touches of humans. I mean, that's just not physical, but I mean, that's a lot of interactions. It's a lot of touches of humans to not have had problems that have arisen to the fact that the board had to deal with it.
Yeah.
That's some value. I can't discount the expense, just what you're talking about. I mean, I can't discount that. So, we can't continue as we have. That seems clear. We can't continue as we have. But I do have an issue with the fuel, and I expressed that to my friends this afternoon on the phone when we spoke. I have an issue with that, and I expect that to be remedied. But I don't think that just completely pushing out a vendor that has provided just those amount of touches to our citizens over that period of time without problems that, again, have risen to our level that we've had to deal with. I don't think that that's maybe in the best interest. I do see when you have somebody that can provide a service at that level, that has a value, and maybe going forward, that's going to have a value just in a smaller rides, smaller trips, smaller rides, whatever have you. And if we, kind of revamp the service where, part of the rides are going here, part of the rides are going to stay there, or stay with a private vendor, maybe the gross rides per year don't hit the level that they're interested. Maybe they say, you know what, we're not interested. But then that's their decision to make if they're not interested in, working with us anymore, because we won't have the enough rides to create the large numbers that they need to, to really run a business. I don't know that, and I don't want to make that decision for them. We have to make some changes on our side financially. I agree. I mean, that's clear, and I agree with Wes about that. We have to make some changes on our side. But I do think that they have provided enough value, and I think enough of them individually, that I think it's worthwhile to say, what role could you play in our service going forward? It just won't be the same role as it has been. And if that doesn't work, okay, at least we tried. I think the majority of the problem that has happened over, the last year, 18 months, has been, communication issues. I think, communication's important. I think there's been some miscommunication and perhaps some lack of communication, and that probably some of that fault lies on their side. Probably some of that fault lies on our side as well. We've had changeovers. We've had personnel changes and those things, and changes lead to, communication issues. So, if the issue is terminating the contract as it exists, if that's what you have to do to revamp the way that we handle transportation for disadvantaged folks, okay, but it's important that we try to find a way to see what role ITL could play with this going forward. If we don't have to terminate the contract and we can just kind of mutually agree that, look, the fuel's got to be paid, and then let's sit down and see if there's a place for you going forward. I have, won't speak for anybody, but I mean, they're paid through a reimbursement. As long as that fuel bill's out there, I'm not sure that there's going to be net payments going out anyway. I think that, that's
Well,
a
Commissioner
guess.
Berry, so then why don't we if you're amicable to this, why don't we let the county administrator give 30 days? We obviously all agree the contract has to be renegotiated. We change the numbers that will marry up something that will fit right. And then obviously I think I think most of us think the fuel needs to be paid. So is 30 days a reasonable time to, I don't know.
I'm sorry. To me, yes, I don't know what you said. Yeah. What?
You have contract terms that set forth, if you're terminating the contract, you need to give them notice. The recommendation that is in your backup, in the county administrator's report there, provides that you, if you vote for that, would be providing the notice of the termination of both the contracts, the transportation disadvantaged as well as the ADA, both of them. The administrator would have the authority to provide notice that those are being terminated. We'd follow those timelines, get those letters out, and revamp accordingly would, I think, be the direction it sounds like.
Allison, so if we terminate the contract, but with the board's intent, it sounds like we still would like to go back and work with the contract for the most vulnerable people in our community that need this service.
So I don't know that we're terminating, we're giving notice of the termination. I mean, our actions don't actually
But
terminate it.
we shouldn't even consider, if we're going to do that, let me,
Sir,
if you take.
please, this is board deliberation. We're having board deliberation.
I'm just trying to, there was a question
I
about the
appreciate
date of.
that. If one of the commissioners wants you to come up, I'll ask you right now. We're in deliberation.
I'll ask the question, Mr. Meek first, but
I
Allison.
just got to have order here.
But, Mr. Chairman,
to answer your
just because
question.
I am the chair of ADA, there's no way that you can revamp the ADA in 30 days. He just said, we're not even providing that service. There's no way that you can put out notice to citizens with disabilities and revamp an ADA contract in 30 days. I mean, because it's funding from the state, there's a whole lot that goes on with our Medicaid and our ADA. So, I mean, if we, as Like, I don't know if your suggestion was to put this and give it back to the administrator and let him work something out in the next 30 days to bring us back a proposal to find a transition. If, as Commissioner Berry said, I think it's pretty clear that they're gonna have to pay the fuel. I think that's obvious. But maybe they can come back with a workable solution that we all can, because I think that's where we are. But to say
Allison,
terminate, to
legalese-
terminate it, I mean, I think that is
Can we
Yeah,
live with
not
this?
beneficial.
I mean,
If we terminate it, which you have every right to do, either because you do have a right to terminate for convenience, that is not what is in this proposal here, but that is an option for you. You have every right to terminate, but I would be of the opinion that once it's terminated, Mr. Moreno has already suggested what I think the solution is that you would need to re-procure if you're going to do something other than do it in-house.
Right, and you can't re-procure it in 30 days.
No, I wouldn't think.
It's hard to find these type of providers for ADA, across this state. So you cannot procure this in 30 days.
So are we legally able to renegotiate the contract without terminating it and going out for procurement again?
You have the right to amend your contract. You have your right to voluntarily work through issues with the other party to resolve what may be the reason that you're terminating or would want to terminate for cause. You can try to work out the fuel bill that's left hanging out there. You have every right to do that, but I wouldn't want you to perpetually rest on your rights. You've got a contract with terms that are favorable to you to terminate for either for cause or convenience, so.
All right, I mean, this is the first time we've discussed it as a
Yep.
board, so I mean, I don't think if we didn't take action to formally provide the notification of termination of the contracts tonight, I mean, I don't think that's an instance of sitting on our rights. I mean, this is our first discussion, so, I mean, and if our conversation, amongst the majority of us seems pretty, pretty similar. It seems, I mean, maybe a little bit different, maybe, but it seems pretty similar. Also, if we, if the administrator just kind of took the conversation, under advisement and acted accordingly without, without a vote, then, without a vote of termination, that's something that Commissioner Mayor wouldn't have to abstain from, because it's just Wes's conduct would be the product of our conversation, which is okay.
So Wes, how long could you get back and to work on the amendment? I mean, what's a reasonable timeline to see if you and ITL can get to an amended contract?
We've had several meetings, but I'm free all day Monday. I can meet anytime it's available for them on Monday. We can set up as many meetings as it takes to work through the issues. I think after listening to some conversation tonight, I may have a few thoughts, a few ideas that I can get with our legal team on, and as well as Mr. Hall, that we can make and present across the table. It hasn't been for lack of trying. I think we have tried, but I'm certainly happy to go back and jump on it again.
Are you
Well, I
guys
would like to
willing
have it back here by the
Do we
first
want to
meeting
know
in
if they're willing to pay for the gas? Like, do we want that commitment to move forward with this?
Well, I think that's between Wes. They know what the board wants.
But actually, I
don't
think we've given pretty clear direction.
Yeah, I
We're not
think,
gonna pay the gas.
I think.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear, and I mean, and they go, and Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, Mr. Mead is an attorney, and, we sometimes give deference to the attorneys who make a lot of money an hour, so to be here. So, I mean, can we just yield and let him say what he wants to say?
Sure. If
All I
the
wanted
commissioner
to
wants
do
you to say,
was-
please go ahead.
All I wanted to do, Mr. Chair, was clarify. It seemed to be there was an impression that you had to decide what time frame to get. My client already had to give notice under the contract. That was given for August 1st, so the 60 days is running and concludes September 30th. My client is still open to negotiating. We're going to be willing to work with Mr. Moreno and staff on those questions through council or otherwise as they see fit. But I just want to make sure that was not misunderstood, that as far as the status of the contract, it is pending a notice termination right now because of my client's need to deal with those financial questions. And it's not a question of the board having to take action in that regard, except with regard to what they want to do with these services. So, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I concur with Commissioner Berry. We don't have to take a vote. We can hand it to Wes and just
So
let
we
him
have till
negotiate it
September
instead of us
30th.
keep going round and round. I mean, you have attorneys involved and all that. We'll go round and round all night. I mean, give it to Wes and the attorney.
So the answer is we have till September 30th.
We may need a little longer than that.
Well, and we may need, and my,
Yeah, they need
and my
longer than
client may be open to that if we can have some interim arrangements beyond that date, and we can talk about what that would entail. We have the time to discuss
But
those.
We also, even if we may need longer than that to come to an agreement, we probably don't need that long to find out that we will not be able to come to an agreement.
Right.
And that may, I mean, and that may be the outcome of the conversation.
And that may well be, but we'll certainly be willing to work with it if we're being productive to see what arrangements need to be made.
Well, I'd like to have it on the first meeting in October.
Can we just leave it to let Wes tell
Yeah,
us when he
that's
wants to
what I'm
bring it back?
saying. Let Wes go
Because
work
there
it
may be an
and-
impasse. It may be a no-brainer. It could be an impasse,
Okay.
something we
I'm
can't
fine
give
with
on. So Wes, go, and if it's an
So we're
impasse,
gonna
it's an
drop it?
impasse.
Yeah,
Drop
if there aren't enough rides to make it a viable business, that may be the outcome, and that's going to be a short conversation, and then that comes back to us in 2 weeks. I mean, so it may not take that long, especially if it doesn't go.
I get it. So is there a motion to drop car 1-15?
Yes, so move to drop the item.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, Wes, I appreciate you taking that on. We are up to car 121. We have two speakers, Mel and Kevin Wade. It's got to do with Sorrento Road. This was a suggestion that Commissioner Berry brought up at the TPO, this letter. That's why it's on there.
Oh, thank you. Commissioner Berry recommended it. Awesome. I was just basically in support, but also wanted to say I really hope that we're not having Gulf Beach Highway change to Sorrento Road. We're not Perdido. So this looks like from the title of this that we're talking about Sorrento and Gulf Beach Highway, right? Because it says Sorrento from Navy Boulevard to Innerarity.
Yeah, what the TPO did, Mel, and I could clear this up, is all they're doing is a safety study all the way from Sorrento down to Gulf Beach. So the TPO voted unanimously. Commissioner Berry asked that we put it on the record formally here, and that's.
It's actually from Navy Boulevard.
Didn't I say that?
Yeah, so it's Gulf Beach Highway too, right?
It is.
Navy Boulevard from what?
To Innerarity Point Road.
Theobald's Bridge.
Perdido Key Drive, yeah.
Theobald's Bridge.
Starting at W. No, starting at Navy Boulevard at
Navy and Gulf,
Warrington
Navy,
and,
Gulf
yeah.
Beach, all the way to Theobald's, yeah. We're not paying for it. The
Yeah,
FDOT
so
is.
this is the request is something that FDOT didn't have, they don't have it funded, so they have to extract funds from another pot to pay for the safety audit, and as justification or the backup for why they would do that, the TPO voted to ask them to do a safety audit, and I just thought it would be good if our board sent a letter of support, because the safety audit's it's not in the work program, it's not budgeted at all, so it's a new expense, and this will give them some justification for making that expense. I mean, it's not, I don't know, it's $50,000 or something. It's not a huge
Thank
expense.
you. It is really needed, and I'm thrilled to hear that Gulf Beach is getting, put on it as well. I mean, the accidents are just piling up. Yeah, I don't need to, everybody knows this. And then especially because you did mention the roundabout, Commissioner Stroberger, I've been wondering since the new development, Mirable's new development went through the final, right? Isabella is through the final and it's a go, so I'm imagining the roundabout staying, right? Is that what you were alluding to? Wait, you said something about somebody, that's the guy that's the incorporation dude, right? That you were talking about going around with? You said that there was somebody that brought you around Perdido Key. Is that the guy that's hooked up with the incorporation people, that he leads that effort?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, I didn't recognize the name, but you mentioned that he showed you a good roundabout, and I was.
I've seen, yeah, I get shown the same roundabout. It's the one over in Orange Beach.
Oh,
Yeah, so
he showed you a better roundabout. Gotcha.
With Lieutenant Tampery, too. He showed
Okay.
me the same one.
I thought you were joking that he showed you the one down at Perdido Key and said that was a
No.
good one.
No.
Okay, because I've been imagining it that since Isabella went through the final, that roundabout is probably staying, but thankfully, Perdido Key is not my problem to advocate for anymore, so
There are a lot
anyway.
of people that don't like the roundabout, and there are a lot of people that like the roundabout, because it is doing some traffic.
Don't care, I've done my
Right.
time killing one roundabout, I'm not getting into that again, but anyway, thank you very much for this study, because that road is just getting worse all the time.
No, it's a good thing. Kevin, you have a comment?
Again,
30 years ago, I came to this town and went out to meet a publisher that I was going to be writing for, and I was taken aback by the amount of memorials on the side of the road. Gulf Beach Highway, Sorrento, and when what's-his-name came to office and did everything he could not to make friends with FDOT, and all of the money that was already ready for Sorrento Road and Gulf Beach Highway went away. Oh, and not long ago, at a TPO meeting, FDOT meeting out to go over proposals for these stretches of highway, I was introduced to the term beyond 2040. And what was being said at that time was nothing on these roads will even be considered to be looked at until after 2040. That was all Gulf Beach, yes. But the jumping ahead and getting some of more attention on this, great. And this is awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, folks, that concludes our speakers on 121.
Move the item.
Yeah, there's a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Yeah, thanks for keeping me in check. It's getting late. All right, we're at Budget and Finance. Wes?
41 items on the budget finance consent agenda. There are no changes. Please hold for speakers, or hold for discussion, CAR 2-2. Then for speakers, CAR 2-3 and 2-34.
Okay.
Move the balance, Mr. Chairman.
All right, is there a second? Please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Okay.
Commissioner Hoffberger, I think you had 2-2.
Yeah, so I
Garrett, if
wanted,
you could come on up.
yeah, I wanted to have a conversation around the LHAP agreement and the proposal. I would like to see more money put towards the down payment assistance versus the demo and replace, just because it would help us help more people in need. And I think the money would go a little bit further. So I didn't know if there was room for discussion on that, or we could gather some support or have a conversation.
Sure.
Garrett, you have a comment?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, I think it's useful to hear what you have to say.
No, thank you.
You good?
Yeah, looking at the LHAP here, Commissioner Hoffberger, were you interested in perhaps increasing the amount per award or amount of overall funding going towards that activity?
So I'd like to see the overall funding increased for the down payment assistance.
What is it now? I'm pulling it up.
So the exact, basically, for each family, it's kind of a tiered system depending on income. For our moderate income families, going all the way up to 120% area median income, that's $20,000. Going up to 80% area median income, that is $32,500, and then 50% goes up to $45,000. It is not outlined well, I guess it is in the goals charts in the LHAP, how much we are dedicating to that activity. Let's see here.
So where I was looking at on the goals, we have 600,000 going to demo and reconstruction, which would give us 3 homes. But if we moved more of that over to the down payment assistance, essentially we could help 10 times the amount of people.
Understood. Yeah, I believe, let's see here, we have 417,000 allocated to that right now for an approximate 14 units. That's kind of in line with what we've done in the past. I think we can certainly make some adjustments there. And I think what we're planning on doing this year in particular, with our demo and replacement program, we have a really neat opportunity coming up with our CDBG DR money coming out for Hurricane Sally. We've it was a competitive grant we went after. We were awarded $9 million for that, and we're looking at spending the majority of that on replacement homes because we do have a substantial list that's built up. So I think really what we would plan to do in the next year or so is rather than ship coming out of pocket for the entire amount of those homes, we're going to be leveraging that money with our DR funding. And I think realistically, we're probably going to be limited by how many contractors we have because we should be able to build 40, 45 homes in the next year.
And Ashley, and I agree with you, but the demo and rehab, I have people that's almost been on the list since I've been elected. What's our wait list on the demo and rehab? Because I only get 2 or 3 in my district a year, and I tell you what, I know that there are people who've been waiting in perpetuity, you know, and I've pushed some in Commissioner Baird in every district. So what's the wait list for demo and rehab? What's our waiting list right now?
Understood. So right now, we have 66 people on that wait list. And
the longest person has waited how long?
Probably 6 years.
Right.
I'll say before I got to the county, I don't believe the county was doing any demo and replacement, so that wait list.
It's no idea. I'm just talking to my colleague because I agree with her that we need, particularly for the 60% medium income. But we got people who live in deplorable conditions that have been waiting. He said 6. I know somebody that's probably been waiting 7 or 8 to get their house demoed and rehab. It's not even in my district, but it's a long waiting list. And so I can certainly support what you're saying, Ashley. I would even support finding money somewhere else. But I mean, we got people that's been on a list for 6 years. Many of them COPD, on oxygen, and all the living in mold, living with blue tarps. I mean, they were throughout all 5 of our districts. So I mean, a 6-year wait list outlives our term of service.
Garrett, did some of the houses I've been at, were those under demo and rehab, like the lady in Myrtle Grove and the one over off Gulf Beach we did? Were those demo? I know the one over on Gulf Beach was a demo and rehab, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, sir. The other was just a rehab we were able to do.
But that would have come out of this pot of money, right?
No, sir. That would come out of our regular owner-occupied rehab money.
Okay.
And we've increased those limits in an effort to find homes that have good bones, if you will, where maybe they're cinder block homes, and we can save a lot of the structure and be able to basically gut and rebuild those homes for around $60,000 less than we would pay if we just knocked it down and built something completely new.
So, well, and one of the problems I have with the demo and replace is essentially we're tearing down the home and giving them a brand-new $200,000 home, and they're not paying anything towards that. They're not even paying a mortgage. But if we do it for the down payment assistance, they have skin in the game, and they're paying, albeit a small amount, but a mortgage nonetheless.
So
they pay nothing when we do a demo and tear down?
Well, with all of our state housing money, the home buyers don't have to pay the county back anything. They do have a primary mortgage that they pay and are required to carry homeowners insurance, et cetera. For our demo and replacement homes, we do require that they obtain homeowners insurance, pay that, and similarly to the purchase.
What's the max that we would pay to demo and rebuild a house?
Right now, with our LHAP, we have that at $215,000.
What if it costs $250? What happens then?
If it's higher than $215, then we'd have a problem. I'm happy to say that we're nowhere near that. Right now, we're coming in the low 180s, which includes demo. I think the last one we did was, 181.
That must be a
and some
tiny
change.
house.
It was 3-bed, 2-bath, 1,250 square feet. But yeah, so.
So for the demo and replace, they don't pay a mortgage at all?
They don't pay any mortgage. However, the property there is a deferred payment mortgage essentially placed on the home for a 15-year period. At the beginning of the 6th year, that mortgage will depreciate 10% for the following 10 years. until at the end, it is completely forgiven and they own that with no county encumbrance.
So as long as they lived there for 16 years, we tore down their old house, handed them the keys to a new house for free.
That is correct.
Whereas we could have taken that money and put 10 times the number of people in affordable housing if we did it for down payment assistance.
We have similar terms with our home buyer funding, but it is, we would be able to help 4 families buy a home rather than one person rebuild a home. But I would just stress that the families that are on this list are kind of the most desperate and most vulnerable.
What percent, wait, is it 60,
in-
80, or 120? Most of these people, what percentage of?
I'm sorry?
Most of these people at what average medium income? 60%, 80%?
I would say for our demo and rebuild, we're probably looking at 50% AMI. And we have a fair amount of them that are down to 30%.
So actually, I would say that if they're at 50%, these people would never be able to be a part of your first-time home buyers program because they just can't afford it. I know
Well, and my concern there is if we're handing them the keys to a new house, they're in a house that's in disrepair because they haven't been able to afford to keep it up. So what is going to be their ability to keep up the house that we gave them? So I'm not sure it's a good stewardship of those dollars.
I think Commissioner Hoffberger does have some good points because we can help a lot more people. Although I've been to some of these demos and rehab, I mean, there's just so much money. I mean, I'd rather help 60 people than 3, but if I could, I mean, I never thought of it
but that's
like
true,
that.
Mike. But you got to give them some value because they're bringing their property to the property as part versus our first time home buyer. We're buying the property and we're giving them the house. And I agree, we can help so many more people. But as we just talked about with transportation, this is 50%. These are not people that's making $16 an hour. These are the people that's getting a $900 a month check that are living, and mostly everyone I've ever gone to is a senior citizen that's there, that's been living in unsafe conditions that we probably would put in a nursing home if we didn't help them. And the wait list is 6 years. I've been here 12 years. I'm telling you, I've had 2 or 3 in my entire term on this board.
Well, and that's exactly it. I mean,
You've been to 2. Oh, yeah, no, I noticed that you had 2, and I've only had 3. Trust me, I'm well aware of it.
so if we're trying to help the most people and the most amount of people who are in an unfortunate situation, are we really putting a dent in it if we're only able to do 3 a year
I agree with that.
versus
I
helping
agree with
30
that.
families get into a home?
But actually, since we're having this conversation, I'm glad you brought it up. Here's part of the problem. We just did those 14 homes. If you increase the subsidy, and they'll tell you this in any affordable housing workshop, if you increase the subsidy so much that it's a inflated, unrealistic number, and you put them into in my district, in a growing urban core, where we give them a $200,000 house and we subsidize it by $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, they're not going to keep it anyway because the property values are going to raise so much, the upkeep is going to go, the insurance is going to be so high, they can't do it. You know what I mean? And so we got to, I know exactly where you're going. I think we need to strategically maybe have a workshop because if we subsidize a house too much, if we subsidize a $400,000 house and they're only financing $100,000, the insurance company is going to insure it for $400,000. The property and the taxes is going to be at $400,000. And so they walked into this deal thinking that they had a $1,200 mortgage. And before they knew it, after the first year, they got a $2,400 mortgage, and then they end up in foreclosure because we've just given them too much. And I mean, I'm the most giving. I mean, I'd rather help them as much as we can, but they just can't afford it. But we don't think about that when we put people in affordable housing because we put them into these neighborhoods. I'll tell you, these 14 houses where they go, people are financing $150,000, but across the street it's a $600,000 house. Their value is going to become that house.
Right.
And they're going to have to pay that insurance rate, and they're going to have to pay that tax rate, and the upkeep of that rate. And most of them can't afford it because they were approved for $100,000 at the bank or $150,000 at the bank, make their mortgage $1,200, but their out-of-pocket expense is $2,400, $2,500, and they can't keep it up. So that's why I'm saying we have to be thoughtful in this process. So in theory, I support everything you're saying, Ashley.
Would you be open to moving maybe a quarter of the money that's in demo and reconstruction over to purchase assistance?
Whatever you want.
What do you guys
I'm
think?
I'm fine with that, too. I mean, Garrett, is there any reason we shouldn't do that?
I mean, Clara, is that a reason we shouldn't?
Yeah,
I mean,
or
do you have
Clara,
any
I
input?
didn't see
you've
Clara
been
in the
around.
back.
I'd love to hear your opinion or your take.
So one thing just to point out that might help a little bit here. One of the main things we have to keep in mind with our SHIP funding specifically are the state mandated set-asides we have to meet. When it comes to the purchase assistance, we have to make sure that at least 65% of our funds are going to 75% are going to construction activities. So purchase assistance would not count in that set aside. So that's just something we have to watch. So really, and in some of our purchase assistance, we can count towards construction. Let's say if it's a home that needs a new roof to close, we can actually come in with SHIP, pay for that roof, and that comes out of their down payment assistance award. But
So Gary, the money that today say if it's just in a CRA in our poor neighborhoods, trying to meet Commissioner Hallberger where she is, the money that we're talking about for sewer conversion, could we move that over to what she's talking about right now?
So that funding specifically is some of our federal funding. But what we could look at doing, and what we are looking at doing, is leveraging some of our, a different pot of federal funds, some of our home money, to doing replacement homes as well. We're working with 9 families right now. And part of that would be a 25% match from state funds or local funds, but in our case.
So Gary, is our wait because we don't have money, we don't have time? Why would someone be waiting for 6 years on a waiting list? How do we, the 5 of us, help you make sure that someone, most people you're getting, they're 75 years old. Wait, they're 81. What helps us get this person the house quicker?
Like I said, with the DR money we have coming out, it presents a really awesome opportunity for us to get that wait list. My goal is to get that wait list to 0. And us not to have to do any replacement housing. But it's going to take a couple years to get there. I don't know why none were done before I got here, so certainly can't speak to that. But
no, I'll take responsibility for that. I was here, Steve was here, so I don't know either, but I'll take responsibility. Yeah. I take responsibility for that if you don't know. I certainly have advocated for it, so I don't know. You're right, I don't know why it hadn't happened. But I do know people complain to me all the time that they can't get a house, and they've been on a list for a minute. But I don't know. Maybe I'm not as smart as the chairman. He's gotten 3 in 1 year. That took me 3 in 10 years. Maybe.
Don't worry, you got 3 libraries.
Yeah.
No.
So I would hate to put them on the spot that they can't deliver, but I support what you're doing. However you want to work it out, you got my support.
Yeah, I would like to move $150,000 from the demo and reconstruction to the down payment assistance.
Is there a second?
Claire, did you have any? We called you up and we didn't hear from you.
Yeah, you have any issues?
Not really. I would say that we can use CRA dollars as well, as long as the board approve us to do so. But of course, those properties that we provide subsidies to, they will have to reside, land in the CRA.
Well, what I would ask Claire, if the key particulars in any of our districts, if the problem that we have people on a list for 6 years and the problem is funding, bring it to the next meeting so we can fund it. I would give up hope if I've been on a list for 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
So, bring that back to this board. It seems like we're wanting to do it. Bring it back and just figure out where we can move the money and just do it.
Well, but we don't have money to build 66
Well, that's my
houses.
question. Do you have money? So is the obstacle money? What's the obstacle? That's my question.
Well, and I'm also curious if these people on the waiting list, are they wanting to stay in that particular house for sentimental reasons, or do they just need a home and we can get them in a home a cheaper way?
Well, it makes sense because they already own the property, though. So you can take the property price off
Or if
of
they're elderly, maybe they don't want the upkeep. Maybe there's different options, and we can look at how to explore that and really tackle that more holistically.
I think the only problem would be a lot of first-time homebuyer programs, both state and federal. They do have a definition of first-time homebuyer, which is typically you can't have owned a home within the last 3 years. And even though some of these houses they might be, you know, in too bad a shape to even live there. They might be living with their children or something like that.
And actually, I served on the AHAC, and he's absolutely right. The people that are using this program are not eligible for the first home buyer. First, they don't even have good credit. Second of all, they can't get a mortgage. You know, that's a whole different population versus someone who's trying to buy their first home. So, I mean, I think it has to be both, and we have to equal it out, because Gary's absolutely right. I mean, we've kind of had that discussion in AHAC meetings. Those people would not be eligible because they got a generational house that their great-grandmama passed down, their grandmama passed down, and then they got it, and the house is 100 years old, and they get $800 a month. They're not going to go to the bank and get a Fannie Mac or a Fannie Mae loan. So, I mean, it's just two different programs. So I think that we got to make sure that we fund both of them. And so I can support you on what you're doing. You know, I'd honestly actually love to give you 150 and figure out how we replace this first time with another 150 from another pot of money. I mean, that's what my second would be, because I agree exactly what you're saying.
So Commissioner
sorry, Wes.
Hofberger had a motion. Is there a second for the 150?
If she take a friendly motion that we would direct Wes to take the 150 that Commissioner Hofberger had and supplement, you know, the 150 that they need so they won't have a loss of funding for our rehab program.
Can I add, Garrett and Claire, is this time sensitive? Does it have to go tonight, or can we come back to the next meeting?
So here's the great
They all
thing.
have this.
We can approve it tonight. It does need to go as soon as possible.
Okay.
However, we are able to modify this goals chart as we go throughout the year, because sometimes funding changes. So they do give us the latitude to kind of work on this. So this can be a working document.
Okay.
Who are you submitting this to, the housing?
Yes, sir, Florida Housing Finance Corporation.
Florida Housing, okay.
It's due at the end of this month, right? When is it due?
It is.
October.
Technically, it was due, it was due a few months ago.
Oh, geez.
But we, you know, we had a lot of changes to go through. We've had our interlocal change. So we're bringing our purchase assistants in-house. We've been working through some technical assistance with Florida Housing for that. And then Florida Housing was helping us with some of our LHAP writing. There's some new kind of innovative things we're doing this year, which I'm really excited about. But those are different, and anytime there's different, we have to kind of work with Florida Housing on that. But we've gotten it through now. They're good with everything. So that's why we're bringing it forward.
So is the motion just to move 150,000? Is that what you're?
That is my motion, to move 150 from demo and reconstruction and move that to the down payment assistance goal.
Okay, is there a second?
I second it, and
Okay.
I guess, Claire, y'all will bring something back to replace it. Yep, that's
All
fine.
right, Wes, you good with that? All right, we have a motion, second. Please vote. Commissioner May?
Well,
Thank you.
It's 5-0, thanks. We're moving on to car 2-3, is that correct, Wes?
S3, yes.
Mel Pino, you're our only speaker. You want to come up?
Thank you, Chairman Kohler. Melissa Pino, 413 Southeast Bartlett. I think this is kind of one of these things that I just truly don't get, because there has to be some reason, Commissioner May, why, so I'm kind of using this item to talk about, you guys talked about expanding getting the roof stuff back, or what was it, the sewage connection for non-homestead properties this morning, right? I have never gotten why they took all of it away from secondary properties. It never made any sense. And so it's really rare that I'm ever at this podium advocating for myself. So full disclosure, I'd like to be able to use those again on our rental property, but everyone would. And I try to think about what is the test case for when somebody is using too many of these grants, and I'm like, I don't get it. If you had somebody that owns a dozen houses in a redevelopment district, the goal is to spiff the houses up, so who cares who owns them? But there has to be a reason. I mean, Commissioner May, back in the day, it was Doug that was really driving that. But I realize that you voted for some of the cutbacks as well, and I think, if I'm remembering right, it was that you were just not satisfied that they were making a big enough difference. And I'm sorry that that wasn't the case in your district, but man, they make a huge difference in our district. And so You know, say for instance, when we did the house next door, we used it for a roof. And, you know, at the time, it was $13,000 for a aluminum roof. And I thought, good God, now it's like 45. But, I mean, we put a really good roof on there and just paid the extra. There were so many things that we could have done with that house. And I know other people in Navy Point, probably Myrtle Grove coming up. Why do we want to keep the apartments ghettoized? I don't get it. So I wish that you guys would just think about returning that program to the ability of using it for non-homestead homes, unless there is a good reason, because I've never really been able to wrap my head around it. So there may be something that I haven't considered, of course.
Yeah, thanks, Mel. I think we're moving in that direction. All right, Wes, are we at? Okay, move the item and please vote. Okay, Steve, you're on board, right? Motion passes 5-0. I know everyone's getting tired. All right, we're at 234. Is that correct, Wes?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Two speakers, Chris Kerb and George Levy.
Is Chris Kerb still here, or did he leave us? He couldn't hang with us. How about George Levy? George is gone too. Okay, guys, well, our speakers aren't here. Can we move the item? Okay, is there a second? Moving, buddy. Okay, motion second, please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, we're at, I think that's it for Budget and Finance, right? Did I miss anything?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we're on CAR 3-1.
Okay.
Recommendation concerning appointments to the Northwest Florida Health Services Council District 1. Jose is passing that balance.
No, 2.
Oh, I need my back. So sorry.
Yeah, is anyone here from the Northwest Florida? No one's here? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, is it too late to add a name?
Well, we just voted. Yeah, I think so, man.
I just want to add Alex Smith. I mean, the deputy mayor.
Never cease to surprise me, brother.
I thought the deputy, you saying that? Yeah, I thought the deputy mayor was
Yeah,
here.
we
I
just
mean,
voted. It's too late.
I mean, happy hour got over early.
You just trying to mess with me or what?
Mr. Chairman, we have 4 votes for Jennifer Morris, 2 votes for Marie Mott, 2 votes for Jeremy Ruffin, and 2 votes for Michael White.
Well, here we go. I guess, yeah. I'm just making sure the math is right, and it is. It's like, there's only 5 of us, it better equal 10, you know? No, I'm like, you want to do a 1 and a 2 so we can get this done? Huh? Yeah, we'll have it. I bet we're going to vote again. It's going to be 2-2-1.
2, 2, 1.
Mr. Chairman, we have 1 vote for Marie Mott, 2 votes for Jeremy Ruffin, and 2 votes for Michael White.
Okay, round 3. We got two, we got to vote another time. Yeah.
I think you might be right.
That's all good. I got a dental appointment in the morning, I got a full day, but Carpenter's Creek, you gonna push up for the legislative? We only normally give 3 to 4 because they don't. It's, have you went to legislative days yet? You haven't went, it'll be in January. So we also sit down. Oh, no, because I went. Yeah. So, but, I mean, we can. I mean, I'm fine with pushing specifically Carpenter's Creek. Well, I mean, something for I just thought that they, since they vetoed it, it seemed like a good project that should come back.
I need that and then Skinner Mill previous.
What's it, Skinner Mill? Oh, okay. Yeah, but they should clean that up. I'm surprised EPA hasn't.
Mr.
Come on,
Chairman,
speak up, what we got?
we've got 2 votes for Jeremy Ruffin and 3 votes for Michael White.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Yeah.
could back up a little bit to card 231.
I didn't have any speakers on
I
that.
know it was an award to Shavers Construction for sidewalks. I didn't know, so we don't need to do that.
Unnecessary.
Perfect, thank you.
So we can push on? Okay, so we,
Legislative priorities.
oh, hey, can someone make a motion to approve Jennifer Morris and, it was Michael White, right?
I make a motion to approve Jennifer Morris and Michael White as the Northwest Florida Health Service Council District 1.
Second.
Okay, please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, now we're at legislative priorities. Okay,
You
Wes?
should all have a draft in front of you to start the discussion with. South Navy Boulevard improvements, derelict vessel legislative amendment, public safety improvements, and Carpenter Creek riparian property acquisition.
I think she gave me one earlier. Okay. Any concern with these priorities, y'all? Is everyone good with them?
I just want to say I appreciate the public service and the Carpenter's Creek.
Commissioner Barry, Commissioner May, you good with this? Okay. As you know, I told Representative Andrade at the Brownsville ribbon cutting that we wouldn't be there. I think the board, if you don't know, because we'll have our budget hearing that night, Chris Dawson's going to be representing us with these priorities. So if there's no further questions, then I'm fine with it. We can push on.
Great.
Do we need a vote on that?
I think Casey put that together for us too, so I just want to say thank you for that. We appreciate it. Where, is she here?
Do we need a vote?
Yeah, she's in the media room.
Thank you.
Ideally, we would have a vote to, there's the presentation on Tuesday night. It would be great if the board would solidify that that is the wish list.
Okay. Is there a motion to move forward? Okay, second?
Second.
All right, please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, we're at the county attorney.
No, well, discussion item 3, Old Baptist Hospital demolition.
Oh, sorry about that. Lumen, this is yours.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
3
Thank you,
speakers.
thank you, Wes. And,
Oh, actually, we do have 3 speakers.
well, we'll listen to the speakers now.
Okay, Mel, come on up. Sorry about that.
Oh, I'll be fast. Wes is freezing us out with this air conditioning and get this meeting. It's cold, I don't remember a time it's been so cold in here. Melissa Pino, 413 Southeast Boblets, everybody's tired. I'll just quickly say that, you know, when they started all the crap about how, oh, the BCC is not honoring its promise to the city, I said no, because the city didn't honor its promise to do the things that they were going to do as the primary negotiators. And I was talking to a couple of city council people about it, and they were so dead set. They had it like, you know, pounded into them that you guys had reneged on some deal. So I dug the meeting up and I went back and looked at it, and Commissioner Kohler had a demand, and so did Commissioner May, and Commissioner May's was that there be, yours was that if the demo didn't go as high, the county got the money back, I think, right? And Commissioner May said, I want some health care there. Seems like it's a pretty, you know, good ask. They didn't come through on it, and so from my personal opinion, I'm like, I don't want you to have 10 cents of my tax money on that demo. That changes if there's going to be some health care there. I mean, or it could. I would at least really love to hear, you know, what discussions might have taken place. I don't like to see the city get a win on this, because I don't think that they've really conducted themselves all that valiantly, but I also don't think that we should get so stubborn on making them lose that we end up shooting ourselves in the foot and miss out on some potential health care in that area, because, you know, not participating and not getting the health care just lets them gentrify it and hand it to whatever developer they got waiting in the wings anyway, so then they get their win that way. So to me, the health care would be a win if it's possible, and I don't know if that's what Commissioner May has been in talks about, but I'm anxious to hear about it.
Thank you, Mel. Kevin, you're up.
Kevin Wade, 413 Southeast Bobble. It's much the same. I love that area of the city and the county. You know, the powers that be. I have done Killed Sesame Street, and that part of this town makes me feel like I'm in Sesame Street. It seems to say it's so very community, and there needs to be health care there in one way or another, and, you know, some movement. And I fear for what the city could do with that property all on its own. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Larry Downs, you're up. I probably know where you are on this. Go ahead.
Come on. Come on. Don't put one county tax dollar into that crap. Not one. Baptist Hospital took all that Corona's Care Act money. They took all that American Rescue Plan money. And they're still capturing people, giving them vaccines against their wishes. I mean, my mother had a bad accident. She wasn't in no position to give consent. And they gave her a Tdap shot, $530. I got the bill on it. After the surgery, as a 5-hour surgery, the nurses come in and said, we gave you a tetanus shot. And my mother goes, why? She had just made a post 2 weeks before that about the tetanus. It's ridiculous. It takes 4 weeks to mount an immune response. So if you did get tetanus from the asphalt, it wouldn't do you no good. They capture. It's called capture. It's a CDC. They're making money. Don't give any of our money. They're already making it through our federal government and everywhere else. All the HMOs and all that crap. They're in there. I don't want to see $1. I really don't want to see the city doing it either. No matter what deal they come up with, you can rest assured, you can be assured, you can be guaranteed that it's not going to be good for us. Some developer, somebody's going to get in there. It's going to be a public-private partnership of nonsense. More bullshit. Adios.
All right, Larry. Okay, folks, that's all the speakers. Commissioner May?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, recognizing what you said today, and after meeting with the attorney and I spoke with the mayor, all I would request tonight, if my commissioner who seconded would agree, is to simply set the parameters. I've never intended on giving any money for demolition, but I do recognize the importance of Baptist Hospital in my district. It's critical. You know, just as Outline Field 8 is in my two colleagues to my left, as maybe ST Aerospace is to my commissioner, Hallberger, I mean, just as important as things are to you in the Warrenton area. Baptist Hospital is important. In no way am I trying to give any dollars other than to help bring health care, hope to a district that's been blighted. My district, Inglewood, Shantytown, connects right to Baptist Hospital. When that property value increases, the quality of life and those property values increase for my district. I know that Ms. Long had identified, you know, some dollars that have been sitting there multiple years for rehabilitation in which that we could find. I would only ask tonight that we direct our administrator and our lawyer to work with the city attorney and the mayor to come back with something that we can vote on. They have to the end of September. We have a meeting on September 16th. That doesn't stop them from getting the deal done. And I was simply, and put it on the record because this is being obviously recorded and everybody's anxious. What I've asked for is that healthcare stay there, and there's a partnership with Community Health in which they would give a building for healthcare and dental. And there's another building in a parking lot that we'll be able to utilize as a resource center, a gathering place, whether it be for food or whether it be for seniors, that Baptist was deeding to the city, that I'd asked them to deed that to us. And both of those properties met the need of health care and food. The mayor has told me that through the Department of Commerce grant, in terms of making sure that there's not a food desert, that he would designate at least $1 million of $2 million, $1 or $2 million, to making sure that we had that possible in that neighborhood on East Street through some of those buildings. And so that's what I was negotiating with him, because I certainly read the tea leaves and understood that the majority of this board was not in any way going to support $2 million. I want to be on record. This was not a last-minute decision. I take a little issue with anyone that says that this is just something that popped up and I added to the agenda. We've talked about this in perpetuity. Even in the last meeting that the mayor was here, we said we will put it on the next agenda. We would have it on the agenda to vote it up or down. It was not put on the agenda for whatever reason. But I do, you know, anybody that has an attorney who says it may be legal, may not be legal, it's gray, but I highly advise not to do it. I'm not going to do anything against the advice of our legal counsel, so I'm not going to bring anything for a vote tonight, but I would ask that we direct staff
You're fine.
and bring it to a vote on the 16th. Whether you vote it up or whether you vote it down, everybody has their opinion for the negotiations. This is critical for my district, and so I'm not in any way saying that we're giving money for demolition, but for the rehabilitation of a neighborhood, and we're going to get a building that my constituents can't wait in perpetuity for the demolition and the tear down of Baptist Hospital. We can take control of that building, invest some dollars, and give that neighborhood some hope. We don't need a rat-infested building, and we can, you know, point blame every day, whether it's Baptist, whether it's the city. It doesn't really matter. But there is a 30 to 50 acre piece of blight that's plaguing the district that I represent in the city of Pensacola. Commissioner Hallberg and I both represent a large portion. She represents more than I do in the city. And so we're trying to be a good partner, but at the same time, making sure that we recognize the importance of not setting a precedent that we're giving money to any particular organization to take care of their issues, but make this I don't see this as a demo project, Commissioner Kohler. I see this as a project in which we can work through, and I don't know exactly what the dollar amount is.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's a blanket amount that it's 2 million or 1 million. I think it's something that, you know, we can negotiate, our staff can negotiate it, and they can bring it back. I mean, with everybody's input, just not my input, but I certainly have been very cognitive to respect commissioners in their lane and in their districts. And I expect that same reciprocity when I'm taking a lead to what happens to the constituents in my district. And I will continue to be respectful for decisions that people make in their district, because hopefully you know your district better than I know your district, but I know my district better probably than anyone that in my district. And so I know that this is very important. And not to give a history lesson, it was the Baptist black churches that funded this hospital, and it was only started because we headed up a hospital called University Hospital, the public hospital, in which African-American babies consistently died because of lack of health care, and Baptist Hospital was formed by community dollars. And I've been very open with Baptists that I wanted to see health care there, and I wasn't going to support anything if they didn't put health care there. And so the constituents spoke. They wanted health care, they wanted food, and they wanted affordable housing. And part of any negotiation, any contract that we would get from the mayor or from Baptist would have to entail that those three metrics are being met, because the constituents have already spoken. And so if in a way that we can contribute to making sure that happens, you know, those three things are important. And I've heard, you know, consistently throughout this process that we have not been a part of the decision-making process. But if we're going to participate, I would think that for the pre-development, the developer, the planners, that there will be a seat at the table for decision-making for our county commission, whether it be me or whether it be someone else. It will be a part of the negotiation that Allison and Wes would do with the mayor and with the attorney. And if we're talking about in terms of ROI, if we can improve the property values of that CRA at the city of their West Side CRA, it certainly is going to bleed over to our Brownsville and Inglewood CRA, which would bring ROI to the citizens. So that's kind of where I am, and I'm not going to make a motion to expend any dollars, quite frankly, under your leadership, Mr. Chairman, because I respect your comments this morning. I respect your consulting of the Ethics Board, which, but for the record, I don't see anything that's unethical, immoral, or wrong by it. But if I err, I will err on the side of caution, because I know what happens if there is even an appearance of something happening. So I'm not going to bring forth any allocation tonight, but hopefully I would just ask that respectfully that there is a up or down vote at our meeting on September 16th.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ray. Commissioner Stroberger?
So earlier today, we were talking about taxes a little bit. Children's Trust, School Board, Fire MSBU, the millage rate, it's the same. I forgot about FPL. You know, everything's going up. I wonder what kind of precedents we're setting if we decide to spend $2 million or anything else, for that matter, to demo that property, when my understanding is they were going to demo it. Am I right?
They allocated in their $925 million conduit bond paperwork that they put $50 million into that Marino Court, and they're putting in $3 million.
Yeah, so they were going to do it. And it still sounds like a corporate bailout. I mean, who else are we going to be bailing out next? I understand your feeling about the blight there. I think I think that Baptist is going to take care of it. I mean, they've already got $7 million from the state. They want money from us. They want money from the city. We get how much from the CRA there?
Well, I will go through a discovery thing on the 16th, and we get like 90K. We are getting fleeced on the West Side CRA. They get 1.6 million. This is how they can get the yes. We can get the yes tomorrow if they want to. I'm not against the project, but after the meeting, if I can just clarify something real quick, because Commissioner May, when the mayor came here, there was an agreement. The agreement was that we'd go back and find some money, Baptist would go back, and the mayor would go back. Well, guess who's the only one that came up with something with neighborhood to service us? Baptist came over, sat with Wes, and Stefan in my office and told us about their billion-dollar company, $2.6 million a day, only made 2%, 20 million, didn't honor their TEFRA hearing, is building a new medical thing on Pine Forest right now with Catalyst, but they can't take care of their property. The mayor, you know what, he came back? Didn't offer anything. So when you said, did I bring this up, Wes, I asked you, was there any interest from any commissioner? Because they didn't come back with anything. We were the only ones that came back with something, Lumen. Nothing, not one offer.
So, Mike, let me respond. I'm going to respond to you. And so $2 million is not even consideration. So I don't even know, that's what, you can ask for what you want to ask for. I mean, and so there has to be a consideration. And so when that number was brought forth, and what I believe is simply this, that we have rehabilitation money that's $510,000. There are 2 buildings that can immediately go to providing health care, dental, community center, and resource
But they
center.
want us to pay for those, is that not correct?
It doesn't matter what they want, it's what we propose.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I mean, so it doesn't matter what they want, it's what we propose. So if there's an appetite for $0, well, there's just an appetite for $0. If there's an appetite in which we can bring those resources in to provide these services, then that's going to be beneficial for the constituents that I serve.
But with that said, Lumen, I feel like you're being held hostage and the board's having to pay the ransom note.
I'm not held hostage for anything because I wanted 91%. I'm not hostage to anybody. The reality of it is I'm going to do what's best for the constituents that I serve in the community that I serve.
But let me ask you this, because this is what, and I actually, Allison and I talked about this. Why can't Baptist just transfer those properties to us without going through the city? They don't have to go through, we don't have to go through the city. Baptist still owns them.
Well, maybe that's the direction that we give to Wes and Allison when they go have the discussion.
Yeah, I'm like, why do we need to negotiate? Baptist still owns the land. They could transfer those to us. So, I mean, I think if we're negotiating, we don't need to.
Well, that's the point. We're not going to negotiate it tonight from the dais.
And so, and the other thing that I think that the board needs, I think the board should talk to Lindsay and sit down with her, because I spent some time with her. I actually went through all of the bids. I told Wes to have her go, no hands are tied, tell me what she thought was correct. I won't pull you up tonight. But it's worthwhile to listen to what she says, because that's exactly why DOJ is looking into the procurement at the city on this.
Well, I mean, that's the mayor. I mean, listen, whatever.
But it still affects, it still may come back. I don't know what that report's going to say. And it's out.
Well, what the report is going to say is that we're all going to cut all of our budgets by 25 to 30% so we can eliminate property taxes, since we're having full disclosure. That's what it's all going to say. Whether you're in Orange or whether you're in Escambia, that's what it's going to say, to justify when we go to the legislature in the next session, because you're going to reduce property taxes for homesteaded properties. And so every governmental agency is going to have to cut their budget by 25% or 30%. I mean, that's what every DOJ is going to say.
Yeah, no, it's hurting. Actually, Deming said today that they subpoenaed 9 people in Orange County. Anyways, we're getting on another
Yeah,
topic.
I mean,
but,
I talked to Jerry as well, so I mean, I get it. I mean,
But I'll honor the 16th.
And listen, quite frankly, I'm not here to have a debate. I'm here to put it on the agenda because I'm going to honor what I've said to anybody, and then I'm going to put it on the agenda. I don't really care what anybody's opinion is. Vote your conscience. Doesn't matter to me. I mean, find something that you can negotiate with. But out of respect, I'm going to put it on the agenda. Vote it down. If that's what you want to do, we don't have to have a big debate. I mean, and feel free. I mean, I think you've been pretty clear of your opinion of the mishandling of the city and the CRAs and Baptist Hospital, and I think you have a lot of valid points. But for the greater good, I'm going to advocate to have something done in my district that's not going to sit there. And if I can help in a small way, probably something that's going to be, quite frankly, the conversation is not about the dollars, it's about participation. Because whether we give $100, $500,000, $1 million on a $200 million project, it's symbolic, because it really doesn't mean a whole lot, candidly. And so, but how do we move this project on so we don't have a hospital that's sitting in the heart of our community and causing blight? And if we're not at the table, quite frankly, I know the history. every redevelopment project that has happened within the city of Pensacola that was intended for the good of the people from the neighborhood has ended in a result that the very people that it was intended for no longer live there because there's nobody at the table to advocate for them. And so I'm going to be there to advocate for where I grew up and where my family still lives and where the people are. Just like I'm going to advocate for Outline Field Lake, guys, that's where y'all live. That's fine. I'm going to advocate for Baptist Hospital, and I'm going to continue to advocate, and that makes people uncomfortable. They're just uncomfortable. But, you know, if in some small way that I can make sure that I'm at the table to make sure that people that grew up in Sanchez Court, Washington Court, Morris Court, Addis Court get an opportunity when we rebuild those houses to be able to live, work, and play, then that's my goal. I have no consideration, and I'm not having the conversation about demolition. I don't care. They can they can bid it for $10,000, $20,000. It doesn't matter to me because I'm not bringing a proposal here for those monies for demolition. You know, there are buildings there that we're going to get, that we're going to rehab, and we're going to invest in it. So that's my proposal, so I can be very clear. So when people start talking about demo, that's y'all's conversation. It's my conversation. It's being an active participant in how we redevelop probably the largest single parcel of land that's in District 3 that's in the city of Pensacola, just as we've tried to do in many other areas. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I don't really care. It's 9:30. I can stay here all night. But I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you know, that conversation's over.
Much longer, and I'm going to Waffle House.
Hey, listen, we don't have a Waffle House in District, well, we have one in District 3, so we'll stay here to midnight.
So I do feel like there's a few things at play, and to say that the city or that Baptist didn't come to the table with anything, I think is unfair. Baptist came to the table with all the property they're donating. The city came to the table with several million dollars already. I understand there's friction in how we get there and what we're actually paying for. But if we take a step back and look at it, the question is getting health care, getting food, and getting dental services in a community center in that area worth X dollars? And I think that it is, because the only way we're going to move forward as a community is if we all move forward together. My concern is that this is kind of vague. So is there a dollar amount that you're looking for? Because what I don't want is to send them back and say, hey, go figure it out like we've done the last few times. And then we come back and we have another hour-long conversation and we don't come to anything.
I think in West Gwinnett, I think that there are some dollars that were allocated to some funds that have been sitting there. I don't think there's been any more funds that have been, you know, identified. But certainly, you know, I think that's a good starting point. You know,
There are some dollars that are sitting there. What we cannot do, or what I won't recommend, is that we spend general fund dollars in any way, shape, form, or fashion.
Nope.
And LOST either, for that matter. So the money that was sitting there that was notated a couple of weeks ago, maybe, you know, if that gets it done, I don't know if it will or not, but certainly no general fund and no LOST.
So how much is that dollar amount? I don't think.
It's about 500,000.
Okay, and then someone way back when, it was either you or Allison, had mentioned that there was money available in the abatement fund?
I have no interest giving abatement with how much abatement I have in District 2, where people literally, I mean, we charge them and take it down. If you want to go look at Suburban Lodge, it's going to cost about $200,000. And we can take a field trip around District 2. I mean, it's so unfair. but either way, that's neither here nor there. And Commissioner Hochberger.
I'm not saying exhaust it, but there's money in there.
Well, you can
It
give
isn't
your discretionary funds.
Well, I mean, it is an abatement project in his area.
I think-
with an
I
So
think
the
you're speaking to the
$510,000 is
environmental
off of
money
Romana
that
Street,
notated.
Claire, which is in our which is in my district. That was what Chip is gone. That $510,000 is coming directly out of District 3 for the rehabilitation of the mosquito plant when that remediation dollars.
Well, the 1.6 million, we could get to yes if this is so easy to get to yes. It's so easy to get to yes. They're getting $1.6 million in the CRA. They've only put $1 million out of the CRA from last year from the west side. They get 95% versus 5%. It's Exhibit A at the state legislature on how Worth County's getting fleeced. I'm all for CRAs, but they're not fair. This is not fair to the county. 95%. Over the next 10 years, Stefan will show you, they'll probably get $20 million, and we'll probably make $1 million in that CRA. That is not fair to the county citizens. No, this is one of the problems with the CRAs.
Well, they get 90%. Maybe we should raise ours to 90%.
They have the jurisdiction. I mean,
Yes.
it's not planning thing. I mean, it's just the statutes, right? I mean,
But that's the first thing. Then you look, so if they took the 1.6 million with the 500,000, they'd already have over the 2 million they want. Or they could go back and take another bid, which they're under Doge on that, and our own procurement officer will educate the board on the 16th on that, what we should have done. The mayor doesn't want to do that. They have enough money right now, if they were to take either the first or second bid, to still have $1 million more.
Right, but
Without
I mean, you
even
can't,
using
and that's
CRA.
unfair. I mean, the whole campus is not in their CRA. I mean, the east
They
side.
don't even need to use the CRA
Yeah,
if
the
they,
east
if they
side.
use the other money, though, Commissioner May?
Yeah, and I'm not getting into the performer. I mean, and so if you abstract the demolition and let them go pay for that, and abstract, as what she said, there's two buildings that are probably worth way more than $510,000 for the dental care. If they're going to put that and start dental and health care, and we have resources and food in a community center, and we can get that started immediately, that's what I'm proposing. I'm not proposing anything with demo. And so that's how I get there.
I'm fine with the county administration working on those buildings with Baptist. I could probably get to the 500,000. There's no way I'm getting to 2 million.
I don't know why y'all keep talking 2 million. Ashley
Well,
didn't
'cause
say
the
2
mayor
million.
keeps
I
saying
didn't say 2 million. Yeah, well, we didn't, no one said 2 million. I mean, where's the 2 million coming from? I mean, I don't have anything in writing that says it's 2 million. I mean, that's,
So.
I didn't say that. I mean, I want to see something happen in that neighborhood.
Well, I think everyone does. I don't think anyone, I think where we're at now.
But this is what I will say, Mike. The hypocritical part about it, since we want to, we want to be blood raw. The city needs money for tennis courts at Roger Scott inside the city, $1 million. We want to give them money for American Magic for kids to go selling. We give them millions of dollars. We do all these partnerships in terms of things that are for most of them. And then we want to have this long conversation about $500,000 when we give millions of dollars for tennis courts. We give millions of dollars. I mean, for ST Aerospace, we get millions of dollars in terms of selling, millions of dollars in subsidizing things. They're my friends in hockey and all those things. And now we're having a conversation about healthcare, dental, resources, food for a community. I have not brought up demolition one time.
Are you or Ashley open to putting any in your discretionary funds in there?
Dude, listen, I'm open to anything. But we've already identified a
No, I'm
half a
saying,
million.
I get the $500,000, but I'm saying,
we've already
if you're
identified
saying
it.
more, would you be willing to put any of that money in?
Absolutely.
How about you, Commissioner Hopper?
I'm interested in exploring the other ideas as far as the discretionary funds. It's a community project. It's not a D4 project. And it's a generational project that's going to have a huge impact. So I don't know why we would need to use discretionary funds when there's other objectives there.
That's right. Give me my portion out of outline field 8, and we'll put that in. That's what we can do. Since we're talking about, do you want to give your discretion? Give me my portion out of medical marijuana.
That's
okay, give me
actually
my
good,
portion out of
yeah.
medical marijuana. Okay, here we
get
go.
money from
Yeah, we got money out of medical marijuana. I mean, so where's that money? I mean, so don't come here and put me on the spot talking about do I want to give up my discretionary. But I do want to do this because I agree with you. And I've told Baptist we should have urgent care on that campus. We should have medical. And so I've stood at the top of the mountain yelling at the Baptists. And so I'm not going to renege on that, Mike. And so all I'm saying is let's go do the
Let's
discussion.
see what they come up with.
Yeah, and so,
I'm open.
I mean, we discounted outline field 8 by $10 million. Give me that. And then we can go build our own urgent care.
All right, so it's going to be on the agenda on the 16th. Obviously, I guess Commissioner May's asking for you to come up with something.
Listen, vote it up or down. Dude, we've wasted more time discussing that than anything, and it's probably not going to even be $500,000. I mean, we do change.
still fiscal responsibility
Mike,
to do it.
Yeah, it is fiscal responsibility, but we do change orders for $800,000 that you just had a project manager that signed off on it. So that didn't have this much public scrutiny. So, I mean, there's a whole lot of public scrutiny on something that's not near as much as change orders that we approve every day.
Commissioner Strober, do you have a final
Yeah.
word?
So Andy had requested from the city, and then I requested from the city documents so that we could understand what the cost is, what the disposal cost was, what the services cost was, so we can figure out what the salvage credit is. We haven't received that yet. I'm curious why that is. And another thing is, I don't think I have a single email about Baptist in my inbox or in my garbage or anywhere, because it's just not something it's on anyone's radar. I think that everyone assumes that we're not going to spend that kind of money on that demo. So it's easy for me.
All right. I think we got a way ahead, Commissioner Mays, so if, I don't think we need to vote on this. It's on the agenda. Yeah, okay. So we're at, is there anything else? Okay, we're now at the county attorney report.
There are 5 items on the county attorney's report. I can answer any questions you may have.
I don't have any. Is there a motion to
Move the county attorney's report.
Please vote. Everyone's getting tired. All right, motion passes 5-0. Okay, I think that's it. Our next meeting's on Tuesday, 5 o'clock, right, for the budget hearing? Okay, gang, that's it. We're adjourned for the evening. Thank you.